Chapter 1022. At the foot of the mountain, everyone stopped to watch, each with different thoughts. Inside the belly of the mountain, Yang Kai felt his strength erupt and his expression became ugly. The maximum power a cultivator could possess was the limit of what their physical body could bear. The transcendent realm had its own limit, and the saint realm had its own limit. But this limit had no effect on Yang Kai because his secret art was special and his body was special. The true Yang secret art he cultivated allowed the Yang attribute energy in his body to become saturated, condensing it into Yang liquid and storing it inside his dantian, ready to be used when needed. The unyielding golden skeleton's special ability allowed it to contain unimaginable power. These were Yang Kai's two great power warehouses, something no other cultivator could compare to. It could be said that there was no limit to the power he could store. And now, Yang Kai had opened both of these warehouses. The unimaginable evil energy stored inside his unyielding golden skeleton erupted in an instant, and in order to alleviate the erosion of his will and body, Yang Kai simultaneously released drop after drop of Yang liquid. The evil energy and Yang Yuan energy violently collided with each other inside the two warehouses, like a dam bursting, wanting to swallow the entire mountain. This kind of power was so powerful that even Yang Kai felt his heart palpitate. This was far beyond the limit of what his body could bear, hundreds, if not thousands of times more. His flesh and blood spasmed and squirmed as his blood rapidly flowed under his skin. A huge amount of power burst out, causing Yang Kai's skin to crack inch by inch. Golden blood flowed out of his body, healing his wounds over and over again. Then, the healed wound split open again, repeating the process over and over again, as if there was no end. Yang Kai's mood was very calm. He used his heart to feel the two forces in his body, understanding how they flowed, understanding their rules, and prying into their true essence. Time slowly passed, and more evil energy in Yang Yuan energy escaped, melting away as they collided. As they melted away, Yang Kai's understanding of these two forces became deeper and deeper. His divine sense spread out like a tide as he carefully sensed every movement. He had never thought that the two forces he possessed would undergo so many wonderful changes when they encountered each other. These bursts of energy seemed to have a life of their own as they whispered into Yang Kai's ear, trying to reveal their secrets. Yang Kai felt like he was witnessing flowers blooming and wilting, tides rising and falling, one cycle after another. Yang Kai's eyes became brighter and brighter, and his heart became more and more confident. He did not care about the collision and melting of his own powers. He continued to stay in the center of the two powers, attaching all of his consciousness to the dark energy and Yang essence. He was like an outsider, staying out of the matter and silently observing everything. After a long time, he suddenly had a strange feeling. It was only now that he truly grasped the crux of his powers and understood their true essence. His expression shook as he began circulating the yin-yang joyous unification art, using the joyous unification art as a foundation to guide the Yang Yuan and dark energy that had escaped from his body back into his body. The hundreds of millions of pores on his body opened up, and his body became a bottomless pit in an instant, the two forces that had escaped from his body obediently returning to him. On the way back, they obeyed Yang Kai's orders and no longer viewed each other with hostility, instead beginning to fuse together, undergoing some delightful changes. Feeling these subtle changes, Yang Kai's expression became joyful and he worked even harder to guide them. At the foot of the mountain, everyone was discussing whether Yang Kai would live or die when he Miao suddenly called out in alarm, "There's a change." There was no need for her to remind them as everyone noticed the change in the atmosphere around them and couldn't help turning to look at the mountain. What they saw stunned everyone on the spot, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Before this, the entire mountain had been divided into two halves by two different forces, one side shrouded in a scorching hot golden light while the other side was shrouded in a boundless darkness by an evil force. But now, everyone could feel that these two forces were slowly moving closer to each other, as if they had some kind of attraction to each other. Even if they leaned against each other and fused together, there would not be any conflict. Did he really succeed? Guizhu's expression became strange as he sent his divine sense into the mountain, a moment later curling his lips and snorting, "This little brat." Clearly, he had found the correct method and understood the mystery of his own power. As long as he continued, he would definitely be able to do as he joked earlier and combine the two completely different powers. Guizhu found that he had still underestimated Yang Kai's ability and couldn't help showing a look of admiration and envy. What he had said before was just unintentional. He felt that Kai Yang could work hard in this direction in the future and spend a few decades, 100 years, or even a few hundred years to achieve this. The premise was that he could live that long. How could Guizhu have imagined that Yang Kai would accomplish this in such a short time? This kind of thing was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Guizhu was certain that Yang Kai's understanding of his own strength had reached a certain height even before this. Guizhu believed that even if Yang Kai didn't do it now, as long as he had a little opportunity in the future, he would probably be able to accomplish what he did today. Realizing this, Guizhu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had inadvertently helped Yang Kai. "Senior, is Yang Kai fine?" Shen Tu raised his head and asked. "How would this old master know?" "Humph." Guizhu's expression became disgruntled as he flicked his sleeve and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "That means he's fine," Shen Tu observed Guizhu's expression and grinned meaningfully, his heart relaxing. In this short period of time, the scenery of the entire mountain changed again. The golden light and darkness fused together, making the entire mountain look like it was burning. However, the fire that burned was different from the rest. It was a pitch-black flame, a demonic flame. These strange flames seemed to be able to burn everything in the world, and no one could resist the power contained within them. Just looking at them made one feel uncomfortable, as if their souls had been thrown into these demonic flames, causing them to suffer the pain of being burned forever, unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation. These demonic flames not only contained the yang energy of true yang yuan qi, impervious to all evil, but also contained a bloodthirsty and brutal aura, causing one to involuntarily feel the evil thoughts hidden in their hearts. This kind of extreme contradiction was the most terrifying, making it impossible to resist. Everyone instinctively turned their eyes away, not daring to pry into the mysteries of this demonic flame. "It looks like he's soared to the heavens." Bai Ye's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she secretly wondered if she should change her attitude towards Yang Kai and treat him with sincerity. The biggest reason she had stooped so low, not hesitating to serve Yang Kai as a slave, was because she was afraid he would come looking for trouble with her, so she had no choice but to swallow her pride and endure humiliation. She had never truly felt that Yang Kai was anything special. She believed that the reason Yang Kai could act so unscrupulously in this world was only because of Guizhu's blessing. Without Guizhu's protection, Yang Kai was nothing. This kind of fox exploiting the tiger's might was the most hateful. So, during this time, although she had done her best and granted all of Yang Kai's requests, she had never acted with sincerity, even somewhat looking down on Yang Kai. But now, she didn't dare to think so. This young man really had his own uniqueness. Such a person with such great potential had always been the target of all the great forces in Star Territory. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to bloom with amazing brilliance. He would occupy an important position and become an overlord, so having a good relationship with him wouldn't be a bad thing. Bai Ye's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as her pretty face glowed brilliantly. Secretly glancing around, she found that Lu Guichen and Yushi both had extremely dignified expressions, no longer showing any contempt towards Yang Kai. She knew that these two had finally realized Yang Kai's abilities and were definitely scheming something in their hearts. Curling her lips disdainfully, Bai Ye couldn't help feeling a subtle sense of superiority. Because she was close to Yang Kai and because she could serve him, this feeling of superiority made her feel both ashamed and inexplicably excited. She couldn't help licking her ruby-red lips as her tender body began to heat up. After realizing that Yang Kai was fine, Shen Tu no longer paid attention to the movements on the mountain peak and instead focused on his own matters. Over on Sword Union's side, the remaining 4 or 5 cultivator gathered together. Yushi frowned, wanting to say something but hesitating for a moment before lightly coughing and saying, "Master takes back what she said just now. You two sisters should interact with him more in the future. And, it would be best if you ask him if he is willing to join our Sword Union. If he is willing, that would be best, but if he isn't, then forget it." He Zhao and He Miao glanced at each other, their eyes shining brightly as they nodded, "Yes, master." He Miao said, "In fact, this person isn't bad, it's just that he always hangs out with that slut Baiya, it's really shameful." Yushi glared at her, "It's fine to interact with him, but keep enough distance, don't let him take advantage of you." "Yes, master." He Miao nodded firmly. Inside the mountain, inside a stone room, Yang Kai continued to circulate his joyous unification art, guiding the fusion of 2 different forces. At first, the process wasn't very smooth, and the forces he guided into his body would sometimes clash with each other, but it didn't matter much. As time passed, Yang Kai found that everything became extremely smooth, and there was no longer any sense of obstruction. The evil energy that poured out of the unyielding golden skeleton and the energy contained in the yang liquid that exploded inside the dantian, except for a small part that was consumed at the beginning, the rest was returned to him without any waste. Yang Kai clearly felt that he was rapidly becoming stronger. That flesh and blood contained power that he could not compare to in the past. It made him go wild with joy, and he gladly endured it. Gue Zhu was right, after fusing these 2 forces together, Yang Kai's strength had undergone an earth-shaking change. This change was obvious and could be clearly perceived. After tasting it, Yang Kai began circulating his joyous unification art more and more greedily. The entire mountain suddenly transformed into an invisible vortex, and as this invisible vortex rotated, the world's world energy began to gather towards it. The stream of spirit water in the stone room, under the guidance of this force, was transformed into the purest form of world energy and poured into Yang Kai's body, all of it being absorbed by him. Chapter 1023. The mountain peak where Gue Zhu originally lived was lush and beautiful, filled with the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. But at this moment, the entire mountain seemed to have been burned down, leaving only scorched earth and dead trees, no trace of its former beauty could be found. Even the spell formation that had been set up to gather spiritual qi seemed to have been destroyed. Inside the mountain, the spirit stream had completely dried up, and the water that originally flowed through it had long since disappeared. Inside a stone room, an invisible vortex was rotating, drawing in the surrounding world energy and then absorbing it. Gue Zhu's figure appeared leisurely and stood in front of Yang Kai, frowning as he stared at him motionlessly. Yang Kai didn't seem to notice this, and only after a long time did he take a deep breath and stop circulating his secret art. Silently inspecting himself, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling excited. The yang liquid in his dantian and the evil energy in his unyielding golden skeleton had completely disappeared. Instead, they had fused together, forming a new type of energy that possessed the characteristics of both, but was far more powerful and lethal than either yang essence or evil energy. This new energy flowed through Yang Kai's meridians, nourishing every inch of his physique and storing it in the unyielding golden skeleton. Yang Kai felt like he had been reborn from the inside out, as if he had been reborn, his entire body filled with unparalleled explosive power. A single moment of enlightenment and a single moment of cultivation had caused him to undergo earth-shaking changes. He even felt like he could fight against a Saint King Realm Master. His cultivation had also improved slightly, reaching the second-order Saint Realm without any hindrance. Yang Kai didn't even know when he had broken through. He had been immersed in the process of fusing his 2 strengths all this time and hadn't noticed anything else, so this unexpected surprise made him even happier. With a thought, Yang Kai tried to display his demon god transformation. Invisible demon crests climbed up and merged into Yang Kai's physique. In an instant, his vitality rose madly, along with his vitality fluctuations, it seems that I can still display the demon god transformation, Yang Kai thought to himself. After all, after the fusion, his strength contained both the characteristics of his Yang Yuan Qi and evil energy. Not bad, you're really good. Guizhu's voice suddenly came from in front of him, praising him sincerely. Yang Kai opened his eyes, dispelling the demon god transformation and cupping his fists respectfully. Senior, many thanks for Senior's guidance. Guizhu's expression became strange as he coldly snorted, this old master didn't teach you anything, there's no need to thank this old master. Yang Kai chuckled and said, Senior may have just said it casually, but if it weren't for your words, it would have taken this junior several years or even longer to reach this step. So, in any case, I still have to thank Senior for enlightening me. Think what you want. Guizhu waved his hand impatiently, seemingly unwilling to have anything to do with Yang Kai, quickly saying, You've been in retreat for more than a month now, and this old master has generously given you so much time to improve your strength. Now that you've succeeded, isn't it about time you did your part? He stared coldly at Yang Kai, seemingly unhappy that he had to wait for so long. Yang Kai nodded quickly, Junior will begin immediately. But before that, I want to take a look at the space array. Do as you wish, as long as you can find a way out, it doesn't matter how you struggle, but remember, if you can't find a way out, this old master will extract your soul and torture you forever. If you disappoint this old master, you will not have a good end. Guizhu fiercely threatened before sending a jet of black energy into Yang Kai's body, disappearing in an instant. The jet black energy shuttled back and forth through Yang Kai's body and soon arrived at his arm, where a terrifying face mark appeared. This mark contained Guizhu's divine sense, allowing Guizhu to monitor Yang Kai's every move through it. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head before walking out. A short time later, Yang Kai left the mountain and arrived at the flat ground where the space array was arranged. This space array had been left unused since the last time Guizhu used it. The countless saint crystals inside the array were dim and the energy stored inside had almost been completely consumed. The space gate, which had been refined from the starship debris, was still standing in place with a thin layer of space spirit crystal covering its frame. Yang Kai had secretly observed this space array more than once in an attempt to gain some inspiration from it and enhance his understanding of space arrays. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai discovered that although Guizhu's attainments in the Tao of space were poor, after 1,000 years of research, Yang Kai did indeed have some insights. He had actually thought of using space spirit crystal as a key to opening a void corridor and as a medium to stabilize it. Unfortunately, the gate used to form this void corridor was refined from the Saint King grade starship debris, so its grade was still a bit low. The space spirit crystal covering the gate frame was also lacking, so the void corridor opened by Guizhu was so chaotic and unstable that it could collapse at any time. If Guizhu was provided with enough materials, he may be able to successfully arrange a stable space array. As for where this space array would teleport people, Guizhu probably didn't know. Yang Kai observed this space array, comprehending Guizhu's research into the Tao of space and turning it into his own understanding. A moment later, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. Yang Kai turned his head and was surprised to find that all the people who were still alive on this continent had come over. They seemed to have seen Yang Kai come out of seclusion and had rushed over. Master. Baiya didn't care about the contemptuous looks directed at her from all around and called out affectionately, smiling as she walked over to Yang Kai and sincerely said, Congratulations, Master, for your great increase in strength and enlightenment. This time, she sincerely wanted to pledge her allegiance to Yang Kai and follow him, no longer feigning civility and flattery like before, so her smile was incomparably bright. Yang Kai gently nodded. Brother, it's good that you're fine, don't do such dangerous things again in the future, Shen Tu laughed, but a trace of doubt flashed across the depths of his eyes. He had never been clear about Yang Kai's true bottom line. Although Yang Kai had suddenly killed a third-order Saint cultivator inside the Purple Star starship, that momentary burst of strength didn't mean anything. Shen Tu had also been trying to guess what Yang Kai's true strength was. Before Yang Kai entered retreat, he hadn't felt any pressure from Yang Kai, but every time he was with Yang Kai, there was a voice in his heart that screamed. If he really fought with Yang Kai, the one who would die would be him. This was Shen Tu's intuition as a cultivator, so he had always felt that Yang Kai was hiding his cultivation and strength. But now, seeing him again, Shen Tu found that the feeling Yang Kai gave him was even less threatening than before, and his previous instincts didn't warn him this time. Shen Tu was puzzled, wondering what Yang Kai's retreat meant by causing such a big commotion. Had he succeeded or failed? However, the fact that his cultivation had risen by a minor realm was obvious to all. "I'll be careful in the future," Yang Kai chuckled. The He Zhao and He Miao sisters also smiled and nodded to Yang Kai, happy that he was safe. Yushi stood behind her two disciples somewhat unnaturally, her pretty face cold. To the side, Lu Guichen squeezed out a slightly reluctant smile and nodded to him. "Little brother, there is one thing we haven't quite understood. If it's convenient, could little brother tell us?" Yang Kai glanced at him and said lightly, "What is it?" Lu Guichen glanced around, calmed himself down, and whispered, "You said before that Senior Guizhu had something to ask of you. What exactly is it?" As soon as this statement came out, everyone turned burning eyes towards Yang Kai, expecting him to give them an answer. They really didn't know what Yang Kai was capable of, a trivial Saint Realm cultivator actually reaching an agreement with a master like Guizhu. What did Guizhu see in him? You might as well ask Senior Guizhu about this. If he is willing to tell you, he will definitely tell you. Yang Kai smiled gently. Lu Guichen's expression became awkward as he suddenly fell silent. He didn't even have time to hide from Guizhu, so how could he ask him about this kind of thing? If he made him unhappy, Guizhu would probably kill him. "Little brat, if you waste any more time with them, this old master will teach you a lesson." Guizhu's voice suddenly sounded in his ear, clearly impatient. Yang Kai's expression changed as he cupped his fists and said, "My apologies, Senior is urging me, I won't waste any more time." As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and transformed into a blue streak of light before disappearing. 10,000 kilometers away from the flat ground on the mountainside, Yang Kai came to a stop. Currently, only Guizhu knew how to tear space. It was one of Yang Kai's trump cards, so he wasn't willing to reveal it, at least not to someone like Lu Guichen. Looking around for a while, Yang Kai circulated his strength, condensed it at his fingertips, and tore. Suddenly, a crack appeared in space. The crack was dark, cold, and empty. Waves of strange and inexplicable fluctuations were emitted from it. Yang Kai didn't rush in and instead stared at this crack in a daze. When he tore space before, the place where he was torn was as smooth as a knife or sword. But now, at the edge of this tear, there was a cluster of black demonic flames burning. These demonic flames were sometimes hot and sometimes cold, constantly changing, making it impossible for anyone to grasp them. These flames seemed to be able to burn space itself, making it impossible for the torn space to heal. Yang Kai's expression became strange. He hadn't expected that the new demonic flames born from the fusion of his two strengths would be so strange. It seemed it was necessary for him to re-examine himself. Without stopping, Yang Kai flashed into the crack, and with a single thought, the demonic flames were extinguished, allowing the torn space to close again. Inside the turbulent space, Yang Kai didn't panic, glancing at the human face mark left on his arm by Guizhu and chuckling. What Guizhu was planning, Yang Kai knew better than anyone else. The reason he didn't kill him and urged him to find a way to leave was because he wanted to monitor his movements, pry into how he tore space apart and observe the movements in the chaotic streams of space, and use this to strengthen his understanding of the mysteries of space. Guizhu wanted to steal this method. How could someone like Guizhu place all his hopes on Yang Kai? He had other plans. Chapter 1024. Guizhu's little scheme was something Yang Kai was well aware of, but he had never pointed it out. However, in this turbulent space, everything was cut off from the outside world. Guizhu couldn't even sense where he was, let alone spy on him, so Yang Kai wasn't worried that Guizhu would steal his methods. Although Guizhu's words had enlightened him and greatly improved his strength, something Yang Kai was very grateful to, he still needed to be vigilant. Yang Kai had never been able to relax around Guizhu. For an old monster like him, going back on his word was a common occurrence. Yang Kai now not only had to find a way to leave this place, but he also had to ensure that Guizhu wouldn't try to kill him after he left. This is difficult. Yang Kai's stomach was knotted up, but he couldn't think of a good solution for a while, so he could only take one step at a time. After staying in the turbulent space for a while, Yang Kai left. As soon as his figure appeared, Guizhu's voice sounded in his ear, "Boy, did you gain anything?" Guizhu had an impatient look on his face, as if he was very anxious. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, how could it be so easy? "Senior, please don't worry, I was just confirming whether the space territory here had stabilized." "What was the result?" Guizhu continued to ask. It stabilized and won't interfere with my judgment." "That's good." "Senior, how far did I move just now?" 1,000 kilometers or so." Guizhu coldly snorted, "Your methods have improved a lot compared to last time, it seems that your strength has improved greatly." Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help lighting up as he became excited. Before, when he tore space, he could only move a few hundred kilometers at a time, but now, he could move 1,000 kilometers in an instant. It had to be said that this was a huge improvement. "Don't try to play any tricks with me, you and I both know that you can't escape from this old master's palm. Do your best for this old master, and as long as we can leave this place, this old master promises not to hurt you." "Junior understands," Yang Kai gently nodded, "if Senior has nothing else to say, Junior will continue." "Go." Yang Kai once again tore space apart and placed himself in the turbulent flow of space, searching for an opportunity and direction within it. After his strength and experience improved, Yang Kai suddenly realized that his understanding of the Tao of space was still very shallow. Although his understanding of the Tao of space was deeper than Guizhu's, it was obviously not enough for him to leave this strange continent. So, just like many years ago, he came to this chaotic flow of space to comprehend the profundities of space and pry into its profundities from its surging and erupting. He didn't say anything to Guizhu because Guizhu was impatient and wanted Yang Kai to take him away from here immediately. Time passed day by day. Yang Kai had always been in the turbulent space, comprehending the profoundness of it to his heart's content. Every day, Yang Kai had to return to the continent to report his progress to Guizhu and appease his anxiety. Yang Kai's progress was remarkable. His harvest was huge. His understanding of space had become much smoother. One day, he suddenly had a strange idea and escaped from the space turbulence. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai replaced his physical body with his divine sense to break through the barrier of space and achieve his goal of teleporting. If he wanted to leave, he had to break through the shackles of the seven-colored sky. Guizhu had said that the seven-colored sky was formed by the convergence of the various territory fields in the chaotic abyss, covering an area of at least several thousand kilometers. Even with Yang Kai's current means, he had to accurately tear space several dozen times in order to break through the barrier of this chaotic territory field. He didn't dare to use his physical body to test the waters because any mistake could cause him to be lost in this territory field. However, he could use his divine sense, so even if he lost his divine sense, it wouldn't be a big problem. At most, his soul would be damaged, but with the six-colored soul-warming lotus, he could quickly recover. Yang Kai's divine sense spread out in all directions like a tidal wave as he condensed his divine sense into invisible threads, attaching them to his own comprehension of the Tao of space and thrusting them into the void. These strands of consciousness contained the subtlety of space as they flew. Strands and strands of untraceable traces shuttled back and forth across the entire continent. They disappeared from one place and suddenly reappeared in another. They broke through the restraints of space and displayed a strange state of teleportation. The range of Yang Kai's divine sense grew wider and wider. Inside the mountain peak, Guizhu, who had been monitoring Yang Kai's movements, suddenly showed a look of surprise and couldn't help nodding to himself. Good, it seems he's making some progress. He couldn't help grinning. Yang Kai's progress meant that his chances of leaving this cage were greater, so he didn't disturb Yang Kai and let him experiment on his own. After an hour, Yang Kai showed a tired look. This was a sign that his divine sense was too vast and far beyond his current realm. At this moment, Yang Kai's divine sense had covered almost half of the continent, a level that a second-order saint cultivator could not achieve. Even masters like Yushi and Lu Guichen would not be able to achieve this level. Because Yang Kai's divine sense was constantly jumping and breaking through the shackles of space, unlike ordinary people's divine sense. This was why he could detect half of the continent. Taking back his divine sense, Yang Kai wanted to restore himself. However, at that moment, one of the divine senses he had spread out suddenly noticed some unusual movements. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he took back the rest of his divine sense and focused his spiritual energy on a particular spot to continue exploring. A moment later, his expression shook as he made an astonishing discovery. At the center of this continent, 10,000 meters below ground, there was a terrifying surge of energy. This energy was extremely well hidden, as if it had always been there. If not for Yang Kai's divine sense passing through that spot, he wouldn't have been able to discover it. Furthermore, he also discovered that there was a layer of barrier around the energy. That barrier was incomparably sturdy and protected the energy, perfectly concealing it from others. Yang Kai's divine sense that had accidentally jumped into this barrier stayed there for a moment and was greatly nourished, the divine sense thread that had almost disappeared growing again. Yang Kai was shocked and immediately realized that this mass of energy was somewhat unusual. Remaining calm, Yang Kai left his divine sense thread in place to determine its location while he sat down cross-legged and began to restore himself. He wanted to figure out what this mass of energy was. Would Guizhu, who had lived here for 2,000 years, know about it? Soon, Yang Kai faintly felt that Guizhu should not be aware of its existence. Because if he knew, he would not have let it go. Yang Kai believed that even Guizhu would not be able to ignore such a huge amount of energy. But why hadn't he discovered it? Guizhu was already an Origin King Realm Master, so with a single thought, he knew the situation of this continent like the back of his hand. Senior, Yang Kai called out with his divine sense. What's the matter? Guizhu replied immediately. This junior wants to ask, after living on this continent for so long, have you discovered anything special about it? Special? Guizhu coldly snorted as he roared angrily, what do you want to ask? In addition to the rich world energy and abundant materials, this place is basically a hateful prison. A prison that has trapped this old master for 2,000 years, this old master will leave this place sooner or later. Have you discovered something? Guizhu suddenly became vigilant. No, I just want to inquire about some things so I can determine the direction to leave this place. Yang Kai replied casually. You'd better. If this old master finds out you're playing tricks, don't blame me for being impolite. Guizhu snorted. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, do you want to use your special divine sense to find the source of this damned place's stars? Stars source. What's that? Yang Kai was stunned. You don't understand. Guizhu was also stunned. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled bitterly. This junior was born on a low-level continent. The people there have never even ventured deep into the star field, so I don't know much about the star territory. Barbarian. Guizhu snorted disdainfully, star's source is star's source, any cultivation star has one. It can be said that it is the essence of a cultivation star. For example, if a star is a cultivator, then star's source is equivalent to the cultivator's dantian, equivalent to the cultivator's knowledge C. If a cultivator can carve their own soul brand on the star source of a cultivation star, then they will become the master of that cultivation star. They will be able to clearly understand everything about that cultivation star. If they want, they can cause a natural disaster to erupt anywhere on that cultivation star. With a single thought, they can turn the mountains of that cultivation star into a vast ocean or flatten an abyss into a flat land. Yang Kai couldn't help being shocked. Isn't that the same as controlling a cultivation star? Exactly. Within a cultivation star's territory, every star master controls the source of their cultivation star. They can absorb the energy of that cultivation star at will to supplement themselves. On this cultivation star, their strength will never be exhausted, it is inexhaustible. Boy, do you understand the power of a star master now? I understand. Yang Kai's face went pale. Then this place, I said you were a barbarian, but you really are a barbarian. This is just a strange continent, not a star, so where did this star source come from? This old master searched for it more than 1,500 years ago. If there really was one, how could you have come here to take advantage of it? Yang Kai smiled wryly. What Senior said is right, I was just asking casually, I wasn't looking for any star's source, I've never even heard of it before. Good, if you know, then hurry up and find a way out. Don't think about such nonsense, it's too unrealistic and won't do you any good, Guizhu reprimanded before cutting off contact with Yang Kai, no longer paying any attention to him. Yang Kai continued to restore himself as he fell into contemplation. As Guizhu said, this place really didn't look like a star, but rather a strange continent. However, Yang Kai had seen stars shaped like ancient trees in the chaotic abyss. They were like huge towering trees with branches and leaves that grew in the chaotic abyss, exuding a rich wood attribute energy. From this perspective, it was not an exaggeration to call this continent a star. After all, its size was not small, far larger than a meteorite. Chapter 1025. This inadvertent discovery caused Yang Kai's mood to waver. Whether or not this mass of energy was star's source, Yang Kai wasn't clear. Under Guizhu's strict surveillance, he didn't dare to investigate too deeply and could only leave things as they were. However, Yang Kai also had his own speculations. If this was really star's source, it must have formed in the last 1,500 years, or it could have deceived Guizhu's detection. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to remain unscathed and be ignored by Guizhu. Yang Kai didn't withdraw his wisp of divine sense and instead left it there, nourished and strengthened by this inexplicable energy. Yang Kai planned to wait until he had a chance to come back and take a look at the situation. The wisp of divine sense he left there could provide him with an accurate location. Yang Kai did this without leaving a trace, so it didn't attract too much attention from Guizhu. As time passed, Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space became more and more profound. His divine sense was now able to easily cover half of the continent. His divine sense, which was infused with the Tao of space, was able to easily reach any location he wanted. Yang Kai explored the seven-colored sky many times, constantly experimenting, and after countless strands of his divine sense were lost in the chaotic territory, he finally had some confidence he could leave this place. Remaining calm and silent, Yang Kai continued to explore and experiment, striving to achieve perfection and not make any mistakes. Every day, Yang Kai would report to Guizhu, but he didn't tell him the truth, so Guizhu didn't know anything. On this day, Yang Kai returned from the seven-colored sky, and as soon as he arrived at a flat area halfway up the mountain, he smelled a bloody scent in the air. His expression changed slightly as he spread out his divine sense and soon discovered something was wrong. The people who were still alive on this continent were gathered together at this moment, and the atmosphere was heavy as if they were discussing something. What's wrong? Yang Kai walked over and asked. Someone died. Shen Tu's expression became ugly. Yang Kai was surprised and turned to look in front of him. Sure enough, he saw a cultivator lying on the ground, his vitality drained away. His body seemed to have been subjected to great pressure and burst open in an instant, making his corpse look horrible. Which side are they from? Yang Kai asked. Our people. He Zhao replied sadly. He Miao and Yushi both wore looks of grief and indignation, and even Lu Guichen couldn't help showing a trace of sadness. Back then, their Purple Star and Sword Union had more than 100 cultivators who had fallen into this predicament, but after more than a year, only a dozen or so cultivators were still alive. They had lived in peace for several months, but now, another cultivator had died right under their noses. No one even knew how he died. Who killed him? Yang Kai raised his head and asked. No one dared to answer, all of them smiling bitterly. Yang Kai suddenly understood. Here, besides Gue Zhu, no one else had the courage to kill. That old monster seemed to be in a very bad mood. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attacked a junior for no reason. Yang Kai, can you talk to Senior Gue Zhu? We don't have any intention of resisting him, so can you ask him not to kill again? He Zhao pursed her red lips and turned to Yang Kai. This time, one of Sword Union's cultivators had died, so if Gue Zhu wanted to kill again next time, who would suffer? Maybe it would be someone else, maybe it would be them. Besides Yang Kai, who could sit back and relax, everyone else was on edge. Once Gue Zhu killed everyone here and saw no hope of leaving, he likely wouldn't spare Yang Kai's life. He would use soul searching to strip Yang Kai's memories, devour his understanding of the Tao of space, then cut off all means of retreat and figure out a way to leave on his own. That's right, Yang Kai, Shen Tu also spoke up. Shen Tu also spoke up, you're the only one here who can speak with Senior Gue Zhu. I don't want to die without knowing why. Everyone else looked at him eagerly, treating him as a life-saving straw. Yang Kai gently nodded, I'll talk to him, but whether he'll listen or not, I don't know. As long as he can talk to him, Shen Tu smiled helplessly. He Zhao, he Miao, come with me and bury him, Yushi whispered. Yes. The remaining 3 from Sword Union worked together to carry the dead cultivator's body away and find a place to bury him. Yang Kai turned around and walked into the mountainside, turning a few corners in the corridor before arriving at the stone room where Gue Zhu lived. Yang Kai had never been to this stone room before, only knowing that Gue Zhu lived here. This was his first time coming here. The entire stone room was very different from the rest. It seemed to be immersed in endless darkness, without a trace of light. Inside this stone room, there were faint shadows shuttling back and forth as a serene soul, like energy roamed about. As soon as he arrived here, Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine as a terrifying sound rang out in his ears, causing his mind to tremble. In an instant, a strange scene appeared in front of his eyes. In that scene, a ferocious-looking ghost rushed towards him, wanting to gnaw at his flesh and soul, dragging him into the 9 nether purgatory, never to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Yang Kai's whole body went stiff and he couldn't move. A cluster of demonic flames suddenly emerged from his body, connecting together and making him look like he was burning. Yang Kai broke free from this illusion. Gue Zhu's strange laughter rang out in his ears as he shouted, "Boy, what are you doing here?" Yang Kai frowned, allowing the demonic flames to continue burning, dispelling the influence of the ghostly shadow on him, carefully choosing his words before asking, "Did Senior kill someone today?" Gue Zhu smiled and said, "What's so surprising about killing someone? You didn't come looking for this old master for such a trivial matter, did you?" They were very nervous, afraid that they would be next, Yang Kai quickly said. "And, that's right." Gue Zhu seemed to be very happy, this boring world, this old master is tired of living such a boring life. This old master just wants to have some fun. This old master likes to see people on tenterhooks, so let them be. Just because you were bored, you killed someone. So what? Guizhu coldly snorted, and the dark stone room suddenly lit up. The strange stones that had been decorating the stone walls began to glow as Guizhu sat in the center of the stone room, his pair of gloomy eyes staring towards Yang Kai as he sneered, "You came to intercede for them? You're not that kind of person, are you? Even if this old master kills them all, you won't show any mercy." Senior must be joking, Junior is also a human, and there are a few of Junior's friends among them. Naturally, I don't want you to continue killing them. Friends? Guizhu was startled for a moment before bursting into laughter. You can deceive others, but you can't deceive this old master. And, you do have some friendship with a few of those people, but it's far from enough for you to disobey me for them. To put it simply, if you have some benefits, you'll take them with you, but if you're facing a crisis, you won't sacrifice your life for them. You're not stupid, you know what the consequences of disobeying me are. Yang Kai fell silent. Guizhu seemed to have hit the nail on the head. You're afraid this old master will kill all of those people and then attack you? Guizhu shouted. Yang Kai nodded calmly, yes, Senior's insight is as clear as day. Junior has such concerns. Guizhu gently nodded, if you really have such concerns, you might as well work harder and find a way to leave as soon as possible. Before this old master kills all of those people and attacks you, I believe in your ability, and I believe you haven't done your best. Junior already has some ideas, Yang Kai frowned. Guizhu's body shook as his eyes flashed brilliantly, shouting, good, good, as long as you have some ideas, good. And, this news of yours has made this old master very happy. This old master's mood will probably be maintained for some time. Continue to work hard, don't let this old master down. Junior will take his leave. Yang Kai cupped his fists and quickly left. The moment he turned around, Yang Kai's expression became dignified. He suddenly understood that Guizhu didn't kill those people because he was in a bad mood, but rather to warn him and put pressure on him. Guizhu should have become vigilant about Yang Kai's concealment, otherwise, he wouldn't have suddenly started killing people. It was just that Guizhu didn't know what Yang Kai was concealing and couldn't point it out, so he used this method. Guizhu wanted to tell Yang Kai that his patience was limited, and if Yang Kai couldn't satisfy him, he would end up like that dead man. Yang Kai understood this clearly, so he had no choice but to appease Guizhu in the end. However, this appeasement wouldn't last long. The next time Guizhu lost his patience, he might really kill Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became ugly as he couldn't help feeling a deep sense of helplessness. He had been planning to leave secretly after finding a way out, ignoring Guizhu and letting him continue to be trapped here, allowing him to die of old age. However, the difference in strength between them was so great that Yang Kai was forced into a passive position. He realized that his idea was somewhat unrealistic. Even if he really managed to find a way out, he would likely be stopped by Guizhu before he could leave safely. Yang Kai pondered, wondering if he should believe Guizhu's oath and leave this place with him, then everyone would be happy. Doing so was undoubtedly very risky, and Yang Kai wasn't sure if Guizhu could really keep his promise. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind like lightning, his expression becoming more and more serious. Returning to his stone room, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and began to restore his consumed strength while contemplating. From outside, the sound of light footsteps could be heard as Baya walked in uninvited, gently arriving behind Yang Kai, pressing her tender body against his as she gently rubbed Yang Kai's back with her plump hands while gently kneading Yang Kai's shoulders. Opening her red lips lightly, she asked, "Master, when we can leave this place one day, can you take this servant with you?" "Naturally," Yang Kai said casually. Baya smiled bitterly, her hands still moving as she whispered, "You don't need to patronize me, I know you never intended to take me with you. After all, I've been rude and disrespectful to you before, and I'm not a good person." She suddenly started to blame herself, causing Kai Yang to be confused. He didn't know what she was doing. Chapter 1026. Inside the stone room, Bai Ya's expression was bleak and her voice was bitter. During this time, she had been serving Yang Kai, and although she had been very docile and well-behaved, Yang Kai had always said 1 was 1, 2 was 2, and she hadn't dared to resist in the slightest. But she wasn't stupid, on the contrary, this woman was very shrewd. She had long seen through Yang Kai's intentions. Even if they could leave this place, Yang Kai wouldn't take her with him. That was why Bai Ya had made things clear in advance. She wanted to use her sincerity to impress Yang Kai and change Yang Kai's mind. If we can leave here, I will definitely listen to you in the future and do whatever you want me to do. I don't want to be left here, I promise to only be loyal to you. Bai Ya begged. Even a master like Gui Zhu had been trapped here for 2,000 years without being able to find a way out. If she was left here, she would only die of old age alone. That kind of ending was simply too terrible. Yang Kai turned his head and stared at her deeply. Bai Ya calmly stared back at Yang Kai, not showing the slightest trace of panic in her beautiful eyes. After a moment, Yang Kai gently nodded, if that day really comes, I will tell you. Bai Ya froze for a moment before smiling bitterly, thank you. Good, I have something to think about, you can leave now. Yang Kai waved his hand. Bai Ya politely bowed and left, her expression becoming more and more bitter, because she knew that Yang Kai's last words were just perfunctory, he had no intention of changing his mind. Time flew by and about 10 days later. Another person died tragically, this time it was one of Lu Guichen's subordinates, a first-order Saint King realm master. He had been meditating on the flat ground on the mountainside and suddenly his body exploded into a bloody mist. The death of this second person made the people who were still alive even more nervous. Once again, they went to find Yang Kai and asked him to think of a way. Even Yushi, who had always been proud and unwilling to bow her head, had no choice but to lower her head and plead with him to persuade Gui Zhu. Yang Kai agreed casually. However, he knew that no matter how he tried to persuade Gui Zhu, it would be useless. The most important thing now was to let Gui Zhu see some clear hope. Only then would he be happy, and once he was happy, he would stop killing. Yang Kai's star shuttle and he flew up into the seven-colored sky. Yang Kai sat cross-legged atop his star shuttle, condensing his divine sense threads, and space divine sense. Powerful threads of divine sense leapt forward, breaking through the seal of space and escaping the constraints of distance. With a single thought, Yang Kai could cross 1,000 kilometers. Soon, Yang Kai's soul's divine space, Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang, and Yang, of course, and Yang, Yang, you, Yang, to the Yang, you, Yang. Yang Kai's face was pale and his divine sense was slightly damaged. Quickly stuffing a saint pill into his mouth, Yang Kai urged the power of the six-colored soul-warming lotus to repair his soul. After another hour, Yang Kai released his divine sense again. Inside the mountain, in the dark stone room, Gui Zhu grinned, little brat, do you really think this old master doesn't know what you're up to? If I didn't give you some pressure, you wouldn't have been willing to put in any effort. I hope you'll be more honest this time, otherwise don't blame this old master for killing you again. This old master showed mercy the last 2 times, but this time, I'll kill those who have some friendship with you. I want to see if you really have a heart of stone. In his eyes, the figures of Shintu, Hizeo, and Himiao suddenly appeared. At the same time, the expressions of the 3 people in different positions all changed as they felt a chill run down their spines. A kind of aura of death filled their bodies, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Up in the seven-colored sky, Yang Kai sat cross-legged atop his star shuttle, stabilizing his body as his divine sense drifted back and forth, shuttling back and forth through the chaotic territory. He was unable to perceive the passage of time, but he was constantly probing the void with his divine sense. After trying more than 20 times and losing his divine sense more than 20 times, Yang Kai still didn't have any substantial gains. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to find a way to leave in such a crazy way, even if they were stronger. Once one's divine sense was damaged too frequently and too severely, it would become irreparable damage, causing a person to become muddle-headed. The six-colored soul-warming lotus was able to repair Yang Kai's damaged divine sense, allowing him to eliminate this worry. At a certain moment, Yang Kai once again felt his divine sense drying up and couldn't help showing a look of disappointment. Because this time, he still hadn't succeeded. Just as he was about to withdraw his divine sense, Yang Kai suddenly noticed some subtle changes in the territory in a certain direction and couldn't help gathering all his divine sense together and piercing towards that direction. To his surprise, this time his divine sense easily broke through a barrier and his divine sense instantly broke free of the seven-colored sky's shroud and escaped this cage-like existence. Soon, Yang Kai saw countless beautiful stars. Each of these stars exuded a surging energy, some were extremely cold, some were as hot as fire, some were filled with tornadoes that swept across the stars, and there was even one that resembled a huge ancient tree that grew healthily in the star field. The chaotic abyss. Yang Kai couldn't help shouting, his eyes shining brightly. This was the first time he had broken through to the chaotic abyss with his divine sense. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling ecstatic. Being trapped here, not only was Guizhu anxious, but Yang Kai was also impatient. After spending so much time with Guizhu, Yang Kai felt as if his life was hanging by a thread. Now that he saw the chaotic abyss, he saw hope for survival. Yang Kai was genuinely excited. Calming his mood, Yang Kai carefully confirmed again that the place his divine sense had reached was the chaotic abyss before carefully withdrawing his divine sense, not daring to act too hastily. In the process of withdrawing his divine sense, Yang Kai left a few strands of his divine sense along the way as a guide. These divine sense strands wouldn't last long. Yang Kai estimated that they would disappear completely in less than a day, but as long as he had these divine sense strands to guide him, he didn't have to worry about getting lost in the seven-colored sky of this territory. He was fully confident he could leave this place. Soon, Yang Kai took back the remaining strands of his divine sense, his expression uncertain and hesitant. He wanted to follow the direction marked by the divine sense strands and leave this place directly. However, he knew that once he left, everyone on this continent would die because of him. This was secondary though, the most important thing was that Yang Kai didn't know if he could successfully leave this place before Guizhu intercepted him. Looking at the face mark Guizhu had left on his arm, Yang Kai sighed softly. Standing up, Yang Kai gave up on the restlessness in his heart and summoned his star shuttle to fly towards the mountain peak. A moment later, Yang Kai returned and walked straight to the stone room where Guizhu lived. Dark and cold as always, Yang Kai stood in front of the stone room. "Boy, how's it going?" Noticing his arrival, Guizhu asked in a deep voice. In the darkness, his pair of eyes stared fixedly at Yang Kai, unwilling to miss the slightest change in his expression. "We can leave now," Yang Kai replied. Unexpectedly, Guizhu did not respond, as if he was stunned by this huge surprise, unable to speak. After a while, he muttered, "Really?" Guizhu's voice trembled slightly, revealing the excitement in his heart. "Boy, you should know what kind of fate awaits those who dare to fool this old master. This old master has been waiting for this day for far too long," Guizhu roared in a low voice. "I'm not fooling you, we can indeed leave now," Yang Kai said indifferently. "Ha ha ha ha." Guizhu suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter rumbling like thunder, causing the mountain peaks to tremble and rocks to tumble down. Halfway up the mountain, Lu Guichen, Yushi, and the others all looked over in horror. They didn't know what Guizhu was thinking, but all of them felt like they were facing a great enemy and couldn't help gathering together in an attempt to find some sense of security. "Good, I knew you wouldn't let this old master down, boy." Guizhu's figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai, his hand grabbing onto Yang Kai's arm like an iron hoop as he said impatiently, "Let's go, let's leave this place." Because of his excitement, the strength of his hand was so great that Yang Kai's bones were almost crushed. "There's no need to rush." Yang Kai struggled and broke free from Guizhu's big hand. "No need to rush. This old master is in a hurry." Guizhu squinted at him, his eyes filled with hostility. "Are you still planning something?" "Senior worries too much, but before we leave, I feel there are some things I need to make clear," Yang Kai said lightly. Guizhu's eyes flashed with a strange light, his excited expression suddenly calming down as he gently nodded. "Speak, this old master is listening." Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before saying, "Although this junior is willing to believe in senior's character and promises, just to be on the safe side, this junior wants to confirm that you won't do anything to me after we leave this place." Guizhu smiled wickedly. "Rest assured, if you can satisfy this old master's wish to leave this place, this old master will never hurt you. This is this old master's lifelong wish, I can only thank you for it, so how could I possibly harm you?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he quickly said, "I hope so, and I hope senior can remember the oath he made before." "And, this old master remembers," Guizhu pointed to his head, "I remember it clearly." "That's good, right? Can we leave now?" Yang Kai shook his head. Guizhu's face sank as he impatiently asked, "What else do you want?" "I want to take a few people with me, it's just along the way." Guizhu immediately understood who he wanted to take with him and said indifferently, "As long as they don't hinder this old master, it doesn't matter if you take them all with you." "They won't hinder you. And, I'll have to trouble senior to call in the people I mentioned." Guizhu looked at him with interest. "Call who?" Yang Kai immediately reported a few names, and Guizhu nodded before summoning them with his divine sense. Chapter 1027. Halfway up the mountain, Yishi, He Zhao, He Miao, Shen Tu, and the others, who were feeling nervous because of Guizhu's crazy laughter, suddenly stiffened and their faces went white as paper. Guizhu's voice suddenly rang in their ears. "What happened?" Lu Guichen hurriedly asked. Guizhu summoned. Yishi couldn't help gulping. Lu Guichen was startled and the look in his eyes towards Yishi immediately changed, some kind of schadenfreude, some kind of sadness, but also some kind of relief, no longer saying anything. "I was also summoned." Shen Tu's face went pale as a deep sense of powerlessness filled his heart. "Me, too." Bai Yet squeezed her hands together as her tender body trembled. "Master, what should we do?" He Zhao looked at Yishi nervously. Yishi's heart was also in chaos and she didn't know what to do for a while. Of the more than 100 people who had died because of Guizhu, only a few of them remained. Today, Guizhu had summoned so many people at once. Only the heavens knew what he wanted to do. "It's a blessing, not a curse." Yishi smiled bitterly and gave up on the idea of escaping, because in front of an Origin King Realm Master, there was no way she could escape. "Come with me, if you really die today, stay by Master's side." She looked at He Zhao and He Miao lovingly and secretly vowed to protect her two disciples. Even if it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, she wouldn't hesitate. The three of them took the lead and walked into the mountain. Shen Tu and Bai Ye exchanged a glance and could only helplessly follow. Looking at their departing backs, one of the purple star cultivators came over to Lu Guichen and said, "Master, they probably won't be able to return." Lu Guichen sighed softly and smiled bitterly. "I don't know whether to rejoice or grieve for them, but we have escaped this disaster for the time being. Next time, I'm afraid." The 3 or 4 subordinates gathered around him all wore gloomy expressions. They all thought that the people who had been summoned this time were dead. Yang Kai waited in the mountain corridor and soon saw Shen Tu and the others come over. Gently nodding to them, he immediately showed a suspicious look and asked, "What's wrong with you? All of you look so sad." Shen Tu's mouth twitched as he said unwillingly, he was summoned by Guizhu. Saying so, he gently patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and whispered, "Brother, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape this time. If you have a chance to escape from here, please send a message to Hengluo Chamber of Commerce saying I disappointed my father. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have acted so mischievously." He looked like he was giving his last words, and his expression was solemn. Hengluo Chamber of Commerce? Yushi looked at him thoughtfully, a trace of doubt flashing across her beautiful eyes. "Remember, make sure you deliver the message. Of course, if you can't leave this place, then forget it." Shen Tu patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and sighed deeply. Yang Kai had an odd expression on his face. Thinking about it for a moment, he suddenly understood why these people were so dejected, as if a great disaster was about to befall them, and couldn't help smiling. "What do you think Senior Guizhu summoned you for?" "I don't know, but it can't be anything good." Shen Tu froze for a moment before looking at Yang Kai in surprise. "Do you know something? Tell me, what is he going to do to us?" Everyone couldn't help turning their eyes towards him. "I asked Senior Guizhu to summon you," Yang Kai said bluntly. Everyone's expression became puzzled. "I'll take you out of here," Yang Kai continued. Shen Tu was shocked, and the beautiful eyes of Yushi, He Zhao, He Miao, and Bai Ye also flashed a strange light, all of them staring at Yang Kai incredulously. "I found a way to leave, and I talked to Senior Guizhu and he agreed to let you come with me." "No way, did I hear that right? We can leave this place." Shen Tu muttered in a daze, a look of disbelief filling his face. He Zhao and He Miao's pretty faces also showed a look of excitement, their eyes filled with gratitude, He Miao eagerly asking, "Yang Kai, is what you said true? You're not lying to us, right?" Yang Kai shook his head. She suddenly became overjoyed. She covered her small mouth, and a layer of watery light appeared in her beautiful eyes. That's great, that's great." On one hand, she had thought that after being summoned by Guizhu, she would die without a doubt, but now things were not as she had feared. On the other hand, she had learned that she could escape this cage, so she couldn't help herself. He Zhao hugged her shoulder and the two sisters looked at each other before bursting into laughter. Bai Ye also seemed to be shocked by this news, standing in place stupidly, unable to recover for a while as she stared blankly at Yang Kai, unable to understand why he had suddenly changed his mind. Not long ago, Bai Ye had looked for Yang Kai and talked to him about this, but Yang Kai's attitude at that time was clearly perfunctory, yet now he wanted to bring her along. Bai Ye couldn't help feeling that this was unrealistic, as if she was in a dream. Among everyone present, the one who was the most confused was Yushi. She stared at Yang Kai with a complicated expression, no one able to tell what she was thinking. She wanted to open her mouth and thank him, but she couldn't bring herself to say those words, her heart twisted in knots. "You wait a moment, Bai Ye, come with me." Yang Kai didn't pay attention to Yushi and instead beckoned to Bai Ye and walked over. And Bai Ye responded quickly and followed behind Yang Kai. The two of them stood a short distance away and Yang Kai stared at her, his brow furrowed slightly, hesitating for a moment before saying, "To be honest, I really don't want to take you with me, nor do I care about you. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me." Bai Ye smiled bitterly. "I understand, after all, I've done a lot of bad things to you before. There is a saying that it's easy to change mountains and rivers, but hard to change one's surname. You're a dissolute and treacherous woman, men are nothing more than playthings to you, a source of strength for you to enhance yourself. Now that you have something to ask of me, you're acting so docile. Who knows if once you leave this place, you'll revert to your original nature and hold a grudge against me and seek revenge." "No, I won't do that," Bai Ye quickly waved her hands. "I don't trust you." Yang Kai shook his head. Bai Ye's face paled, seemingly feeling that her hope of leaving this place was getting further and further away. "But you've served me well these past few days, and, whether you're being hypocritical or sincere, you've served me for so many days. If I were to just leave you here, it would make me seem too cold-blooded. What do you want me to do to make you trust me?" Baiya understood the meaning behind his words and her beautiful eyes lit up as she stared at Yang Kai imploringly. Tell me, I'll do whatever you say, I won't let you down. Yang Kai gently nodded. Release your knowledge C's defenses, I want your soul brand, I want to be able to control your life and death. Baiya froze for a moment, a trace of panic flashing across her beautiful eyes, but after hesitating for a moment, she nodded heavily and took the initiative to release her knowledge C's defenses. The next moment, Yang Kai's divine sense pierced into Baiya's knowledge C, shuttling back and forth, searching for something. A moment later, Yang Kai took back his divine sense and took away her soul brand. Baiya's face paled slightly, her red lips trembling slightly as she asked, Is this all right? Yang Kai looked at her strangely for a moment before nodding, It's all right. After a pause, he asked, How many men have you harmed? Baiya pursed her lips and giggled, Did you peek into other people's memories? Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, It's inevitable. Inside Baiya's knowledge C, there was a series of filthy memories. Even though Yang Kai was a man who had seen much of the world, he couldn't help feeling a little shocked. This woman was simply a source of calamity, any man who was targeted by her could not escape from her poisonous hands, dying one after another as their blood essence was sucked dry. However, those men all had happy expressions on their faces when they died, completely unaware of what their fates would be. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little scared. If not for the many twists and turns on the Purple Star starship, he might have ended up in the same situation, sleeping with her for a while before dying on her belly. I'll be yours from now on. Baiya bit her thin red lips lightly, her seductive figure radiating invisible ripples that impacted Yang Kai's mind. I'll serve you more diligently in the future. Forget it, I don't want to have anything to do with you. After we leave here, you and I will go our separate ways, Yang Kai snorted. You wouldn't really. Baiya covered her mouth as she looked Yang Kai up and down. Really what? Is there a problem with that? Baiya asked the question that had been lingering in her heart for a long time, her eyes pausing between Yang Kai's legs, a look of pity appearing on her face. Yang Kai's face went black. If you dare talk nonsense again, I'll leave you here. Saying so, he no longer paid any attention to this crazy woman, turned around, and left. Baiya's wild laughter came from behind him, seemingly not caring about Yang Kai's threat at all. Yang Kai had just arrived at the place where everyone was gathered and Gue Zhu appeared leisurely. The several people who had been whispering to each other quickly shut up, not daring to speak again. Have you dealt with it? Gue Zhu looked at Yang Kai. Then let's go. Gue Zhu laughed. Wait a moment, I have something to say. Yang Kai looked around at the crowd solemnly. I have to let you know that when I took you out of here, I used a method called tearing space. Tearing space? Yushi called out in amazement, staring at Yang Kai strangely. You also know about the mysteries of space. Nodding, Yang Kai said, not bad. Yushi's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as she turned to Gue Zhu in realization. No wonder Senior Gue Zhu reached an agreement with you, so that's how it is. They had been wondering what it was about Yang Kai that made Gue Zhu want to protect him and provide him with a good cultivation environment. Gue Zhu's attitude towards Yang Kai was completely different from how he treated others, and it wasn't until now that they understood. Tearing space meant there was a chance to escape from this cage. This was the direction Gue Zhu had been researching for 1,000 years, and it was also a territory he had never been able to understand. It was his only hope to leave. Chapter 1028. No one had expected that someone like Yang Kai would also dabble in the mysteries of space. The Tao of space had always been an extremely obscure existence. Not only was it difficult to comprehend, but it was also extremely difficult to break through. A cultivator who understood the mysteries of space was extremely rare. Even looking at the entire star territory, a cultivator proficient in the mysteries of space was extremely rare. Even a master like Gue Zhu, who had studied the Tao of space for 1,000 years, hadn't been able to produce any useful space arrays at all. Brother. Shentu pursed his dry lips and murmured, did you really come from a low-level continent? You haven't been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, have you? He asked the same question everyone was thinking. Almost all of them had the same thought, thinking that Yang Kai's background was extraordinary and that he was simply putting on an act to deceive them. Yang Kai smiled, if I didn't come from a low-level continent, I wouldn't be so ignorant about the common sense of star territory. Shentu thought about it carefully and nodded lightly, that's true. Since he met Yang Kai had constantly asked him questions about common sense. If all of this was just an act, then it was simply too much. But you really are quite surprising. Shentu smiled bitterly, why are you telling us all this now? Because I need your cooperation to take you away. Yang Kai's expression became dignified, I can tear space and take you into the void to find a way out, but the space I tear is different from the void corridor that has been around for a long time. The void corridor is stable and connects 2 points in space, allowing people to freely shuttle between them, but the space I tear is unstable. Everyone's expression changed slightly, suddenly realizing that things were not as simple as they had imagined. The road to leaving seemed to be full of thorns. I need you to promise me that you won't use any of your strength in there. Yang Kai swept his eyes over everyone solemnly before finally settling on Guizhu, Sr., you too, because once you use your strength, the turbulent flow of the void will become even more chaotic. We will most likely be exiled to some unknown crevice in the void, and once we can't determine where we are, even I won't be able to leave. Oh. Guizhu grinned and nodded, good, this old master won't use his strength. Have you all memorized it? Yang Kai looked at the others. Everyone frowned. There's nothing else. As long as you follow me, you'll be fine. Yang Kai thought about it carefully and felt that he had said everything he needed to say. Then, he said, if you're ready, let's go. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and tore a crack in the void. That crack seemed to be pulled by an invisible hand, and it was several feet wide. It was pitch black inside, without the slightest bit of light. Violent void energy collided and pulled inside, forming a terrifying area like a swamp. It was incomparably strange. Guizhu's expression couldn't help becoming dignified as he stared deeply into the void crack. Everyone else was even more nervous than the last. In Kai Yang's hand was a piece of glowing stone that he had taken from the wall. Without saying a word, he entered the cave. Guizhu's eyes flashed, but he didn't rush to keep up with Yang Kai's pace and instead threw Shentu in. Baiya followed closely behind Shentu while Guizhu entered unhurriedly, squeezing Yushi's group of 3 behind him. After the 7 of them had all entered, the rift that had been torn open quickly closed and disappeared. Surrounded by cold darkness, the only light came from the strange stone in Yang Kai's hand, guiding everyone forward. None of them dared to take a single step behind, all of them walking through the void as if they were treading on thin ice, quietly glancing left and right, all of them looking shocked. None of them had ever had such a strange experience before, nor had they ever imagined that one day they would be able to walk through the void. The spatial turbulence in the surroundings was extremely chaotic, and it was like the most terrifying ferocious beast had opened its savage maw with the intention of swallowing all of them. On the other hand, the spatial turbulence looked like the most dangerous swamp, and it was filled with muddy traps. The slightest carelessness would cause one to be pulled into it and exiled to the end of the world. Violent heartbeats rang out from everyone's chests. As they looked around in amazement, they couldn't help feeling a sense of trepidation. What gave them peace of mind though was that wherever Yang Kai walked, the chaotic void seemed to be smoothed out and the muddy turbulence became as solid as flat ground, making it less dangerous to walk through. Everyone was keenly aware that Yang Kai's essence, qi, and soul seemed to have formed a strange resonance with the turbulent void, allowing him to find a way out. Everyone held their breaths as they followed in the footsteps of their predecessors, moving forward one by one. Suddenly, a brief exclamation rang out and Yang Kai couldn't help pausing, turning his head and asking, "What happened?" "Nothing." He Miao patted her chest and said apologetically, "Sorry, I thought I fell down." The expanse of space by her feet exploded apart inch by inch, and it was like the surface of a shattered mirror that caused others to be unable to help but aroused the misconception that they had fallen into an abyss. Yang Kai nodded and didn't say anything, continuing to lead the way. "Little girl, don't be so startled, this old master was also scared half to death by you." Guizhu turned around and smiled at He Miao, his gloomy smile causing He Miao's already gloomy expression to become even uglier. Yang Kai, who was walking in front of them, stopped again, stretched out his hand, and tore open another crack in the void. He leapt out. Everyone followed closely behind. Fresh air rushed into everyone's nostrils and everyone felt like they had just walked through the gates of hell, their bodies dripping with sweat. Looking around for a while, Shen Tu suddenly wore a strange expression and said, "Yang Kai, we don't seem to have gone far." As he said so, he looked down. Just below everyone's feet, there was a burned mountain peak that was completely bare. On the flat land halfway up the mountain, there seemed to be a few people moving about. These people were clearly Lu Guichen and the Purple Star cultivators. They had also noticed the situation here and were pointing towards them, not understanding what was going on. It really wasn't that far, just a few thousand kilometers. Yang Kai nodded and explained, "This time, we just wanted you to familiarize yourself with the feeling of moving through the void. What's next is the main event." Pointing to the seven-colored sky, he declared, "We need to penetrate this sky and break through the blockade of that chaotic territory." "Understood." Shen Tu nodded. "Let's continue." Yang Kai smiled lightly, "I can still do this a few more times." Slightly sensing the fluctuations of the divine sense thread he had left behind before, Yang Kai confirmed its position in Tor space again. As everyone filed in, He Miao suddenly turned her head and glanced down, whispering, "Master, Lu Guichen and the others seem to be rushing over here." "Don't pay attention to them, keep up," Yushi urged. Lu Guichen, just wait for your death here." Yushi sneered softly, glancing down casually, the last one to enter. A moment later, Lu Guichen, who had arrived on his star shuttle, looked around in a daze, but couldn't see anyone. He suddenly realized that he had been abandoned and his face instantly went pale. The people Guizhu had summoned before were clearly related to Yang Kai, the only ones who hadn't been summoned were those from Purple Star. He was still gloating a little, thinking that Yushi and the others were about to die, but they didn't know that it was actually a way to survive. On the contrary, he and his 3 or 4 subordinates had been abandoned here forever. Lu Guichen's face changed dramatically as he roared angrily. Up in the seven-colored sky, the territory of the various stars from the chaotic abyss intersected, making this several thousand-kilometer area even more mysterious than the void. Somewhere, a crack in space suddenly opened and Yang Kai stepped out, closed his eyes, and sensed his surroundings, his heart calming down. The divine sense thread he had left behind before was not far away, and although there were some errors, it didn't matter. As long as he followed the trajectory of the divine sense thread, he was confident he could reach the chaotic abyss. Once he reached the chaotic abyss, he would truly be free. One figure after another appeared behind him, and after everyone saw the scenery in front of them, all of them couldn't help sighing in amazement, because all around them were seven-colored, brilliant and beautiful. However, everyone soon discovered that they couldn't extend their divine senses in this place because they would be affected by the chaotic territory around them and become lost, making it impossible for them to withdraw their divine senses. Guizhu gently nodded, "Very good, you really have the ability to leave this place. This old master was right to trust you." At a glance, he could tell that this place was somewhere above the floating continent, a place he had never been before, so he couldn't help feeling confident in Yang Kai. It seemed that because his long-cherished wish of 2,000 years was about to be fulfilled, his expression was no longer as gloomy and terrifying as before, instead wearing a smile of expectation. Yang Kai glanced over at him and smiled lightly. The human face mark on his arm gave off a much colder aura than before. He knew that Guizhou was on guard against him suddenly abandoning him. If he was really left here, Guizhou wasn't confident he could return to the floating continent. Yang Kai indeed had this intention, but he didn't dare act rashly. He wasn't confident he could pull any tricks under Guizhou's nose, so he remained obedient. Once again, Yang Kai sensed the position of the divine sense thread in front of him and tore space. Teleporting 1,000 kilometers at a time, Yang Kai led the other 6 through the void, everything going smoothly as they drew closer and closer to the chaotic abyss. After tearing space 5 times, Yang Kai walked out of the void and immediately sat down cross-legged, gasping for breath as he said, "Wait a moment, I need to restore myself first." Every time he used this method, it consumed a huge amount of energy, so Yang Kai couldn't continue like this endlessly. The power in his knowledge sea had been consumed by more than half, so he needed to replenish it in case something unexpected happened. Chapter 1029. After an hour, Yang Kai had fully recovered and led the group forward through the void. Every time he used this method, he had to determine the direction of the divine sense threads he had left behind before, otherwise, there would be no way to advance through this 7-colored territory. Things proceeded unexpectedly smoothly, none of the things Yang Kai had been worried about happening. The 6 people behind him also remembered Yang Kai's instructions and didn't dare to use any of their strength. Even Guizhou behaved very obediently and cooperated. It seemed that if they continued like this, they would really be able to reach the chaotic abyss soon. With hope in front of them, everyone's expression became excited. Somewhere in the 7-colored sky, Yang Kai appeared again, and after the other 6 appeared, the void crack that had been torn open slowly closed. Yang Kai smiled and looked at the group. "This is the final stretch of the road. As long as we pass through the void one more time, we will reach the chaotic abyss." Hearing what he said, everyone's eyes lit up with anticipation. "Little brat, hurry up, this old master can't wait to see the outside world," Guizhou grinned and urged. "I still need to restore myself," Yang Kai said lightly. Hurry up." Yang Kai sat down cross-legged without saying a word. He wasn't lying to everyone, there was indeed only one final stretch of the road ahead. As long as he tore the void one more time, he was confident he could reach the chaotic abyss, but at this moment, he still felt a little uneasy. This uneasiness came from Guizhou. He had no good way to restrain this old monster who had lived for more than 2,000 years from making promises after they were safe. He could only passively choose to believe him and pray that he wouldn't go back on his word. This feeling made Yang Kai very uncomfortable. "Senior, can you take back this mark on my mark?" Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and said to Guizhou, "You'll be free soon, so there's no need to monitor me anymore, right?" Guizhou chuckled softly and didn't say anything. Nodding, a wisp of resentment suddenly flew out from the human face mark on Yang Kai's arm and rushed into Guizhou's body, causing the mark to disappear. Yang Kai's body and mind became light, as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. "Boy, do your job honestly and this old master won't do anything to you," Guizhou snorted lightly. "Senior, please forgive me." Yang Kai chuckled, stood up, and took a light breath. Under the gazes of the crowd, he casually tore open space. He was the first to enter and lead the way. As soon as he stepped into the space turbulence, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became dignified. He stood in place and did not move forward. Instead, he quietly sensed his surroundings. "What are you dilly-dallying for? Don't tell me you're trying to play some kind of trick at this last moment." Guizhou, who had followed him in, saw him acting strangely and couldn't help calling out. Yang Kai did not answer and continued to sense. Suddenly, his face changed as he shouted, "Go quickly, don't stop. The space turbulence here is more chaotic than anywhere else. It should be because we are close to the chaotic abyss." Yang Kai's appearance, as if he was facing a great enemy, caused the faces of the other 6 people to pale as they hurried to keep up with him. Wherever Yang Kai passed, the turbulence in the void would be temporarily smoothed out so that they wouldn't be pulled into the chaotic space, but now, everyone faintly felt that wherever their feet passed, the land that should have been smooth had become somewhat viscous, tugging at their bodies. The surrounding void barriers were also squirming fiercely, and the turbulence was like a swarm of locusts, shuttling back and forth around them, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Kacha, a series of cracking sounds were transmitted to the depths of one's soul as the surrounding space barriers seemed to crack at this moment, forming one void crack after another. From these void cracks, an unparalleled suction force emerged that seemed to want to swallow everyone. Although none of them were proficient in the mysteries of space, they all knew how terrifying these void cracks were. These void cracks were completely traceless and no one knew where they existed in the star's territory. Once one was swallowed into one, it was likely no one would be able to find them again. As such, all of them mustered all their strength to follow Yang Kai, not daring to fall behind. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he didn't hesitate, his figure quickly moving forward, arriving at a certain spot in front of him where he stretched out his hand and tore. The void barrier was torn apart, and from this tear, a familiar scene appeared before everyone's eyes. The gigantic stars filled with energy were scattered in every corner of the chaotic abyss. They were as enchanting as ever. The chaotic abyss. Yang Kai's face lit up and he prepared to rush out. At that moment, Shen Tu and Bai Ye suddenly exclaimed, as if something unexpected had happened behind them. Hearing their shouts, Yang Kai turned his head and saw Gue Zhu with an anxious look on his face, his figure flickering as he prepared to escape the danger ahead of everyone else. However, as soon as he began circulating his strength, the turbulence in the entire void crack seemed to be stimulated and all of it erupted, breaking the stability Yang Kai had been trying to suppress in an instant. Before Gue Zhu had time to rush out, half of his body was swallowed up by a void crack, causing him to freeze on the spot. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to escape from this void crack. Yuxi and her master, who were following behind him, were also swallowed up by this void crack. When Yang Kai turned around, he saw them casting him a pleading look. He saw their longing for life, and he saw their blankness. Even now, they still obeyed Yang Kai's previous instructions and didn't dare to use any of their strength. Gue Zhu also realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and his gloomy ghost chi burst out in an attempt to violently break free from this void crack. However, this void crack was like a swamp, and the stronger Gue Zhu's strength was, the faster he would sink, causing his old face to pale. Fuck. Shen Tu couldn't help cursing, "Brother Yang, run." Yang Kai's expression fluctuated as his eyes filled with hesitation and struggle. He stared at Gue Zhu, who had been swallowed up by the void crack with only his head remaining, then at He Zhao and He Miao, all kinds of thoughts flashing through his mind. Yang Kai's body stiffened in place as he struggled internally. If he took another step forward, he would be able to reach the chaotic abyss and escape from the threat of Gue Zhu. Once he was swallowed up by this void crack, even Gue Zhu wouldn't be able to find a way out. He would taste a life even more bitter and difficult than being trapped on the floating continent, spending the rest of his life alone in this void crack. Yang Kai was happy to see this scene. However, He Zhao and He Miao would also die. He still remembered that when Gue Zhu wanted to throw him into the space array to test out the void corridor, it was He Zhao who had been the first to stand up and speak up for him. "Brother Yang." Shen Tu's roar sounded again. Yang Kai had blocked his and Bai Ye's way forward, but Shen Tu was too embarrassed to cross Yang Kai and anxiously stomped his feet. Bai Ye's heart was also in turmoil, her beautiful eyes staring towards Yang Kai, wondering what choice he would make. This hesitation only lasted for a moment before Yang Kai's eyes became firm. Waving his hand, the edge of the void crack he had torn suddenly ignited with demonic flames, making it impossible for the void crack to close for the time being. "Go!" Yang Kai said, grabbing Shen Tu in one hand and Bai Ye in the other, throwing the two of them out before flying off with a gloomy face. "Brother Yang." Shen Tu's face changed as he watched Yang Kai brush past him, and by the time he recovered, he had already arrived in the chaotic abyss. Amidst the void, Yang Kai soon arrived in front of the void crack that had swallowed up the group of four, stared at Guizhou, and hurriedly said, "If you want to live, restrain your strength, don't cause trouble for me." Guizhou's face went from blue to white as he obediently withdrew his strength, no longer resisting. "I'll save you, so don't panic and don't do anything," Yang Kai said to Hizeo and He Miao before sitting down directly in front of the four of them and releasing his divine sense, condensing his Saint Chi and spiritual energy into a single point before pouring them into the void crack. He fused his own understanding of the mysteries of space into this crack, resonating with it and making it listen to his control for the time being. Soon, the four people who were gradually sinking down were pleasantly surprised to find that the pulling force had weakened and disappeared. Not only that, there was also a reverse force that was pushing the four of them upwards, allowing them to escape the restraints of the crevice. All four of them looked excited, the He sisters Hizeo and He Miao's beautiful eyes filled with tears as they stared at Yang Kai in front of them, their hearts filled with joy. They had thought that they were going to die this time, but at the last moment, Yang Kai had returned to save them. They all knew that Yang Kai had taken a great risk. This made their mood subtly change as an inexplicable feeling flowed through their hearts, warming their tender bodies. This feeling dispelled the panic in their hearts and made them glow, as if they were no longer afraid of any kind of danger. Even Yushi, at this moment, changed her opinion of Yang Kai, a look of gratitude filling her pretty face. "Ah!" He Miao suddenly exclaimed as she pointed to a certain place below Yang Kai. Everyone looked in the direction she was pointing and their expressions changed again. Where Yang Kai was standing, another void crack appeared, allowing him to slowly sink into it. At the same time, more and more void cracks appeared, seemingly wanting to swallow up this already chaotic space. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Come out." Hearing his shout, the four of them dared to move, one after another escaping from the void crack and rushing out. Yushi was at the back of the group, and whether it was because of nervousness or something else, she stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Yang Kai quickly picked her up and wrapped his arm around her waist, before the countless cracks in the ground widened and disappeared like a bolt of lightning. Yushi instantly stiffened as she felt the strength and heat from the big hand around her waist. It was as if she had been cursed, unable to summon the slightest bit of strength. She turned her head and looked at the junior beside her, inexplicably feeling a sense of security, as if she was a ship in a tranquil harbor, causing her mood to become complicated. Chapter 1030. Back in the chaotic abyss, Shen Tu and Baiya both anxiously looked towards the void crack, hoping to see Yang Kai's figure. However, they couldn't see the situation inside at all. The demonic flames had already begun to close, but there was still no sign of anyone escaping. Yang Kai and the others seemed to be trapped inside forever. Could something have happened to him? Shen Tu muttered, "Brother Yang's understanding of the Tao of space has already reached a very high level, nothing should have happened to him, right? What do you think?" He turned to look at Baiya, hoping she could confirm his statement. "I don't know." Baiya shook her head, her mood was also very complicated, but I hope nothing bad happens to him. If Yang Kai didn't return and was swallowed up by the void, the sole brand she had under Yang Kai's control would disappear. Once her brand disappeared, she would die. Naturally, she didn't want anything to happen to Yang Kai. "He's coming out." Shen Tu suddenly shouted, rushing forward to greet him when he saw a figure rush out from the void crack that was about to close. It was Guizhou. Seeing his face, Shen Tu shouted with dissatisfaction, "How could it be you? Where's Brother Yang?" Behind him. Guizhou turned his head and saw the Hizeo and He Miao sisters break out, followed by Yang Kai and Yushi. As soon as Yang Kai left, the void crack burned by demonic flames closed again, disappearing without a trace. I knew Brother Yang was blessed, nothing bad would happen to you." Shen Tu laughed heartily, sincerely feeling happy for Yang Kai. Saying so though, his expression suddenly became strange as he stared at Yang Kai with great interest, chuckling meaningfully, as if he had discovered something, an ambiguous look appearing on his face. Everyone else's eyes also gathered on this scene, their expressions becoming strange. Yang Kai was holding Yushi's waist at this moment, but Yushi didn't seem to resist, her neck blushing slightly as an unnatural look appeared on her pretty face. He Miao couldn't help covering her mouth as her beautiful eyes widened, staring at this incredible scene. She didn't know what had happened between her master and Yang Kai after she and her elder sister left to suddenly become so intimate. What was most incredible to her though, was that her master didn't seem to have any intention of resisting. She had never allowed any man to get within 10 meters of her, let alone be embraced by another. This was the first time she had ever seen such a scene. If her master's admirers from Sword Union were to learn of this, they would definitely go after Yang Kai. Hizeo couldn't help but cough lightly, not knowing what to say to remind her master. Being stared at by so many pairs of eyes, Yushi's expression became even more unnatural, wishing she could dive back into the void and never come out again. Yang Kai, on the other hand, didn't say a word and simply let go of her before his figure flickered and he suddenly flew 1,000 meters away, staring coldly and vigilantly at Guizhou as he prepared to tear space and escape at any moment. The ambiguous atmosphere was instantly broken and everyone's expression became dignified, all eyes turning towards Guizhou as if they were facing a great enemy. Now that everyone had left the floating continent and successfully arrived at the chaotic abyss, Guizhou had achieved his long-cherished wish of 2,000 years. If he were to suddenly attack them at this time, besides Yang Kai, no one else would have a chance of survival. Out in the vast star territory, the sky was filled with stars and the atmosphere was quite oppressive and tense. Guizhou smiled softly as his pair of gloomy eyes stared at Yang Kai 1,000 meters away, no one able to tell what he was thinking. Violent heartbeats rang out from everyone's chests, like the beating of a drum. "Boy, what are you afraid of?" Guizhou asked. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he bluntly said, "I'm afraid that Senior will go back on his word." "Is this old master so untrustworthy?" Guizhou coldly snorted, "Based on your words alone, this old master can kill you 12 times over. Don't think that just because you can tear space you can escape from this old master's palm. Your strength is too weak, I can stop you before you even begin. I believe Senior has such strength, but if you really do try, this junior won't just sit still and wait for death." Yang Kai said solemnly. "Senior Guizhou, seeing that Brother Yang fulfilled his promise and successfully brought you out of that place, you..." Shen Tu tried to persuade, but before he could finish, Guizhou glared at him coldly, causing Shen Tu's expression to fill with pain as he clutched his head and howled miserably. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. "Senior!" Yushi called out. Guizhou turned to look at her again, causing Yushi's face to go pale as she screamed in pain like Shen Tuesday, "This old master is Guizhou, this old master has never been a trustworthy person. Trusting me was your biggest mistake." Guizhou snorted. His body suddenly became blurry, causing Yang Kai to feel a sense of alarm and quickly push his strength, but before he could tear space, a gloomy aura invaded his body, making him unable to move. Guizhou, who had disappeared, reappeared in front of him, looking down on him. "And, this old master really intended to kill you after you took me out of that place. You should know why, because you never really wanted to cooperate with me." Guizhou grinned. "Do you think this old master doesn't know what you're planning? If this old master's strength was not above yours, any other Saint King realm or even origin returning realm cultivator would have been killed by you." Yang Kai didn't say anything because what Guizhou said was true. It was because Guizhou's strength was too high that Yang Kai's various ideas could not be realized. Half a cup of tea's worth of time ago, this old master planned to do just that. Guizhou's expression suddenly changed and became strange, but now, this old master has changed his mind. "No matter what, you risked your life to save me, although that was not your intention and was just something you did to save those girls. If this old master really killed you, it would be too ungrateful and would only make him a laughingstock. This old master doesn't like to owe others favors. You brought me out and saved me, giving this old master a chance to take revenge, so this old master will spare your life. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at Guizhu in amazement. Surprised? Did you think this old master was someone who didn't have a human heart? Yang Kai frowned and hesitated for a moment before saying, Junior didn't think so. Senior, being able to remember the grudge from 2,000 years ago, presumably you still have a human heart. Perhaps 2,000 years ago, Senior was still a good person. Ha ha ha. Guizhu laughed loudly, a good person. And, this old master was indeed a good person at the time, but after 2,000 years of loneliness, any good person's character will change. Boy, do you want to follow this old master? Guizhu shouted as he stared at Yang Kai with scorching eyes, this old master thinks you are quite pleasing to the eye. If you follow this old master can guarantee you that no one will dare embarrass you in the entire star territory. This old master can also teach you cultivation so you can reach the origin returning realm in the shortest time possible. With your aptitude, I'm afraid it won't even take 100 years. Yang Kai didn't even think about it and shook his head. Senior's kindness must be appreciated, but Junior does not want to live such a life. You refuse this old master. Guizhu looked at Yang Kai with some surprise. You dare refuse this old master? Do you look down on this old master? His expression suddenly became fierce and violent, as if Yang Kai's answer had dissatisfied him and he would immediately kill him. Yang Kai remained calm and laughed. Senior must be joking. You are an Origin King Realm Star Master, presumably anyone would place their hopes under your wings. Junior admires you greatly, so how could he look down on you? Then why do you refuse? Yang Kai frowned and hesitated for a moment before saying, Junior does not want to grow up like a flower in a greenhouse, that is too delicate and cannot withstand the wind and rain. I believe Senior's words. With your guidance, I will be able to reach the return to void stage in less than 100 years. However, perhaps the return to void stage will be my limit after growing up in that kind of environment. If I want to pursue a higher cultivation base like Senior's, I will need to sharpen myself and fight. Guizhu's originally unhappy look suddenly changed as he looked at Yang Kai approvingly and nodded gently. What you say makes sense, so this old master won't force you. If one day you find a way, you can come find me at any time. This old master's name will soon resound throughout the entire star territory, so it won't be too difficult for you to find me. Then this Junior wishes Senior the best in obtaining his revenge and ending a 1,000-year-old grudge. Yang Kai cupped his fists. This sentence struck a chord with Guizhu's heart, causing him to grin happily. Little brat, you know how to talk. This old master's opinion of you is becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. Forget it, take this thing, this old master has no use for it. Consider it my thanks for saving my life. Saying so, he flicked his hand and a dark object suddenly flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and examined it carefully. He was surprised to find that it was actually a token. This token had a single character engraved on it, Emperor's Emperor. This character gave off an extremely oppressive aura that made Yang Kai almost unable to breathe. A star sect token? Yang Kai exclaimed. He still remembered that this token was found by Guizhu from Yushi's space ring. When this token appeared, Yushi, Lu Guichen, and the others all paled. He also realized that this star sect token was an excellent treasure that everyone coveted. Senior, this thing, you don't know what it's used for? Guizhu asked. Yang Kai shook his head. As someone from a low-level continent, I really don't know. Star Sect tokens, also known as Star Emperor tokens, are the tokens of the Great Emperors of Star Territory. Great Emperors of Star Territory? Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a strange light. He is just a legend. Legend has it that the entire Star Territory was once controlled by a single person, one of the great emperors of Star Territory. His cultivation is so high that it can penetrate the heavens and penetrate the earth. Even this old man might not be as good as him. When he controlled Star Territory, he produced 10 Star Emperor tokens, each of which sealed a divine technique of his, a divine technique capable of destroying a star. Yang Kai paled, his eyes bulging as he realized why Lu Guichen, Yushi, and the others were fighting over this Star Emperor token, thoroughly understanding just how precious this Star Emperor token was. Chapter 1031. Sealed inside this Star Emperor token was the divine technique of the great emperors of the Star Territory. Once it was used, it was capable of killing an origin king. Yang Kai was shocked speechless. In this old master's time, someone once used this Star Emperor token to kill an origin king. Can it really kill an origin king? That's what the rumors say, but this old master has never seen it with his own eyes, so I don't know how powerful it really is. It may have been exaggerated, but I'm certain its power is extraordinary. Now that so many years have passed, I'm afraid there aren't many left of the 10 Star Emperor tokens. Take care of them carefully. If you really encounter some kind of unsolvable disaster, you can use them, but remember, this Star Emperor token can only be used once. Guizhu said. Yang Kai suddenly felt that this Star Emperor token was a bit too precious and looked at Guizhu hesitantly. Senior, since this token is so precious, why are you giving it to me? Guizhu grinned. This old master has no children, no attachments, and his strength has reached a level where no one can threaten me, so what use is there for this token? If you don't want it, just throw it away. I'm sure those people over there will be happy to take it. He pointed to Shintu and the others who were looking over 1,000 meters away. Yang Kai decisively put the Star Emperor token into the Demon Mystic Tome and hid it in the most secluded corner. Seeing this, Guizhu nodded with satisfaction. Good, good. And, do you want this old master to take you out of here? No need, I can find the way out, Yang Kai refused politely. Guizhu didn't say anything more, simply grinning and saying, good, good. Live well, this old master will be going. Saying so, he didn't linger, his figure transforming into a black cloud and quickly flying away. Looking in the direction he left, Yang Kai stood in place with a strange look on his face for a while before shaking his head and smiling, turning around and approaching Shintu and the others. Shintu and Yushi stood there quietly. Shintu and Yushi had just been targeted by Guizhu and still had some lingering fear. Thinking about Guizhu's mysterious methods, both of them couldn't help shuddering. Brother Yang, did he leave? Shintu asked nervously. Let's go. Yang Kai nodded. Are they really leaving just like that? Shintu was surprised. When Guizhu suddenly approached Yang Kai just now, they all thought that Yang Kai was doomed, but Guizhu only spoke a few words to Yang Kai before leaving. This was beyond everyone's expectations. He's really gone. Yang Kai repeated, you don't have to be nervous. Actually, he's not bad, just a little grumpy. Hearing Yang Kai's words, everyone couldn't help but gasp for breath, their bodies and minds relaxed. Masters are all like this. Yushi smiled bitterly, they don't put people like us in their eyes. Brother Yang, what did he say to you just now? You two seem to be having a good conversation, Shintu asked curiously. He didn't say much, just thanked me then reprimanded me. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and casually spouted some nonsense. He believed that what he had just said to Guizhu was completely unknown to these people. Now that the Star Emperor token had fallen into his hands, it was impossible for him to tell others about it. The value of this token was too great, and once news of it leaked out, it would likely cause many unnecessary storms. Looking around, Yang Kai said, let's go, we need to leave this place. Everyone looked at him with a bitter expression, and no one dared to move. How do we leave? This isn't some random place, this is the chaotic abyss, our Sword Union's chart masters and Purple Star's chart masters are not here," Yushi smiled bitterly. Baya checked the star shuttle under her feet and shook her head. "My star has been damaged by the chaos in this territory. Without the guidance of a star shuttle, we won't be able to find a way out." The joy of freedom they had just experienced was once again replaced by despair as everyone's faces became uglier than the last. "Oh, Senior Guizhu just gave me some directions, just follow me," Yang Kai said lightly. Everyone's eyes were instantly filled with surprise as they stared at him. Shen Tu shouted incredulously, "Brother Yang, you mean Guizhu not only didn't kill you, but also kept his previous promise and kindly gave us directions?" And Yang Kai nodded. "How could that be? How did he suddenly become so nice?" Shen Tu still couldn't believe it. "That doesn't make sense." "That's the truth, let's go." Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and Shen Tu stepped onto it without any trace of politeness, grinning widely as he said, "Brother Yang, I'm relying on you, I don't have any artifacts on me." "It's fine." A group of 6 people, 4 star shuttles, shuttled through the chaotic abyss as fast as lightning. While leading the way, Yang Kai immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea, spying on the vast star that adorned his knowledge sea to determine his position. He quickly realized the preciousness of this star. Because through this star, he could easily determine his position, allowing him to accurately determine the direction to leave the chaotic abyss without any interference from the various territory here. Yang Kai didn't know where the Purple Star Master named Wuxia had obtained this treasure, but this treasure now belonged to him. He was faintly grateful to this Wuxia, because if he hadn't died by his side, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to obtain this star and gain insight into the various stars and dangers in this territory. With this star, Yang Kai could go anywhere he wanted. Time passed by, and among the group of 6, besides Shen Tu who was constantly muttering nonsense, everyone else remained silent. Baya would occasionally chat with Shen Tu, but after noticing how talkative this guy was, she began deliberately ignoring him. After experiencing this series of hardships, the other 5 had already regarded Yang Kai as their only hope and unconditionally chose to believe in him, not objecting to any of his instructions. Following behind Yang Kai, they flew through the chaotic abyss for 2 months. On this day, a scene they had never seen before suddenly appeared in front of them. It was a dense sea of asteroids. Countless asteroids, large and small, were scattered throughout the starry sky. They were all flying at high speed under the influence of an inexplicable force. The sea of asteroids was so long that one couldn't see the end of it. It seemed like it could wrap up the entire star field. Seeing this asteroid sea, everyone's eyes couldn't help lighting up. "We're leaving." Shen Tu shouted, "We're finally leaving this place." "How did you know?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. "The periphery of the chaotic abyss is covered by this asteroid sea, everyone knows about it," Shen Tu replied. Yang Kai looked around at the others and saw them all nodding. "It's me who is ignorant." Kai Yang rubbed his nose. Shen Tu laughed and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. "The place you came from is a bit, it's small, it's normal for you not to know, you'll slowly understand in the future. I won't go to the chaotic abyss for the rest of my life, it's really full of disasters. You're the young master of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, how could you have been captured by Lu Guichen? Where are your guards?" Yushi suddenly asked. "The young master of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce?" Baya covered her red lips and exclaimed, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes as she stared toward Shen Tu. Shen Tu glanced over at Yushi and chuckled meaningfully, "When did you see through my identity?" "I didn't, it was just a guess. When you were on the floating continent, you asked Yang Kai to send a message to Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, and your appearance is somewhat similar to a master I met many years ago. And that master was called AIO. Yushi quickly said. AIO? Hengluo Chamber of Commerce's President AIO? Baya exclaimed, staring at Shen Tu with a somewhat different look. Even He Zhao and He Miao couldn't help trembling, none of them having expected Shen Tu to have such a background. Yang Kai listened to their conversation silently, suddenly understanding that Shen Tu's background wasn't small. He had learned from Shen Tu that Hengluo Chamber of Commerce was a great force within Star's territory that was not inferior to Purple Star or Sword Union. However, unlike Purple Star and Sword Union, Hengluo Chamber of Commerce's focus was on commerce. The Chamber of Commerce's industries and businesses were spread throughout Star's territory and had dealings with all the great forces within Star's territory. Hengluo Chamber of Commerce occupied several of the most abundant cultivation stars in Star's territory, so they could provide many rare cultivation resources to these great forces. "You're President Aio's son." Baiya looked at Shen Tu in amazement. "How come I've never heard of you before?" "I'm an illegitimate son, I've never made it public," Shen Tu grinned meaningfully. "It's natural that you haven't heard of me." Yushi couldn't help coughing dryly, her expression unnatural as she said, "There are rumors that President Aio is a womanizer and has many affairs outside." Baiya smiled bitterly. "Since you have such an identity, why didn't you just tell Master Lu at the time? He would have treated you with utmost respect. How could he have thrown you into the starship's power room?" As soon as Lu Guichen was mentioned, Shen Tu ground his teeth and said, "I told him, but he didn't believe me. If it weren't for Brother Yang helping me, I'm afraid I would have already died on your Purple Star starship." Everyone's faces went black, but after thinking about it carefully, they felt that Lu Guichen not believing Shen Tu's words made sense. Aio was a master and had several sons. The names of these sons were no secret, so if a little brat they had never heard of suddenly claimed to be President Aio's illegitimate son, no one would believe him. Everyone would think he was just spouting nonsense to deceive them. "You're really unlucky," Yang Kai looked at him sympathetically. "Who said I wasn't?" Shen Tu said angrily, "If I had died on this trip, how unjust would that have been?" Seeing his aggrieved appearance, He Miao couldn't help giggling. The group continued chatting as they shuttled back and forth through the endless asteroid sea. After a few days, the six of them finally rushed out of the asteroid sea. The scene in front of his eyes suddenly changed. What he saw was a sky full of stars. There were solar stars that had been emitting enormous heat since ancient times, cold moon stars, and many different kinds of cultivation stars that exuded exuberant vitality. There were even more dead stars where not even a blade of grass grew. There was nothing there, not even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was boundlessly desolate. "We're out!" Shen Tu shouted. Chapter 1032. The four streaks of light came to a stop outside the chaotic abyss. Looking at the familiar scenery of this star territory, except for Yang Kai, everyone else trembled with excitement. Shen Tu even let out a long roar, venting the excitement in his heart. After a while, everyone's mood slowly calmed down. "Where are we?" Baiya turned her head and looked around. Although she knew that this was the periphery of the chaotic abyss, she couldn't determine their exact location. "I recognize this place, I was captured not far from here. This place isn't far from our Chamber of Commerce's main continent, Water Moon Star. And, if we use a star shuttle, it'll only take us a month to get there," Shen Tu explained. "Water Moon Star?" Yushi said thoughtfully, "If you say so, I can recognize the direction. Sword Union's main continent, Sword Star, should be in that position." She pointed to a certain spot in the star field. "Would you like to head to Water Moon Star for a few days?" Shen Tu looked around and invited everyone. After experiencing such a difficult escape, everyone felt much closer to each other and had put aside their previous grievances. Yushi glanced over at Yang Kai and seemed to want to agree, but soon her expression became bitter as she shook her head. "No, this time I lost a Saint King grade high-rank starship and several hundred elites. I have to return to Sword Union quickly to report this matter." Shen Tu looked at her and said with some sympathy, "If one day you can no longer stay in Sword Union, I welcome you to Hengluo Chamber of Commerce." Although my status in the Chamber of Commerce is not as high as my brother's, I can still recommend someone to join. Young Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he suddenly understood that she would likely be punished by Sword Union when she returned. After all, her losses this time were too great and she had even lost a Star Emperor token. When that day comes, I'll see. She smiled bitterly. She turned to look at Yang Kai again with a complicated expression. Only after a long time did her red lips move slightly. Yang Kai, thank you for bringing us 3 master and disciple out of that cage. Thank you for saving our lives in that void crack. She hesitated for a moment before whispering, also. I'm sorry. As he said this, he bowed and sincerely apologized. He apologized for all the unpleasant things that happened between him and Yang Kai in the past. Yang Kai nodded and accepted her apology. Everyone, us 3 master and disciple will take our leave first, she said, turning around and heading towards the direction of Jianxing. Yang Kai, you have to take care of yourself. I hope that we can meet again one day. He waved goodbye to Yang Kai, seemingly reluctant to part with him. Take care. Zhao nodded. You too. Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand, watching their figures gradually disappear into the vast star territory. If they don't want to go, Brother Yang, you won't refuse, right? Shen Tu looked at Yang Kai and asked. I don't mind. In any case, I've only just arrived on Star's territory and haven't decided where to go yet, nor do I have a place to stay. Yang Kai grinned. There's no harm in sending you back to Water Moon Star. Many thanks to Brother Yang. If I had to fly back to Water Moon Star alone, would probably die halfway. Shen Tu was overjoyed. Then let's go. Wait a moment, Yang Kai said, turning to Baiya and saying faintly, you should also go. Where am I going? Baiya looked confused. I don't know, you can go wherever you want, as long as you don't follow me around. Baiya's beautiful eyes lit up as she stared at Yang Kai with some surprise and joy. You mean? I'm free. I told you on that continent that after we left, you and I would go our separate ways. I never intended to bind you. Then why did you? Baiya looked at Yang Kai in confusion, not understanding why he had taken her soul brand and taken control of her life and death if he already had such a plan. That was your punishment. You are different from others. We have a lot of grievances between us. I can abandon Lu Guichen and let him fend for himself, but since I brought you out, you must pay a price. Your soul brand is that price. Yang Kai quickly said, I will keep that brand so I can make sure you don't reveal my secrets and that you don't hold a grudge against me. After a few dozen years or even 100 years, I may return it to you. Baiya's brow furrowed as she stared at Yang Kai faintly, biting her lip as she asked, what if you accidentally die? You should pray that I won't die, that my life will be as long as the heavens. Yang Kai looked at her seriously. Baiya couldn't help laughing. Your appetite is too big. Forget it, in any case, I was able to come out alive. If you want to keep that brand, then keep it. However, I don't have anywhere to go right now. I don't dare go back to Purple Star. So many people have disappeared, if I go back alone, I will definitely be questioned. And, young Master Shen Tu, can you recommend me to your Chamber of Commerce? My strength isn't bad, I'm a third-order saint. After living on that continent for so long, I feel like I'm on the verge of breaking through to the Saint King realm. With my current cultivation, I should be able to deliver supplies to your Chamber of Commerce. Shen Tu thought about it for a moment before nodding. If you really have a Saint King, our Chamber of Commerce will be happy to accept you. That's great, I'll go to Water Moon Star with you. Within a month, I'll definitely break through. Baiya cheered happily. Saying so, she shot a flirtatious glance towards Yang Kai. It's you who didn't know how to cherish this servant, don't regret it in the future. Your Chamber of Commerce can accept such a woman. Yang Kai looked at Shen Tu in amazement. Is there a problem? Shen Tu was puzzled. Yang Kai just shook his head and didn't say anything. The secret art Baiya cultivated was obviously one that used yang energy to supplement her yin energy. Such a woman, if placed in Tongxian realm, would definitely be hated by all. She would likely be killed before she could even mature. On Tongxian realm, there were too many apologists and self-proclaimed righteous people. People like Baiya were the ones they hated the most. However, Shentu didn't seem to care about this at all and was even willing to recommend her to the Chamber of Commerce. The Star Territory was really different from Tongxian realm. It seemed that they didn't care about evil, as long as one had strength. Hey, what kind of woman am I? Baiya suddenly became unhappy, and after confirming that Yang Kai was no longer restricting her like before, she immediately relaxed her body and mind, no longer holding back. Don't you know what kind of woman you are? Yang Kai glanced over at her. Isn't it just because my surname is Yang? Aren't all men like this? Why can men do it but women can't? Baiya grumbled discontentedly. Enough, let's go, I can't wait to return to Water Moon Star to rest. Shentu interrupted the quarrel between the two and pointed in a certain direction to Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately ordered his star shuttle to fly in that direction. Along the way, no one spoke, only Baiya's unbridled giggles could be heard. She was like an oriole that had just escaped from its cage, giggling all the way. Yang Kai soon discovered that the star shuttle under her feet seemed to be flying faster than his own. This wasn't simply because he was carrying Shentu, but rather because her star shuttle was of a higher grade. This made Yang Kai secretly make up his mind that when they arrived at Water Moon Star, he would definitely switch to a higher grade star shuttle because he would be spending a lot of time shuttling through the star field in the future. A good star shuttle would save him a lot of time. Shentu was very familiar with the terrain around Water Moon Star, and under his guidance, the group of three avoided many dangers along the way. On this day, a huge multicolored stars suddenly appeared in front of the trio. These stars exuded a rich vitality and overflowed world energy. Standing atop his star shuttle, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he immediately understood that this was the main continent of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, the Water Moon Star that Shentu had mentioned. The entire stars were covered in a layer of clouds, and from the territory of this star, one could vaguely see the continental plates and oceans of this star. There were also a number of densely packed buildings that stood in different positions, and inside these buildings, there were many small black dots moving about. These were living creatures. Yang Kai's spirit shook as he realized that it was only now that he had successfully set foot on the real territory of this star. After leaving Tongxian realm, Yang Kai had wandered around and explored the depths of this star territory, but he hadn't really seen the many wonders of this star's territory, nor had he come to a cultivation star where living creatures gathered. Water Moon Star was his first stop. Yang Kai was a little excited. Over there. Shentu pointed to the left, let's go there, my palace is in that direction. Yang Kai followed his instructions and changed the direction they were heading in. A short time later, the group of three passed through the thick clouds and landed on Water Moon Star. A strong attractive force came from the star and pulled the star shuttle downwards, but this attractive force wasn't too strong, so Yang Kai was able to easily circulate his strength to resist it. After passing through the clouds, the world suddenly opened up and everything on Water Moon Star was instantly imprinted in Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai was like a country bumpkin who had just entered the city, looking around, feeling incomparably refreshed. Seeing his curious look, Baiya and Shentu exchanged a glance and couldn't help snickering. They both knew that Yang Kai came from a low-level world, but he had probably never experienced such a thing before. High up in the sky, a series of blue lights flew about as cultivators' star shuttles hurried on their way. Unlike on Tongxian realm, where only Yang Kai had a star shuttle artifact, on Water Moon Star, this kind of scene was common. Shentu continued to point the way, not allowing Yang Kai to land. Along the way, they passed by many towering and majestic cities. Within those cities, all kinds of living beings coexisted peacefully. Yang Kai saw the demon race, the monster race in human form, the horn race from great demon gods' memories, and many other races he couldn't name. They all lived together and didn't have any concept of race. How can a single force manage a few cultivation stars? How can they manage all of them? Yang Kai was puzzled. When he was the holy master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, he was incredibly busy. Just Nine Heavens' Holy Land alone took up a lot of his time and energy, so it was hard for him to imagine what kind of scene it would be if the entire Tongxian realm was under his control. Chapter 1033. Yang Kai couldn't imagine how a person at the helm of a great force managed several cultivation stars at once. Most likely, they wouldn't even have time to cultivate, just dealing with all kinds of matters would fill their schedule to the brim. Managing one layer at a time, Shen Tu smiled. The top management is the middle management is the lower management, each layer is responsible for the next. How could there not be enough management? There's no need for a leader to do everything himself. With this explanation, Yang Kai suddenly realized that he had asked a stupid question and immediately fell silent. He had not reached such a height, so he felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. However, people walked to higher places, and water flowed to lower places. As long as it was a living creature, there was not a single one who did not painstakingly climb up. Beast herds had beast kings and empires had sovereigns. They stood at the peak, enjoying the unique scenery, and had the ability to govern their own race and empire. This wasn't something he needed to worry about. After an hour, a group of buildings appeared not far ahead, covering a large area. Shen Tu directed Yang Kai to land there. The shapes of these buildings were strange, all of which Yang Kai had never seen before. Some were like minarets while others were like skyscrapers, towering thousands of meters high. We're here. With this place as the center, the surrounding 3,000 kilometers is my territory. Shen Tu jumped off his star shuttle, spread his arms, and breathed in the air exaggeratedly, a happy expression on his face. Yang Kai and Baiya also put away their star shuttles and landed behind him, looking around. Yang Kai released his divine sense and quickly discovered that there were hundreds of cultivators gathered here. These cultivators' cultivation varied greatly, some of them not very high, only reaching the immortal ascension boundary or transcendent realm, some even reaching the Yuan Qi boundary, but there were a few whose auras were quite powerful, not any weaker than Yu Shi or Lu Guichen. These were all Saint King realm masters. Yang Kai understood that although there were many experts within the star territory, these experts had grown up step by step. Each of them had experienced the initial element stage, the Qi transformation stage, the separation and reunion stage, the Yuan Qi stage, the immortal gate stage. He cultivated step by step, breaking through layers upon layers of shackles and fetters, obtaining a powerful cultivation base that he was proud of. However, a cultivator who could break free from the shackles of a cultivation star and go deep into the star field was at least in the saint realm. Therefore, the people Yang Kai saw in the star field were not weak. A cultivator below the saint realm, even with the protection of a star shuttle, would not dare expose their body to the star field. The merciless star field would kill them all. They had to hide inside the starship to ensure their safety. It seemed that the arrival of the trio had alarmed the cultivator here, and a middle-aged man in black clothes suddenly flashed out. After seeing Shen Tu, he couldn't help smiling and calling out, "Young Master Shen Tu, you're back." "I'm back." Shen Tu nodded gently at him and grinned. "Did anything happen here while I was away?" The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Nothing happened, but President Aio came looking for you half a year ago because young master suddenly disappeared. He was furious for a while." Shen Tu couldn't help paling slightly as he shrank his neck. "Father came looking for me? Did he say what he wanted?" The middle-aged man said, "He didn't say anything, he only said to wait for young master to come back and see him as soon as possible." Shen Tu's expression became bitter as he muttered, it's over, this time I'm dead, I'll definitely suffer some physical pain. While the two of them were talking, Yang Kai carefully observed their expressions and guessed that this middle-aged man and the other masters hidden inside were all Hengluo Chamber of Commerce's subordinates who had been sent to protect Shen Tuesday. The middle-aged man was also intentionally or unintentionally looking at Yang Kai and Baiya. When he looked at Yang Kai, he didn't show much emotion, but when he looked at Baiya, there was obvious disgust. He seemed to be able to tell at a glance that Baiya was a loose woman and thought Shen Tu had been seduced by her. Young master, these two are. The middle-aged man looked at Yang Kai and Baiya and asked. Oh, this brother's name is Yang Kai. Shen Tu pulled Yang Kai to his side and affectionately put his arm around his shoulder, solemnly introducing him, this is a life and death brother I made on this trip. And, Uncle Yang Kai, treat him as my benefactor. Young master's benefactor. The middle-aged man named Yang Kai wore a solemn expression and didn't ask much, cupping his fists and bowing to Yang Kai, many thanks, little brother, for taking care of my young master while he was away. Young master is naturally stubborn and has caused a lot of trouble for little brother, I hope little brother can forgive him. Senior is too polite, brother Shen Tu and I were just helping each other out, Yang Kai smiled modestly. Yang Kai nodded gently, a satisfied look flashing across Garen's eyes. This woman. Shen Tu pointed to Baiya, and, she was originally from Purple Star, but now she wants to join our Chamber of Commerce. Uncle Garen, please arrange a job for her. Purple Star's people. Yang Kai frowned, her strength is a bit low, as long as I can enter retreat for a while, I can break through to the Saint King realm within half a month. Baiya said anxiously, as if she couldn't wait to find a place to stay. Break through to the Saint King realm in half a month? Garen's thick eyebrows rose, if there really is a Saint King, the Chamber of Commerce can accept them. And, you can enter retreat here for the time being. Saying so, he gently clapped his hands and immediately one of the guards who had been standing nearby came over. Take this girl to the secret room and provide her with some saint crystals and pills, Yang Kai ordered. Yes. Many thanks, young Master Shen Tu, many thanks, Master Garen. Baiya's pretty face was filled with joy as she bowed to Shen Tu before turning to look at Yang Kai and saying, until we meet again. Yang Kai nodded gently. After Baiya was taken away, Shen Tu enthusiastically welcomed Yang Kai into the palace. The middle-aged cultivator named Yang Kai followed closely behind. Along the way, the guards and maids they met all bowed and respectfully said their greetings. Brother, I'm going to take a bath and change clothes first, you should also tidy yourself up, we can talk later. After entering the palace, Shen Tu said casually, here, don't treat yourself as an outsider. Good, Yang Kai nodded. Shen Tu grinned meaningfully, reaching out and hugging the two young girls next to him, smiling wickedly as he walked inside. Young master, this way please. Another maidservant walked up, her beautiful eyes sparkling and her figure graceful, smiling as she led the way for Yang Kai. Following behind her, Yang Kai shuttled back and forth through the palace. Although Shen Tu claimed to be President Aio's illegitimate son and had never made it public, judging from the number of people here and the size of the territory he occupied, Shen Tu's position in President Aio's heart wasn't low. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been provided with several Saint King realm cultivator as bodyguards, nor would he have granted him a territory of 3,000 kilometers. Yang Kai was too lazy to inquire about other people's affairs, so he simply followed the maidservant all the way to a huge room. Inside this room, there was a large bed shrouded in pink curtains that gave off a warm aura. The fragrance of flowers filled the room, and in the center of the room was a huge bath carved from white jade. This bath was filled with hot water that was steaming hot and filled with mist. The bath was filled with colorful flower petals, and next to it, there were several beautiful women wearing seductive dresses. When Yang Kai walked in, these women smiled towards him and politely bowed. The mist that surrounded them gave them a kind of hazy beauty. This mist caused the gauze to become wet and clung to their seductive figures, making them appear even more alluring, causing one's blood to boil. Yang Kai was startled, not having expected such a scene to be waiting for him, his breath suddenly becoming heavy as his eyes swept over the bodies of these young girls. None of them looked very old, but each of them was full of life, their snow-white skin glowing with an attractive rosy luster. Their looks were outstanding, and their temperaments were all different. Each of them had a charming smile and enchanting figure that could intoxicate any man. As Yang Kai's gaze swept over them, some of them boldly responded, some of them blushing shyly, some of them trying to cover up their beautiful lower bodies and chests, clearly wanting to meet him but also feeling shy. This Shentu guy's life is actually so licentious. Yang Kai couldn't help cursing silently. Young master, do you need this servant to help you change your clothes? The maidservant who led him in asked with an intoxicating smile, seeing Yang Kai standing motionless in place, couldn't help asking softly. Yang Kai withdrew his gaze, shook his head, and asked, "Was this arranged by your young master?" "It was this servant who arranged it." The maidservant replied, "But this was also the young master's intention a long time ago. You are an honored guest he has brought back, so this servant will receive you with the highest standards. And, you are the second guest to enjoy this privilege." "Oh. There was one before?" "Yes." The maidservant nodded, "But you can rest assured, these sisters are all pure white jade and have never been sullied before. They are all very happy to serve young Master Shentu's honored guests." "Why are they so happy?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "Because they are indebted to young Master Shentu, they all voluntarily came here to serve as maidservants. No one forced them to do anything. Before this servant made these arrangements, she also asked for their opinions." Yang Kai once again met the eyes of these young girls and found that they really didn't have much unwillingness, so he knew that the maidservant who led him here was telling the truth. "Is young master not satisfied? If you are not satisfied, this servant can call some more people over so young master can definitely find a suitable one." "No need," Yang Kai shook his head. "Then you," Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before grinning, "forget it, Shentu's good intentions, it would be impolite for me to refuse." Saying so, Yang Kai calmly took off his clothes and jumped into the bath. The women standing around the pool all smiled and also jumped into the water, like mermaids, gracefully swimming over to Yang Kai's side, taking the initiative to lean their seductive bodies against Yang Kai's skin, displaying their beauty while attentively serving Yang Kai. Chapter 1034. The girls in the bath were all inexperienced women. Although they had been trained in this area before, this was their first time, so it was inevitable that they would be a bit clumsy and unpracticed. However, this was just right for Yang Kai. Leaning against the wall of the pool, he closed his eyes and allowed the girls to scrub every part of his body. The maidservant who led Yang Kai in was carrying a flower basket, her jade-white hands picking up the petals and scattering them into the water, lightly opening her mouth and saying, "This is a soul-nourishing flower, its fragrance can nourish one's soul, using it to bathe can also strengthen one's body. And, it can also enhance a man's ability in that regard." As she spoke, her cheeks began to blush red, as if they were about to bleed. Yang Kai casually grabbed her hand and pulled her into the bath as she screamed. The water soaked her clothes, causing her to straighten up and wipe the water stains from her cheeks, turning a somewhat embarrassed look towards Yang Kai. Her wet clothes clung tightly to her body. Her pair of jade peaks were tall and straight. They were much more well-endowed than the other girls. Her entire body exuded a mature and plump charm. "You aren't also a virgin, are you?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. The maidservant's face became even redder as she nodded shyly, "This servant is no longer a virgin, so this servant is not qualified to serve an honored guest like you. Whether or not I am qualified is up to me." Her beautiful eyes lit up and she took the initiative to remove her clothes before diving into the water and disappearing. Soon, Yang Kai showed a strange expression. Inside the main hall, the sound of wind instruments filled the air as a number of beautiful girls sang and danced, their movements extremely elegant. On a long table, there were many rare ingredients and fine wines. Shentu and Yang Kai sat side by side, drinking and enjoying themselves. More and more delicacies were constantly being served by the palace's maids. Yang Kai could barely recognize what these things were, but each of them exuded extraordinary energy fluctuations. Eating these foods not only filled his stomach but also enhanced his cultivator's strength. Yang Kai didn't act polite, nor did he act reserved, eating and drinking in a natural manner. The middle-aged cultivator named Xiaolong stood not far away, watching Shentu receive Yang Kai in such a manner. Watching him and Yang Kai happily drinking and chatting, Xiaolong suddenly realized that this young man, who was only a second-order saint, had a very high status in Shentu's heart. Xiaolong couldn't help wondering what was so outstanding about this young man that Shentu treated him so seriously. The maidservant who had served Yang Kai before stepped forward, leaned over, and whispered a few words in Shentu's ear before glancing over at Yang Kai with a blushing face and retreating. Shentu couldn't help laughing as a strange look appeared on his face, but he didn't point out what had just happened and instead moved closer to Yang Kai and asked, "Brother Yang, where do you want to go from now on? Do you have any plans?" Yang Kai. Shentu knew that he had just arrived in star territory and likely didn't have a destination in mind, let alone where he should go. Therefore, he couldn't help thinking about recruiting Yang Kai. Water Moon Star was Yang Kai's first stop after arriving in star territory, and he had a good relationship with Yang Kai, so Shentu believed that as long as he persuaded him properly, Yang Kai would stay in Hengluo Chamber of Commerce and his palace. After experiencing a series of events, Shentu discovered Yang Kai's potential and ability and knew that as long as such a person was given enough time, he could grow to a terrifying degree. If you haven't decided yet, there's no need to worry. In any case, you can live here with your brother for the time being. When you're done, we'll talk about it later. Shentu didn't directly ask him to stay, this kind of thing still depended on Yang Kai's own intentions. He couldn't treat Yang Kai the same way he treated his subordinates. "Good, I'll let you know when I've decided." Yang Kai smiled lightly, his eyes continuing to cast towards the group of girls below, appreciating their elegant postures. 2 hours later, after eating and drinking to his heart's content, Shentu went back to his room to rest while Yang Kai, under the guidance of a maid, was brought to one of the rooms. The room was quite large and located at the top of a 3,000-meter-tall building. Yang Kai walked over to the window and looked out through the transparent window, watching the lights of tens of thousands of homes below, watching the crowds of people, suddenly feeling a sense of loneliness. Even when he came to Tongxian realm from the central capital many years ago, he hadn't felt this way. That was because the central capital and Tongxian realm were on the same stars. But now, he was somewhere in the vast territory of the star territory. Tongxian realm's location was unknown, and he didn't even know how far away it was from this place. Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of loneliness. His heart was overflowing with thoughts and concerns. Suddenly, his expression changed and his eyes flashed with surprise, his figure flickering as he sat down cross-legged on his bed. Immersing his consciousness into his knowledge sea, Yang Kai summoned his soul avatar. Then, looking up at the huge star above his knowledge sea, Yang Kai used his divine sense to shuttle through this star, trying to find the location of Tongxian realm. This star chart was extremely complex, depicting all the large and small stars of the entire territory of Tongxian realm, and it wasn't static. It was constantly changing under the influence of some unknown force, constantly undergoing subtle changes. These changes were the real changes taking place in Tongxian realm's territory. It projected the situation of the entire territory of Tongxian realm. If it was detailed enough, it should show the existence of Tongxian realm, Yang Kai thought to himself. As his divine sense leapt through the stars, Yang Kai followed his senses and calculated the direction of Tongxian realm. After an hour, Yang Kai couldn't help showing a tired look as the strength in his knowledge sea was nearly exhausted. He had no choice but to stop and replenish his energy. Repeating this action over and over again, Yang Kai was unable to find Tongxian realm, but he had gained some understanding of the arrangement of the stars in Tongxian realm's territory and the existence of some danger zones. Yang Kai found that he had still underestimated the mysteries of this star chart. There was no way for him to explore a large area. The range of this star chart seemed to be endless. Yang Kai had spent an entire night exploring only a small area of the entire Tongxian realm's territory. Compared to the entire territory of Tongxian realm, such a small area was not even worth mentioning. Yang Kai realized that his strength was not enough. If he was strong enough, the speed of his exploration would become much faster and easier. As the sky brightened, Yang Kai looked dispirited and gave up on studying and exploring the star chart. He planned to wait until he grew up before searching for the exact location of Tongxian realm. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door and Yang Kai responded casually. The door was pushed open and a familiar maidservant stood in the doorway, gracefully bowing before saying with a smile, "Young Master Yang, young Master Shen Tu asked me to inform you that he has been summoned by the president and may not return for a few days. He asked you to rest here and wait for him to return before we can discuss anything further." Understood, Yang Kai nodded lightly. The maidservant didn't rush to leave, her red lips trembling slightly as she shyly asked, "Does young Master Yang have any other requests?" She seemed to be implying something. "If I need anything, I'll let you know," Yang Kai smiled at her. The maidservant blushed slightly before gently nodding, closing the door behind her before leaving. After she left, Yang Kai sat on his bed and frowned. With Shen Tu not here, he didn't know what to do for a while. This feeling of being at a loss made him very unhappy. Tossing a pill into his mouth, Yang Kai began recovering while contemplating. After a while, he suddenly remembered what he needed to do right now: change to a new star shuttle. His star shuttle was something he had discovered in the star field with the leader of the ancient demon clan, Li Rong, a long time ago. On Tongxian realm, his star shuttle had an absolute advantage, but in this place, his star shuttle had fallen behind. Even Bai Ya's star shuttle was better than his. In addition, Yang Kai also needed to purchase some precious ores. Gue Zhu had said that the two pitch-black round stones in his demon mystic tome needed to be properly nurtured because one day they would bring him a pleasant surprise. What Yang Kai needed to nurture these two pitch-black round stones was the essence of ores. What made Yang Kai feel regretful was that before Gue Zhu left, he had forgotten to ask him what those pitch-black round stones were. In the end, his relationship with Gue Zhu had eased, so if he had asked, Gue Zhu would have answered his questions, but at that time, he had been so shocked by the Star Emperor token that he had completely forgotten about this. Considering all this, Yang Kai stood up and strode out. Walking all the way to the bottom floor, Yang Kai was about to leave Shen Tu's palace when the middle-aged cultivator named Jia Long suddenly appeared and asked with a smile, "Does little brother want to go out?" "I want to buy something," Yang Kai nodded. "Buy something?" Jia Long suddenly grinned, "What does little brother want to buy?" "If it's convenient, can you tell me about it?" "I want to buy a good star shuttle and some ores." "A star shuttle and ores?" Jia Long didn't ask Yang Kai what he wanted ores for, instead saying, "Little brother is new here and may not be familiar with this place. If you wait a moment, I'll call someone to accompany you." Yang Kai smiled happily, "Then I'll have to trouble you." His proposal was exactly what Yang Kai had been hoping for. "Little brother is too polite. Before young Master Shen Tu left, he ordered us to satisfy all your requests. I dare not neglect such an honored guest like you." Saying so, he took out a compass-like artifact and poured his divine sense into it. After a while, he took back the compass-like artifact and smiled to Yang Kai, "Please wait a moment, someone will come in a moment." Yang Kai waited with him. Not long after, a person flew over from a distance and stopped in front of Yang Kai and Jia Long, raising his brow and asking, "What's the matter?" He was burly and had a wild temperament, like a fierce beast, exuding a palpitating aura. His cheeks were covered with thick hair, making him look like a mad lion. Monster race. Yang Kai immediately understood and inferred this person's race from the energy fluctuations emanating from his body. He was definitely a member of the monster race because of the existence of demonic qi in his body. Chapter 1035. Outside Shentu's palace, Jia Long pointed to Yang Kai and said, "Young Master Yang wants to go buy some things, you should accompany him and ensure his safety." Young Master Shentu's guest. The monster race master turned to look at Yang Kai and gently nodded, "No problem." He had obviously also heard of Yang Kai's existence. After all, Shentu rarely brought people to his palace as guests, but those he did bring back were all highly valued. "Please come with me," he beckoned to Yang Kai. "Many thanks," Yang Kai smiled lightly. Following behind this monster race master, Yang Kai noticed that he was somewhat taciturn and didn't seem to like talking much. Yang Kai had no choice but to take the initiative to ask, "What is this friend's name?" This monster race master was definitely a Saint King realm master because when Yang Kai faced him, he always felt an inexplicable pressure. Only a Saint King realm master could give Yang Kai such pressure. However, since he was one of Shentu's subordinates, Yang Kai calling him a friend wasn't excessive. "I wouldn't dare, you can just call me Xuetong." Xuetong. Yang Kai raised his brow. "Which branch of the monster race do you belong to?" "Blood-eyed main master." Xuetong explained casually. Only now did Kai Yang notice that the color of his eyes was indeed somewhat different. They were a light red, but this was only the color of his eyes in his normal state. Once he really started fighting, his eyes would most likely turn crimson red. At that time, he would become violent and ruthless, causing his fighting strength to soar. "You're a human, so why do I feel monster chi from you?" Xuetong frowned as he stared at Yang Kai, "And your bloodline seems to be very pure, even nobler than mine." "That's the aura of a monster emperor." "Did you have some kind of fortuitous encounter in the past that is related to the monster race?" A bit," Yang Kai smiled lightly. The golden dragon and ice phoenix patterns on his body did contain traces of the monster clan's aura, so it was normal for him to sense it. The golden dragon and ice phoenix were both emperors of the monster clan. This was true even in the territory of the star realm. Crimson Eye didn't say anything else, but it seemed that Yang Kai's monster Yuan Qi made him feel close to him, and his expression became even more amiable. Not long after, the two of them arrived at a city where blue streaks of light flashed across the sky as many cultivators swaggered forward on their star shuttles. Xuetong led Yang Kai forward with familiarity, asking as they walked, "What do you want to buy?" "A good star shuttle and some rare ores." Yang Kai replied. "It's not hard to get." Crimson Eye pondered for a moment. "Do you want to buy it here or elsewhere?" "What's the difference?" Yang Kai asked. "This city isn't very prosperous on Water Moon Star, so the grade of the things here isn't too high. If you want a star shuttle, I suggest you get a Saint King grade high rank one. You can barely display the speed of a star shuttle of this grade and won't need to replace it for a long time. Then a Saint King grade high rank star shuttle it is." Yang Kai nodded. "Then we'll have to go to another city, about 30,000 kilometers away from here." "That's a bit far." Yang Kai frowned. 30,000 kilometers, even if he used a star shuttle, would take some time to travel. Crimson Eye smiled mysteriously. "It's not too far, we can get there immediately." Yang Kai was puzzled, but he didn't ask any more questions and continued to follow Crimson Eye through the city. A short time later, the two of them arrived in front of a building, but before they even entered, Yang Kai noticed a strange fluctuation coming from inside. Sensing it carefully, he immediately understood what this fluctuation was. "It's actually void force." Yang Kai couldn't understand why void force would appear here. Outside the building, there were many Hangluo Chamber of Commerce guards standing guard, but when they saw Crimson Eye arrive, they all saluted him. They seemed to recognize him as Shentu's guard. Crimson Eye walked straight into the building. After passing through several gates, the void force fluctuations became stronger and stronger. After arriving at the innermost part of the building, Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he exclaimed, "A space array." In front of him was a large spirit array. The layout of this spirit array was almost identical to the one Guo Zhu had set up on the floating continent. The only difference was that there were many subtle differences. Guo Zhu's space array arrangement wasn't very proficient and there were many places where it wasn't perfect. The space array in front of him, on the other hand, was extremely strict, without the slightest mistake. In the center of this spirit array was a mirror-like structure covered with a thick layer of space spirit crystal. At the base of this mirror were several grooves, obviously used to hold saint crystals. Can this thing be used? Yang Kai looked at Crimson Eye in amazement. Naturally, we can use this space array to reach a more prosperous city. Wasn't it said that this thing had been lost? Yang Kai's eyes flashed a strange light. It has indeed been lost. However, there are remnants of space arrays on many cultivation stars. No one knows who or when these space arrays were set up. Everyone can only use them now. We can't understand the mysteries behind them. A few experts might be able to decipher the secrets, but that's not something we can hope for. Hearing his explanation, Yang Kai immediately understood that this space array should be a relic from a long time ago. With this kind of thing, wouldn't it be easy to travel back and forth from cultivation star? Yang Kai exclaimed. He knew how far apart cultivation stars were and that a single round trip would take a cultivator a great deal of time, but with a space array, it would be a different story. Crimson Eye smiled and shook his head, "That's impossible. All space arrays can only transport a maximum of 100,000 kilometers. Each cultivation star's space array can only be used on its own star and cannot be connected to other cultivation stars." Saying so, he took out a few high-quality saint crystals from his space ring and carefully placed them in the grooves on the base of the mirror before beckoning to Yang Kai, "Please come with me." Yang Kai walked over and stood side by side with him. Crimson Eye circulated his strength and the space array immediately began to move. The mirror in front of the two of them seemed to become as calm as the surface of a lake, rippling as the energy from the saint crystals embedded in the base rapidly drained away. A moment later, the mirror shattered, revealing a pitch-black hole. "Let's go!" Crimson Eye shouted and took the lead. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and followed closely behind him. Unlike tearing space and teleporting through a space array, Yang Kai didn't feel anything as he rushed through the mirror and arrived at a different place. Looking back, there was also a space array here, but it was definitely not the one from before. Yang Kai understood that the space arrays in these two places had some special connections and temporarily opened a stable void corridor between the two places, allowing one to instantly teleport tens of thousands of kilometers. These space arrays were all the property of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. Crimson Eye smiled and said, "Although space arrays are convenient, no cultivator will use them often." "Why is that?" "The Tao of space is too mysterious. If one uses space arrays too frequently to shuttle back and forth between two places, it may cause some unnecessary harm. So, if one is not proficient in the Tao of space, they will only use them once every few months. Most of the time, we will use star shuttles to travel." "Understood," Yang Kai smiled, "so we'll have to fly back later, right?" Crimson Eye nodded, "Let's go, I'll take you to a good place. The Grandmasters there refine the best star shuttles on Water Moon Star. You should be able to find a star shuttle that suits you." Yang Kai suddenly looked forward to it. This city was indeed much more prosperous than the previous one. There were a variety of shops on the streets and countless cultivators, all of them belonging to different forces. Yang Kai saw a cultivator from Sword Union and Purple Star here, as well as many other cultivators from unknown forces. Because this was the home star of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, it was the most frequently traded place in the entire star territory. The major forces scattered throughout the star territory would send people to guard this place. If they needed any materials, they would negotiate with Hengluo Chamber of Commerce and have Hengluo Chamber of Commerce deliver them. A starship loaded with supplies set sail from a certain part of the city, flying towards the star field and gradually disappearing. Yang Kai had completely conquered the star territory, and seeing the prosperity of this place, he couldn't help feeling a little excited. Following behind Crimson Eye, the two of them soon arrived at a multi-story shop. As soon as they entered, someone immediately greeted them, cupped his fists, and smiled, "Master Crimson Eye, it's been a long time since I last saw you. Is there something young Master Shintu needs this time?" Crimson Eye shook his head, "It's young Master's guest who wants a star shuttle, please take us to the 3rd floor." The man glanced over at Yang Kai before nodding immediately and bowing, "This way, please." Yang Kai looked around and found that all the things sold in this shop were star shuttles, nothing else at all. Refined star shuttles were placed on display on the counter and many cultivators were hanging around, haggling with the shop staff. From time to time, someone would leave satisfied. This is also one of our Chamber of Commerce's businesses. The Saint King grade high-rank star shuttle you want is sold on the 3rd floor, the quality of the ones on the 1st and 2nd floors isn't enough, Crimson Eye explained to Yang Kai as he led the way. Yang Kai gently nodded. He also noticed that the star shuttles on the 1st floor were only of spirit grade, and the strength of the cultivators who came here to purchase them wasn't too high, most of them being transcendents while a few were saints. Spirit grade star shuttles, whether it was in terms of speed or energy, were at the bottom of the list. Such star shuttles couldn't even leave the shackles of the stars and enter the territory of Star Field. They also couldn't withstand the world energy of Star Field's territory. Seeing the shop assistant enthusiastically lead Yang Kai and Crimson Eye to the upper floor, everyone cast a surprised look, wondering which master had come. The 2nd floor was filled with Saint-grade star shuttles, and the energy fluctuations radiating from these star shuttles were obviously stronger than those on the 1st floor. In fact, these star shuttles were much more outstanding than those on the 1st floor. Clearly, these star shuttles were much better than the ones Yang Kai had. Many martial artists were buying things on this floor. The shop assistants were so busy that they didn't even have time to spare. Chapter 1036. The group of 3 didn't stop on the 2nd floor. It wasn't until they reached the 3rd floor that the shop assistant stopped and smiled, "Honored guest, please feel free to choose anything you like, just let me know." Yang Kai nodded and began to wander around the counters on the 3rd floor. These refined star shuttles varied in length and size, and even their shapes were no longer the same. It seemed that in order to meet the different needs of different customers, the artifact refiners here had deliberately refined star shuttles into different shapes, but this didn't affect the quality of these star shuttles. The strength of the cultivator who came to purchase star shuttles on the 3rd floor was obviously different. The cultivators who were wandering around the counters were all saints and saint kings, each of them possessing a certain level of status and strength. However, no matter how strong they were all very obedient. In any of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce's shops, no one dared to act rashly because this was the Chamber of Commerce's home star, its foundation. The Chamber of Commerce would not allow anyone to obstruct its business. Yang Kai walked around looking for Saint King grade high-rank star shuttles, asking the shop assistant to take out one he was satisfied with so he could try it out. Xue Tong followed behind him, but seeing him looking for a long time without finding a suitable one, he couldn't help saying, "If you're willing to wait, you can ask the artifact refiners here to tailor one for you." "How long will it take?" Yang Kai turned around and asked. "Even with young Master Shintu's relationship, it'll take at least 1 to 2 months. Yang Kai frowned and shook his head, "Forget it, there's no need to go through so much trouble. In any case, this thing will have to be replaced when my strength reaches a certain level. For now, I'll just have to make do with it." Saying so, his eyes suddenly turned to a sleek, fish-like star shuttle on the counter and said to the shop assistant, "Take that out for me to see." The shop assistant nodded and took it out. Yang Kai held the star shuttle and tried to circulate his Saint Chi, his eyes quickly lighting up. Yang Kai's Saint Chi flowed through this star shuttle unimpeded, much better than the previous ones he had tested. Because when refining a star shuttle, the materials added by an artifact refiner might be different and the spirit arrays they inscribed might also be different, each star shuttle had its own unique characteristics. Whether or not it could be perfectly integrated with the power of a cultivator was an indicator of its practicality. The item in Yang Kai's hand was undoubtedly very suitable for the power in his body. Not intending to continue looking, Yang Kai nodded and said, "Just this one." "How much does it cost?" Hearing this, the shop assistant glanced at Blood Eye. Crimson Eye said, "Let's go with the normal price." "Yes." The shop assistant nodded and said, "Generally speaking, a Saint King grade high-rank star shuttle is worth 10,000 high-rank Saint crystals, but the price varies slightly. The one in customer's hand is the best one on the third floor, valued at 12,000 high-rank Saint crystals." 12,000 high-rank Saint crystals. Yang Kai frowned, suddenly realizing that he didn't quite understand the value of Saint crystals here. He didn't know what kind of wealth these 12,000 high-rank Saint crystals were. Yang Kai turned his eyes to Blood Eye. Blood Eye smiled and said to the shop assistant, "Put the bill on young Master Shintu's head. You can go to the palace and ask young Master for payment some other day." "Yes. No need, I have enough Saint crystals on hand," Yang Kai said, "I'll pay for it myself." Yang Kai did have a lot of Saint crystals on hand. These Saint crystals originally belonged to the cultivator from Purple Star and Sword Union who he had plundered on the floating continent. There was a considerable amount of them, more than enough to pay for this star shuttle. As such, he didn't want to owe Shintu a favor. The shop assistant couldn't help looking at Blood Eye awkwardly. Blood Eye's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything and just nodded gently. The shop assistant breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, "Then please come with me." Following him to the first floor, Yang Kai continued to take out Saint crystals from the Demon Mystic Tome. After a long time, he finished processing the bill and the shop assistant respectfully escorted him and Blood Eye to the door. Outside the shop, Blood Eye led Yang Kai to several other shops to purchase rare ores. On Water Moon Star, anything one wanted could be bought, as long as one had enough money. Even super-large artifacts like starships could be purchased. The starships built by Hengluo Chamber of Commerce were the best and fastest in the entire territory of Water Moon Star, so many great forces were willing to order them from Water Moon Star. Yang Kai didn't have any interest in such things for the time being as he knew he couldn't afford the price of a starship. He didn't know how much Saint crystals were worth, nor did he have any concept of price, so he simply followed behind Blood Eye and began collecting ores. The ores he chose were all Saint King grade, spending all of the Saint crystals he had on hand until he only had a few hundred pieces left. Inside the Demon Mystic Tome, there was a large pile of rare ores placed next to the two pitch-black round stones, allowing them to absorb the essence of these ores. It seemed that because Yang Kai didn't force Shintu to spend money on him because of his status as a guest, Blood Eye's look towards him became more and more amiable, feeling that this young man was very principled and not trying to become friends with him because of his status as young Master Shintu's Day. After completing his purchase, Blood Eye acted as the host and invited Yang Kai to the most luxurious restaurant in the city for a drink. It wasn't until the next day that the two of them set off to return. Blood Eye's speed was extremely fast and his star shuttle's grade was also not low. About 2 hours later, the two of them returned to Shintu's palace and Blood Eye excused himself before turning around and leaving. Yang Kai walked into the palace alone. Garen stood at the door and when he saw Yang Kai return, he smiled and asked, "Did little brother manage to buy what you wanted?" Water Moon Star's cities are rich in goods and materials, they didn't disappoint," Garen laughed. In the entire territory of Water Moon Star, if there is anything you can't buy on Water Moon Star, you won't be able to buy it anywhere else." Garen's words were filled with pride. "Is Shintu back yet?" Yang Kai asked. "Not yet," Garen shook his head. "Little brother doesn't need to worry, although the president is a bit strict, he is very good to young Master Shin Tuesday. This time, he called him over probably just to reprimand him a little. Before young master left, he told little brother not to worry and to stay here for the time being. If there is anything you need, you can ask us to do for you." "Understood, I'm going into retreat for a while. Don't let anyone disturb me for the time being, I'll tell you when I come out." "Good." Garen gently nodded. Yang Kai returned to his residence, closed the door, and took out the star shuttle worth 12,000 high-rank saint crystals. Holding it in his palm, he began circulating his saint chi and began refining it. Any artifact had to be refined by a cultivator in order to display its full power. When Yang Kai was on Tongxian realm, it took him a few months to refine his star shuttle, but at that time, his strength wasn't high and the grade of his star shuttle was saint grade high rank, so it had taken him so long. But now it was different. This new star shuttle was carefully selected by Yang Kai and was very compatible with his own saint chi attribute. On top of that, Yang Kai had already reached the second-order saint realm, so it wouldn't take him long to completely refine it. As soon as Yang Kai pushed his strength, the star shuttle began burning with a layer of black demonic flame. This demonic flame was hot and cold at the same time, exuding two completely opposite yet strangely coexisting characteristics. The flames flickered wildly, giving off a terrifying aura. Yang Kai instantly felt that this star shuttle had formed a faint connection with him. His divine sense began circulating the star shuttle, prying into its internal structure and the brand of the star inside. Temporarily forgetting the passage of time, Yang Kai focused all his attention on refining this star shuttle. The entire process went unexpectedly smoothly. After refining the star shuttle, Yang Kai engraved his own soul brand onto it, leaving behind his own life aura, making it more compatible with his own body. Everything went smoothly. After Yang Kai completely refined the star shuttle, he estimated that it would take him less than a month to complete this process. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling somewhat excited as he knew that this was the most powerful evidence of the improvement of his cultivation and strength. Instead of leaving his retreat, Yang Kai continued to stay in his room, allowing his Saint Chi to nourish the star shuttle while he spied on the star in his knowledge sea. Time passed by and the sun and moon rose. Yang Kai had been here for some time now and had spent most of his time in the palace in seclusion. Except for the time when he went to buy something with Xue Tong, he hadn't taken a single step out of his room, nor had he communicated with anyone else. After sitting in silence for so long, Yang Kai suddenly wanted to go out and see the full picture of Water Moon Star. He wanted to see how this prosperous star differed from Tongxian realm while also familiarizing himself with his new star shuttle. It would be best if he could gain a deeper understanding of the situation on this star's territory through observation so he could make plans for himself as soon as possible. Yang Kai still didn't have a clear goal. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai left his room. After finding Jia Long outside and learning that Shen Tu hadn't returned yet, Yang Kai made up his mind. Jia Long didn't stop him and simply handed him a token, telling him that this was a token from Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, which would allow him to enjoy some privileges in many places and avoid many troubles. Yang Kai placed the token into the demon mystic tome and flew out on his star shuttle. He didn't have a specific destination and simply flew forward. The Saint King grade high-rank star shuttle was indeed different from the others, several times better than the one he had just obtained. Even when using its full strength, the two couldn't be compared. He flew all the way, stopping here and there. Gradually, he gained a comprehensive understanding of Water Moon Star. This was a star, but it was also a continent, not much different from Tongxian realm. There were mountains, rivers, continents, oceans, and a variety of races living together. The only difference was that any cultivation star in star territory had a much richer world energy reserve than Tongxian realm. As the home star of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, this was even more so. Although the world energy here wasn't as good as the floating continent, it was still one of the top cultivation stars in star territory. Chapter 1037. It was precisely because of the lack of world energy that the Saint Realm was the pinnacle of cultivation for cultivators in Tongxian realm. Since ancient times, only great demon god had broken through this barrier, but unfortunately, he had fallen before he could explore the territory of Tongxian realm, leaving behind only a popular legend. The lack of cultivation materials made the cultivator on Tongxian realm not qualified to explore Tongxian realm's territory and integrate into Tongxian realm's territory. They could only be trapped there, unable to see the many wonders of Tongxian realm's territory. However, this also saved Tongxian realm from the fate of being enslaved. The overall strength of a cultivator on Tongxian realm was not enough for them to occupy a seat in Tongxian realm's territory. If they really integrated into Tongxian realm's territory, they would only be enslaved by a powerful force. Yang Kai's mood was calm as he flew across Water Moon Star, crossing mountains, oceans, deserts, and dozens of kilometers in an instant. He found many cities and places where living beings gathered. These cities were big and small, but they were all very prosperous. Only in some extremely remote locations would the number of living beings in these cities decrease. Similar to the situation on Tongxian realm, each city had a city lord, and depending on how prosperous the city was, the cultivation of these city lords would also vary. Many city lords were at the Saint King realm, and in some small places, city lords were only at the Saint realm. This made Yang Kai realize that there were not many origin returning realm masters in any great force. They were the mainstays of each great force. The world energy in each place was also very different. Some places had rich world energy, while others had thin world energy. These cities all belonged to Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, and within their jurisdiction, they contributed their own strength to Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, gathering wealth bit by bit. Sand gathered to form a tower, creating the behemoth that was Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai looked around casually, and no one paid attention to him, nor did he cause any trouble. He heard a lot of interesting things from hearsay. For example, President AIO's promiscuity, the upcoming talent selection of the Chamber of Commerce, and AIO's sons. However, Yang Kai had never heard anyone talk about Shen Tuesday. It seemed that on Water Moon Star, Shen Tu's identity as an illegitimate child was not made public, so it wasn't difficult to explain why Lu Guichen didn't know of Shen Tu's existence. Yang Kai spent 1 to 2 months touring the entirety of Water Moon Star, gaining a deep understanding of this cultivation star and Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. During this time, his newly acquired star shuttle was also perfectly compatible with him, allowing him to command it as if it were his own arm. In the depths of Yang Kai's heart, he still held a little bit of hope that Su Yan would be somewhere on this cultivation star, which was why he spared no effort in flying. However, Su Yan was obviously not here. Since he and Su Yan were connected by heart, as long as they weren't too far apart, they could sense each other's existence. He wasn't disappointed though, as he hadn't expected to find Su Yan so easily. About 2 months later, Yang Kai returned. This time, he didn't stop anywhere and flew directly in the direction of Shen Tu's palace. On this day, as he passed by a mountain valley, Yang Kai's divine sense suddenly detected a lot of life auras coming from there. Yang Kai didn't pay much attention to them, and in order to avoid any unnecessary trouble, he deliberately changed his direction and prepared to detour around them. During this time, Yang Kai had been acting cautiously because he didn't want to incur any grudges with others. While in mid-air, Yang Kai glanced over casually and found that in the flat area of the mountain valley, there was a small starship anchored. The hatch of this starship was open and a cultivator was constantly entering and exiting it. Next to the starship, there were a lot of materials piled up. The cultivator seemed to be transporting these materials into the starship. After this period of study, Yang Kai also learned some common sense. For example, there were some materials that couldn't be placed in a space ring. These materials either had extremely harsh storage requirements, so once they were placed in a space ring, they would damage the quality of the material, or they were too large and heavy to be placed in a space ring. At this time, it was necessary to use a starship to transport these materials. Therefore, starships were an indispensable existence in any great force. Using starships to transport materials was fast, could carry a large number of materials, and was relatively safe. The starship anchored in the mountain valley was about 300 meters long, only half the size of the one Yang Kai had seen before. It was probably only a Saint King grade low-rank or mid-rank starship. Next to the starship, a young man in brocade robes stood there, looking gentle and refined as he chatted happily with the person next to him. This young man's appearance was very unique. His skin was delicate and his face was even more enchanting than a woman's, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. Beside him, many female cultivators were secretly staring at him with infatuation, each of their beautiful eyes filled with love. It seemed that as long as this young man said a word, all of them would be willing to offer their bodies and hearts to him and let him toy with them. Yang Kai couldn't help glancing over at this young man. His gaze immediately alerted this young man, causing him to raise his head and stare at Yang Kai across a distance of several thousand meters. Immediately, his handsome face sank as he waved his hand towards Yang Kai's position and whispered a few words. The next moment, several star shuttles flashed and flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning, not knowing why this young man was targeting him. Without slowing down, Yang Kai quickly escaped, the streams of light following closely behind him, relentlessly pursuing him. This place was very remote, and within the range of Yang Kai's divine sense, he couldn't find a single living person. Even the world energy aura here was extremely thin, as if no one had settled here. There were many such places on Water Moon Star, and this was just one of them. There were a total of 3 people chasing after him, and judging from the energy fluctuations they gave off, 2 of them were third-order Saint Cultivator while the other was a Saint King Realm Cultivator. This Saint King's cultivation shouldn't be too high as Yang Kai didn't feel too strong of an oppressive aura from him, so he was probably just a first-order Saint King. Understanding their cultivation, Yang Kai calmed down and not only did he not want to run away, he even wanted to stop and fight with them to see just how strong he was now. Since he began transforming the Saint Chi in his body, Yang Kai hadn't fought with a Saint King Realm Cultivator yet, so he really wanted to know if his current combat power was comparable to a Saint King Realm Cultivator. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai came to a stop and turned around to look behind him. Seeing Yang Kai stop, the 3 people were overjoyed and quickly rushed over, surrounding Yang Kai from 3 sides, all of them glaring at him with hostility. "Friends, why are you chasing me? We have no grudges, right?" Yang Kai asked indifferently. "Naturally, we have no grudges." The Saint King Realm Master nodded, "But boy, you saw something you shouldn't have seen. You can only blame your bad luck for passing by this place at this time." Yang Kai raised his brow, suddenly understanding what was going on. Transporting supplies to the starship was probably not a good thing, so they had chosen to do so in such a remote place. How could they have known that an idle person like him would inadvertently pass by and witness everything? Inferring from the other party's demeanor and tone, it was obvious that this matter couldn't be resolved peacefully. "If you have any last words, feel free to speak. If it is convenient, I will convey them to your family," the Saint King Realm Master said faintly, a look of absolute certainty on his face as he spoke to Yang Kai. Just as he spoke, the third-order Saint Cultivator standing behind Yang Kai suddenly acted, a powerful energy overflowing from his body as a giant wind blade silently formed and shot towards Yang Kai's back, wanting to cut him in half. The wind blade was extremely fast and in the blink of an eye, it was only 3 inches away from Yang Kai's body. The cultivator's face filled with disdain, as if he could already see the scene of Yang Kai being killed. With his third-order saint cultivation, it was impossible for him to fail in his sneak attack on a second-order saint. The wind blade smoothly cut through the young man's body and directly pierced through him. Strangely, however, no blood flowed out and the young man's figure instead slowly faded away before disappearing completely. The eyes of the cultivator who had attacked shrank as a sense of alarm rose in his heart, quickly retreating without hesitation. "Be careful." A cry of alarm rang out from the Saint King Realm cultivator's mouth, his eyes bulging as if he had seen something unbelievable, loudly warning his companions. This cultivator's reaction was extremely fast. After all, anyone who had cultivated to the third-order saint realm had experienced countless life-or-death battles, so their ability to adapt was quite outstanding. The moment he heard this warning, his retreating figure turned around and rushed upwards. Immediately, he saw the looks of horror on the faces of his two companions, as if they had swallowed their tongues into their stomachs. Above his head, a panic-stricken energy fluctuation spread out, alternating between hot and cold, making it impossible to defend against. Looking up, the cultivator saw a huge palm strike towards him, one that covered the world and blocked the light in front of him, making it impossible for him to see anything but this palm that seemed to swallow his consciousness. It was a palm burning with pitch-black flames. He had never seen such a strange energy in his life. Heaven-covering hand. He wanted to escape, but there was nowhere to run. The huge palm had sealed off all his escape routes. Hong, with a muffled bang, the cultivator was swallowed up by the palm and a violent force swept through his body. With a pitiful scream, the cultivator fell like a meteor, his bones broken and his body damaged. Clusters of demonic flame burned across his body, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to extinguish these flames. Yang Kai's attack succeeded and he quickly condensed a heaven-punishing spear, taking advantage of the moment when the remaining two third-order Saint Realm cultivators were still in a state of shock. He threw it towards the other third-order saint. The other party hurriedly circulated his strength to resist and summoned out a shield-like artifact. This artifact was not low-grade and exuded saint-grade high-rank energy fluctuations as it rotated in front of him. Chapter 1038. This artifact had saved this third-order saint cultivator many times from fatal blows, so he regarded it as his strongest defense. Summoning his shield, his heart calmed down slightly, but just as he was about to counterattack, a crisp sound rang out. Looking down in disbelief, he saw that his shield artifact had been punctured by a demonic flame spear, causing it to lose a great deal of its spirituality and its light to dim in an instant. The cultivator couldn't help screaming. Shio shio shio, the three heaven-punishing spears continued to fly towards Yang Kai, shattering his shield artifact as the spears pierced through his body. The powerful body of a third-order saint was as fragile as a piece of paper, as if it was nothing more than a fragile piece of paper. The vitality in the cultivator's eyes quickly faded and the light in them gradually dimmed as he fell head first to the ground. In an instant, of the three cultivators surrounding Yang Kai, one was dead and one was injured. The dead man had several bloody holes in his body and before he even hit the ground, his body was incinerated. Even his soul, which had escaped from his body, was unable to escape the demonic flame, his distorted soul avatar quickly disappearing like a snowflake under the scorching sun. The wounded man was still howling on the ground as the demonic flame swallowed him up, causing his cries to become weaker and weaker until they could no longer be heard. The only remaining first-order Saint King cultivator narrowed his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai with a dignified expression. He couldn't imagine that a young man who was only a second-order saint could be so important, killing two cultivators a minor realm above him without any difficulty. He didn't even need to take a breath, as if he had simply crushed two ants. At this moment, a look of astonishment also appeared on this young man's face, as if he himself was also a little surprised. A violent and bloodthirsty aura quietly emerged from his body, causing his momentum to climb to a new height in an instant. Looking at this young man's indifferent eyes, this Saint King Realm cultivator couldn't help feeling his heart tremble. He couldn't help feeling like he wasn't facing a second-order saint at all, but rather a master whose strength was much higher than his own. Before the battle had even begun, he already had thoughts of retreating. He wasn't sure if he could beat his opponent. Profound heavenly sword. Yang Kai suddenly shouted as a demonic flame sword condensed in his hand. With a flash of black light, a massive sword wave slashed towards the last cultivator. The other party finally came back to his senses and let out a suppressed roar from his throat. Suddenly, an energy fluctuation burst out from his knowledge sea. This energy fluctuation was quite strange. As it spread out, a behemoth suddenly shot out from his glabella. It was a 50-meter-long golden armored scorpion wrapped in a hard shell. Even in the entire star field, it was a ferocious golden armored scorpion. As soon as the golden armored venomous scorpion appeared, it emitted a thick dark green miasma, polluting the air within a radius of dozens of miles. Its strong and powerful pincers clamped down, making cracking sounds that could cut gold and break jade, making people shudder. The sword light burning with demonic flames struck the hard shell of the golden armored poisonous scorpion, but was unable to injure it in the slightest. It only left a shallow mark on the hard shell. The burning demonic flames were engulfed by the dark green miasma and were extinguished in a short while. Seeing that the golden armored scorpion was able to resist the burning of his demonic flame, the Saint King Realm cultivator laughed and shouted, "Little brat, your courage isn't small, actually daring to kill someone from the Chamber of Commerce on Water Moon Star. Your death is imminent. You're from Hengluo Chamber of Commerce." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. "Enough nonsense, hand over your life." This man didn't want to say anything to Yang Kai at all and simply pointed his finger, causing the golden armored poisonous scorpion to fly towards Yang Kai. The golden armored poisonous scorpion's pincers clamped down and a dark green light shot out from the scorpion's tail, containing a power capable of destroying one's soul. This golden armored scorpion was extremely terrifying, and anyone who came into contact with it would die. What frightened the cultivator the most was that its poison could not only harm one's flesh but also affect one's soul. Therefore, generally, the place where this kind of golden armored scorpion appeared was considered a forbidden area by the cultivator. Only a few powerful cultivators would have any ideas about attacking them. This Saint King Realm cultivator had obviously killed a golden armored poisonous scorpion in the past and refined its soul into a powerful weapon for himself. Fighting against Yang Kai, he released it without even thinking about it. It was the soul avatar of the golden armored scorpion, so it possessed all the abilities of the golden armored scorpion when it was alive. Although it didn't have a physical body, its strong spiritual energy could withstand a lot of damage. Yang Kai's profound heavenly sword failed to achieve anything. Seeing the golden armored scorpion pouncing towards him like a bolt of lightning, Yang Kai's knowledge sea erupted with power, gathered it in one place, and blasted it towards the golden armored scorpion. Seeing this, the Saint King Realm cultivator was not surprised but delighted. Not only did he not stop him, he even watched with interest. This young man in front of him clearly didn't know how powerful the golden armored scorpion was. Seeing that the golden armored scorpion was a soul avatar, he wanted to use his spiritual energy to deal with it, but he didn't know that the golden armored scorpion's poison was not something that could be resisted by spiritual energy. He had already foreseen Yang Kai's ending. When the invisible forces collided, the huge figure of the golden armored poisonous scorpion suddenly came to a stop. It swung its pincers violently while its sharp tail kept whipping the air, emitting a sizzling sound. Green light shot out from the tip of its tail and pierced into Yang Kai's divine sense. Yang Kai's face sank as he had an illusion that his consciousness was being paralyzed. He immediately understood that this golden armored scorpion was not as simple as he thought. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai fully released his conflagrated knowledge sea. The air suddenly became hot, and the space around the golden armored scorpion distorted, obstructing everyone's line of sight. The Saint King Realm cultivator who was watching from the sidelines suddenly felt the strangeness of Yang Kai's spiritual energy and hurriedly tried to recall the golden armored scorpion. But in the next moment, the golden armored scorpion suddenly trembled and struggled violently, as if it was enduring unbearable torture. Cracks appeared on its golden shell, and Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge seed drilled into its body through these cracks, igniting it from the inside out. The golden armored scorpion was set ablaze, and in a flash, the golden armored scorpion, which even the profound heavenly sword could not damage, was incinerated. Impossible! The Saint King Realm cultivator roared as he stared at the spot where the golden armored scorpion disappeared, his face filled with horror. Even a third-order Saint King Realm master would not be able to kill this golden armored scorpion in such a short time. Only an origin-returning realm master could accomplish this. He turned to Yang Kai, his eyes covered in a layer of scarlet as his aura became violent. The golden armored scorpion was a trump card he had painstakingly refined. Every time he used it, he had always been successful. He had also used it many times to turn danger into safety. Just cultivating its soul alone had taken him a great deal of effort. Now that his many years of hard work had been destroyed, he was completely enraged. He wanted to kill this young man who ruined his efforts to vent the hatred in his heart. "Boy, I'll kill you!" he roared in a low voice as he pushed his spiritual energy. One after another, the soul of a strange monster beast appeared and floated around him, glaring at Yang Kai. The Saint King Realm cultivator stood in the middle of these beasts, like a king of beasts. With a single thought, all the monster beast souls rushed towards Yang Kai while he hid among them, waiting for an opportunity to kill him. Chi chi chi, Yang Kai continued to push his conflagrated knowledge sea, his scorching hot divine sense slamming into these beast souls, causing them to howl miserably as they were incinerated one by one. Covered by the burning beast souls, the Saint King Realm Master quickly approached Yang Kai, a strange and powerful force spreading from his body, suddenly forming a powerful vortex that pulled Yang Kai's body downwards. He sneered as a dazzling divine light shot out from his palm. This divine light gave off a strong energy fluctuation that seemed capable of tearing space apart, as if it had gathered a murderous intent to destroy everything in its path and engulf Yang Kai. Yang Kai's entire body was covered in demonic flames, like a burning fireball, pouring his strength into the vortex at his feet, attacking its domain and territory, pulling him out of it. The next moment, he was enveloped in a dazzling divine light. Yang Kai's face changed dramatically as he felt the strength of his opponent's strength. He finally understood that the Saint King Realm and the Saint Realm were not on the same level. With his current strength, he could easily kill a third-order Saint Cultivator, but he could not quickly kill a furious Saint King. Even if it was just a first-order Saint King, it was still dangerous for him. When one's cultivation reached this level, their understanding and application of the true essence of their strength had far surpassed his own. Demon God Transformation. Yang Kai roared in his heart. One after another, invisible demonic patterns climbed up and disappeared into his flesh and blood, causing his blood essence and life aura to rise at a crazy rate. Shio. When the divine light hit his body, Yang Kai seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, his body swaying left and right as he let out a muffled groan. The Saint King Realm cultivator wore a ferocious expression as he sneered in his heart and rushed towards Yang Kai without mercy, intending to give him the final blow. He suddenly discovered that this strange young man was not as strong as he had imagined and regained absolute confidence in his own strength. A violent burst of strength poured out from his palms as he constantly pounded Yang Kai's body, pouring his Saint Chi into it, rampaging through his body and destroying his vitality. Then, he saw Yang Kai's playful eyes and an indifferent expression. Although he seemed to have suffered heavy injuries and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth, this young man didn't seem to care. He threw out a punch to resist and the two exchanged blows, a violent power erupting from their bodies as they engaged in a melee. Blood splashed as Yang Kai's flesh was lacerated while the Saint King Realm cultivator didn't fare much better, his body covered in blood. This was not Yang Kai's first time fighting someone above his realm, but this was his first time fighting a Saint King realm master head-on. Under such circumstances, Yang Kai seemed to have stimulated his potential and comprehended many of the mysteries of his strength that he had never been able to comprehend before. The more Yang Kai fought, the braver he became as a crazed light flashed across the depths of his eyes. Not only did his strength not weaken, it actually grew stronger and stronger. Unlike Yang Kai though, the Saint King realm master's momentum gradually declined after experiencing the initial burst of momentum. He felt that if he continued to fight, he would likely die. His body was covered in wounds, countless of his meridians were broken, and many of his bones were cracked. The strange clusters of demonic flames burned his body, almost turning him into a ball of fire. He had no choice but to circulate his strength to resist the damage caused by these demonic flames. However, he was unable to resist the alternating hot and cold aura of this Saint King realm cultivator, so he once again wanted to retreat. Chapter 1039. As the battle continued, the Saint King realm master pushed his strength to the limit, using all kinds of secret skills and artifacts he would not normally use, but he was still unable to defeat or kill Yang Kai. During the battle, not only did Yang Kai not shrink back from the pain of his wounds, but his eyes instead flashed with a look of enjoyment. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. Fighting an opponent whose strength was on par with his, going all out in a battle where only one of them could survive, this feeling of being on the brink of life and death made him very excited. Seeing his expression being noticed by his opponent, the Saint King realm master finally showed a trace of fear. At this moment, he seemed to understand Yang Kai's real intention, to use this battle to verify his true strength. The two third-order saints he had killed before were just casually dealt with. Realizing this, he finally panicked and shouted silently in his heart, forcing his body to involuntarily move away from this terrifying and abnormal young man. Hong Hong Hong, as their strengths collided, Yang Kai and the Saint King realm first-order cultivator were separated, each of them breaking free from the other's domain, both gasping for breath as they stared at each other from a distance of several dozen meters. A series of cracking sounds rang out from Yang Kai's body as his bones and physique squirmed and the Saint Chi in his body began to stir, a look of dissatisfaction appearing on his face. On the other hand, the Saint King realm cultivator's eyes were dim as blood flowed from his body. He was completely exhausted, like an arrow at the end of its flight. He stared at Yang Kai in horror, watching as the wounds on Yang Kai's body healed under an inexplicable force, then watched as his body was bathed in blood and exuded a dazzling golden light under the scorching sun. This was actually golden blood. The cultivator's eyes bulged as a look of disbelief filled his face. He didn't know what kind of secret art this young man had cultivated that allowed his blood to become this color, but he felt a kind of vitality and astonishing restorative power from this blood. It was because of this blood that his opponent's wounds were healing so quickly. He immediately realized this. He wasn't this young man's opponent, and he didn't have this kind of abnormal restorative ability. If he continued fighting, he really would die. He still had a trump card and a forbidden technique. He knew that if he wanted to, he could use this forbidden technique to increase his strength and still be able to contend with this young man. But he didn't dare. Because once he used this forbidden technique, his condition would worsen. Even his current realm would fall and he would never be able to improve again. After this battle, he was already half dead. If he really used a forbidden technique, even if he won, he would have to pay a heavy price. Most importantly, even if he were to activate that forbidden technique, he did not have absolute confidence. Who is this little brat? Why is he so terrifying? Yang Kai's, of Yang Kai of course, Yang of the Saint King of Heaven. So when he met Kai Yang's gaze, he quietly retreated, moving further and further away from Kai Yang, his expression dispirited. But his face was of the saint of his was be. It wasn't until he had retreated to what he thought was a safe distance that he hurriedly summoned his star shuttle. He shouted, "Boy, you will pay the price for today's actions." There will be no place for you on Water Moon Star. His voice came from afar, but he had already disappeared. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. He didn't seem to have any intention of chasing after him, just standing in place. She stared at his back. But a wisp of his divine sense broke through the shackles of space and leapt forward. Like a maggot attached to a bone, it clung to that man. Immediately, he stretched out his hand and tore space. 100 kilometers away, the Saint King Realm cultivator was desperately pushing his strength to extinguish the clusters of demonic flames on his body. When he was fighting Yang Kai just now, these clusters of demonic flames had consumed a lot of his Saint Chi to resist them. If not for this, he wouldn't have been so weak. This kind of demonic flame was a power he had never heard of before. It was a combination of cold and hot, young and evil. It was an extremely contradictory combination that he couldn't extinguish in a short time. All he could do was constantly push his strength to resist its erosion and burning, pushing his speed to the limit, hoping to return to the mountain valley as soon as possible and find the master to help him. Not seeing any trace of that strange young man behind him, Yang Kai thought he had escaped with his life and put all his thoughts on how to explain this failure when he returned. Just as he was contemplating, the space in front of him suddenly distorted. Yang Kai thought he had overused his strength and was seeing things. When he looked at it with rapt attention, the distortions in space became even more severe. Like a broken mirror, it burst open. In the next moment, a crack suddenly opened up in front of him. It was as if an invisible beast had opened its mouth, terrifying to the extreme. Inside this crack, a figure stood with a playful smile on his face, waiting for Yang Kai's arrival. Seeing this person's face, Yang Kai's expression changed, as if he had seen a ghost, unable to believe his eyes. This was the young man he had just fought with. The other party stretched out a hand from the void crack, caught him off guard, and threw him into the void crack. Soon after, the void crack quickly closed, and the young man stood outside, waving at him with a smile. Darkness enveloped Yang Kai and he instantly fell into an eternal cold nothingness. A strange force flowed around him and swallowed him like a swamp. Yang Kai roared but was unable to escape and could only reluctantly accept his impending fate. Outside, Yang Kai dispelled his demon god transformation and stretched his body, a dignified expression on his face. After experiencing such a battle, he somewhat realized where his limits were. The First Order Saint King Realm was his limit, and after using his demon god transformation, he could fight such a master head-on without fear. Yang Kai wasn't clear about Second Order Saint King Realm masters. This battle had allowed him to gain a lot, and he had also become more familiar with the use of his new strength and understood the terror of his demonic flame. However, what he was more concerned about was why these three people wanted to kill him. What was the problem with the scene he saw? It looked like they were just transporting supplies, although the place they chose was a bit remote. Yang Kai couldn't figure it out, so he didn't bother to think too deeply about it and quickly left the scene on his star shuttle. Half a day later, in the mountain valley Yang Kai had just passed, all the supplies had been transported into the starship. The middle-aged man who had been chatting happily with the handsome young man walked over with a smile. Turning to the young man, he said, "Young Master Xueyu, it was a pleasure to cooperate with you. If such a good thing happens again next time, I hope young Master Xueyu will remember us. We will definitely pay you a satisfactory price." The handsome young man named Xueyu smiled and nodded, the smile on his face like a spring breeze, giving off a sense of warmth and intimacy. Wherever his eyes passed, the female cultivator, regardless of their cultivation or age, would fall into his lap. All of them wore infatuated looks on their faces. There was no doubt that as long as Xueyu beckoned with his finger, these female cultivator would all take the initiative to throw themselves into his arms. "We'll be going first, young Master Xueyu, please wait a moment," the middle-aged man said with a smile, then beckoned his cultivator subordinates and walked towards the starship. Many of the women who had come with him looked back at him with reluctance. Looking towards Xueyu, At that moment, a Saint King Realm cultivator hurried over to Shui Yu's side and whispered a few words into his ear with a dignified expression. The smile on Shui Yu's face stiffened slightly as he asked in a low voice, "Are you sure?" "Yes, 2 corpses were found 500 kilometers away while the other one is missing. I'm afraid it's a disaster." "Young master, I'm afraid this transaction was seen by that guy who passed by." Shui Yu's pair of clear eyes narrowed slightly. Nodding, he said, "I understand." As he said this, he took a step forward and shouted, "Wait a minute." The middle-aged man, who was feeling satisfied and preparing to return with a full load, heard this shout and stopped, turning back to look at Shui Yu. Asking, "Does young master Shui Yu have any other instructions?" Shui Yu smiled lightly and said, "Although I feel very sorry, this transaction is over. However, I'm afraid this transaction will have to be terminated. You can't take these resources away." "Terminate?" The middle-aged man frowned, a look of displeasure appearing on his face as he grinned. "Young master Shui Yu must be joking. Now that the goods and materials have been exchanged, the transaction is complete. You can't terminate it just because you say so, right?" Shui Yu smiled, nodded, and said matter-of-factly, "If I say it's terminated, it's terminated." This extremely arrogant and dismissive attitude seemed to annoy the middle-aged man and he couldn't help laughing. "Young master Shui Yu, since the transaction has been completed, I'm not going to return the goods. These things can't be bought with money and are in short supply. Take care, we'll cooperate again next time." "There won't be a next time." Shui Yu slowly shook his head, the smile on his face not diminishing, still giving off a warm feeling. "Leave the materials behind, you too." Hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression couldn't help but change as a sense of unease suddenly enveloped his entire body. A cultivator hidden in a large robe walked out from behind Shui Yu and appeared in front of the middle-aged man like a ghost. Raising a hand, this cultivator gently placed a palm on the middle-aged man's head. A strange power invaded the middle-aged man's body and he instantly felt as if all the bones in his body had been shattered. His internal organs were also severely damaged and his vitality was quickly drained from his body. "Return to Origin Realm." Staring at the figure in front of him, he cried out in shock before falling to the ground dead. His death caused a great panic and the battleship was suddenly thrown into chaos as countless screams sounded. The figure in the large robe slowly walked into the battleship and killed one cultivator after another as easily as stepping on a group of ants. After a while, he calmly walked out and reported to Shui Yu in a low voice, 135 people, all dead. Shui Yu nodded slightly and ordered his subordinates, "Pack everything up and take them away." "Young master, what about this battleship?" one of his subordinates asked. "The items could be packed up, but the battleship couldn't be stored in a space ring, leaving it here would definitely attract attention." Chapter 1040. Inside Shintu's palace, Yang Kai returned. The guards at the door were all solemn and respectful, bowing respectfully. "Brother Yang, you're back." Shintu's voice suddenly sounded from inside, and he immediately walked out with a big smile on his face and greeted him. "President Aio finally allowed you to come back." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Shintu couldn't help his mouth twitching as he said with an annoyed expression, "Don't mention it, this time I almost lost a layer of skin." Come in, let's talk." He warmly greeted Yang Kai and walked into the palace side by side, asking where Yang Kai had been all this time and why he hadn't seen him for so long. Yang Kai briefly explained his itinerary before frowning, "I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Shintu saw his dignified expression and couldn't help becoming serious. Looking left and right, Kai Yang carefully observed his surroundings. Garen, who had been following Shintu, said, "Little brother can rest assured, you don't need to worry about this conversation leaking out, the people in young master's palace are all loyal to him." Shintu nodded, motioning to Yang Kai to speak boldly. Yang Kai then said, "When I went out this time, I seem to have killed 3 cultivator from your chamber of commerce. And then? Shen Tu asked. There's no then, after killing them I came back. Shen Tu grinned, that's not a problem, there are many people in the Chamber of Commerce and there are often fights on Water Moon Star. People die every day, so if they want to kill someone, as long as their status isn't too high, there won't be any problems. Their status shouldn't be high, because their strength isn't high. Rest assured, I'll handle this for you, Brother Yang, you don't need to worry. Shen Tu patted his chest confidently, not caring about the 3 dead cultivator from the Chamber of Commerce. Let me finish first. Yang Kai waved his hand, this time, I didn't take the initiative to provoke them. When I was returning, I passed by a mountain valley and 3 people from a group chased after me. A group of people? Shen Tu was surprised. And, in that mountain valley, there was a starship about 300 meters long, and some cultivator from your Hengluo Chamber of Commerce were transporting some materials. It was too far away, I couldn't see what they were, but when I passed by, they discovered me. One of them was a young man about our age who ordered those 3 people to chase after me. They were trading materials in the mountain valley. Shen Tu's face suddenly, his expression changed, he suddenly realized that something was wrong, he hurriedly asked, Yang Kai's, did you see any characteristics of those people's characteristics? Thinking about it carefully, Kai Yang replied, if we're talking about characteristics, I'm very interested in that young man. He's very beautiful, and very beautiful. As Kai Yang spoke, his expression became very strange. Using the word beautiful to describe a man, he actually felt that it was very appropriate, there was nothing wrong with it. Shen Tu's expression became more and more dignified as he exchanged a glance with Jia Long, suddenly feeling a bad premonition. Brother Yang, tell me more about that young man. Shen Tu's voice stuttered. I didn't see him clearly, I just caught a glimpse of him. His skin was very white and he had a very kind smile on his face. Oh right, there were many female cultivator around him, all of them very infatuated with him. He was about the same height and age as you and had long hair draped over his shoulders, Yang Kai explained. No way, Shen Tu suddenly groaned. Yang Kai observed Shen Tu and Garen's expressions and couldn't help asking, do you know him? Shen Tu's mouth twitched as a look of fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. After a moment of silence, he said, Brother Yang, you're not an outsider, so I won't hide it from you. The guy you saw may be my 3rd brother, Xueyu. When the word Xueyu came out of Shen Tu's mouth, Garen's brow couldn't help twitching, as if he was facing a great enemy. Your 3rd brother? Yang Kai froze. My 3rd brother. Shen Tu nodded. Garen smiled bitterly and explained, on Water Moon Star, there are only 2 people young Master Shen Tu knows, one is the president, and the other is young Master Xueyu. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before grinning, he's your brother, what's there to be afraid of? Shen Tu suddenly cried out bitterly, if he wasn't my brother, I would have tried to get rid of him long ago. Brother Yang, you don't know, just mentioning my 3rd brother makes me shudder. Damn, that guy left so many childhood traumas in my heart, I'm not afraid of him even though I'm afraid of my father. This young Master Xueyu seems to be quite skilled. Yang Kai couldn't help becoming interested in this strange young man. He had been together with Shen Tu for a while now and knew that this guy wasn't afraid of the heavens or earth. Being able to subdue Shen Tu and make him fear him from the inside out, this Xueyu was quite extraordinary. Brother Yang, don't make fun of me, if the person you saw was really him, then things will be troublesome. What's wrong? Yang Kai asked seriously. If I'm not mistaken, 3rd brother should be privately trading with some force for scarce materials in the Chamber of Commerce to amass wealth. This is a big taboo in the Chamber of Commerce and is not allowed. If this matter were to spread, he would be in big trouble. So when I passed by, he sent people to hunt me down. Yang Kai suddenly understood everything. Yes. Moreover, my 3rd brother is a man who won't give up until he achieves his goals. If he takes a fancy to something or someone, even if there are thousands of obstacles, he will succeed. On top of that, he is a very temperamental person, and no one can guess what he's thinking. I remember one year, he and a senior member of the Chamber of Commerce both took a fancy to a maid, and although that maid was eventually obtained by that senior member, he inexplicably disappeared a month later. Yang Kai's expression changed dramatically. Jia Long nodded in agreement. I remember, because of this matter, the president was furious for a while, but because he couldn't find any clues, he just let it go. Now, I'm afraid he has set his sights on Brother Yang's life and wants to kill you to silence you. Shen Tu shouted. Saying so, Shen Tu stood up and turned a worried look towards Yang Kai. Then shouldn't I hide? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Even if you hide, you won't necessarily be able to. You don't know how powerful my third brother is, he is the person my father values the most. Many people think he will definitely be the next president. All of Water Moon Star is his eyes and ears. If he wants to find someone, as long as you are still on Water Moon Star, he will definitely be able to find you. Then what should I do? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He had just gone out for a stroll and had unexpectedly encountered this kind of thing. It was really bad luck. Brother Yang, you shouldn't go out for the time being. Stay in the palace, I'll help you investigate the situation and think of a way. Shen Tu sighed slightly. Good. After such an incident, Yang Kai didn't want to go out again and instead spent all his time in Shen Tu's palace, either meditating and stabilizing his current realm, refining pills, or spying on the star and understanding the structure of the star's territory. From time to time, Jia Long would come to report on the situation. From him, Yang Kai learned that the Chamber of Commerce's third young master Xueyu was indeed looking for someone during this time. The undercurrents on Water Moon Star were turbulent and many innocent people had died because of this. Yang Kai thoroughly understood the cruel methods of this Xueyu. At that time, he had passed by the mountain valley so he hadn't been able to see what Xueyu looked like, so it was likely the other party hadn't seen his appearance either. Looking for such a person on a star was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if Xueyu had the power to mobilize his forces, it would still be very difficult for him to find Yang Kai. Therefore, those cultivators who were similar in size to Yang Kai and had similar strength had all suffered. Xueyu would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let one go. He was much more courageous than President Aio and his brothers. He was a decisive person. Yang Kai found it hard to imagine that someone like Xueyu could be so cruel and merciless. At that time, he had seen this person from afar and felt that not only was he beautiful, but he also had a unique and warm temperament. Yang Kai was secretly shocked and knew that one couldn't judge a book by its cover. Xueyu's inner savagery was completely covered by his outer appearance. Once Yang Kai fell into his hands, there would be no good end for him, so Yang Kai obediently hid in Shen Tu's palace and cultivated in peace. The fierce undercurrent lasted for 2 months and more than 2,000 people on Water Moon Star lost their lives because of it. It wasn't until 2 months later that the situation gradually subsided. Jia Long also reported the latest developments to Yang Kai so that he didn't have to worry. It wasn't until 2 months later that Shen Tu came to Yang Kai with a helpless expression and got straight to the point. Brother Yang, although I would like to keep you here so that you and I can work together to make a name for ourselves, if you stay here, you will eventually be found by my third brother. Once he finds you, even I won't be able to protect you. What do you mean? You have to leave, Shen Tu sighed. Now that the situation has stabilized a little and third brother's attention is no longer here, I can arrange for you to leave secretly. Saying so, he paused for a moment before continuing, of course, this is up to you. If you're willing to stay, this Shen Tu will be very grateful. I don't have many friends, but Brother Yang is one of them, so I'd like to spend more time with you, but even if you do stay, you can only hide in the palace and not leave. Then I'll leave. Yang Kai smiled lightly. In fact, if there wasn't such a thing, I wouldn't have stayed here for long. I appreciate Brother Shen Tu's kindness, but I still have my own matters to attend to. Shen Tu was startled for a moment before his expression relaxed greatly, smiling as he said, "So Brother Yang already had plans." "Ha, what a pity, I originally wanted you to participate in the Chamber of Commerce's talent selection. With your strength, you would definitely be able to stand out among the saints, but now it seems that won't be necessary." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Then you make some preparations, I'll see if there are any suitable starships leaving in the near future. I'll let you know when the time comes." "Good." Yang Kai didn't have any objections. If he wanted to leave Water Moon Star, he would naturally have to board a starship. Flying a star shuttle would not only take a long time, but it would also consume a lot of his strength. Yang Kai waited patiently. 10 days later, Shen Tu suddenly rushed over and informed Yang Kai that everything had been prepared and that they could set off. Yang Kai didn't have anything he needed to take with him and simply followed Shen Tu out of the palace. Chapter 1041. Outside the palace, Shen Tu said apologetically, "Brother Yang, this is as far as I can send you off. My identity is too sensitive, if I were to send you off now, I will definitely attract unwanted attention. Please take care. Xue Tong will accompany you and explain everything to you along the way so as to ensure your safety." Garen waved to the side and the monster race cultivator who had brought Yang Kai to buy his star shuttle and ores came over and grinned at Yang Kai, "Young Master Yang." "Many thanks." Yang Kai knew that this was Shen Tu's goodwill, so he didn't refuse. "Brother Yang, until we meet again." Shen Tu cupped his fists solemnly. Yang Kai returned the courtesy and under Xue Tong's guidance, the two of them flew forward on their star shuttles. Water Moon Star's starships were basically used to transport supplies. The various great forces in the star territory would place various orders with Hangluo Chamber of Commerce through their branches on Water Moon Star. After the Chamber of Commerce was ready, the starships would transport the supplies to the home stars of these forces within a set time. On the way, according to Xue Tong's explanation, Yang Kai understood that the starship the two of them were about to board was heading to a star called Emerald Star. Emerald Star was the home star of a great force called Raging Flame. This force wasn't very strong, but it wasn't weak either, ranking mid-tier in the entire star territory. It controlled 2 cultivation stars, one of which was Emerald Star. The total journey time would be about half a year, and along the way, they would pass by some cultivation stars belonging to other great forces. "Young Master Yang, you can choose which cultivation star to stop at or follow the starship directly to Emerald Star," Xue Tong explained. "Understood, I'll see for myself when the time comes," Yang Kai nodded. Following Xue Tong carefully, Yang Kai passed through the space array he had used before and arrived at another city, entering a heavily guarded area surrounded by cultivators. This was a huge square, so vast that one couldn't see the end of it. In this square, there were large and small starships docked one after another, and countless cultivators were busy transporting supplies in an orderly manner. These boxes of supplies exuded rich energy fluctuations, many of which were extremely high-grade items. Xue Tong led Yang Kai here. Yang Kai looked around and was secretly shocked by the wealth of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. Just these dozens of large and small battleships were already a shocking amount of capital, not to mention the countless cultivators and materials in the battleships. A great force was truly a great force. The two of them hadn't walked far when several Saint King Realm cultivators appeared in front of them. Clear murderous intent radiated from their bodies as they stared vigilantly at Xue Tong and Yang Kai, one of them raising his hand and shouting, "Halt!" Xue Tong paused, but his expression didn't show the slightest panic as he took out a token from his space ring and handed it over. The cultivator took it and carefully examined it before gently nodding and not asking any more questions, waving his hand to signal Xue Tong and Yang Kai to hurry inside. "Young Master Shen Tu has arranged everything, we'll be leaving with a master he knows," Xue Tong said in a low voice. Shuttling through the starship square, Xue Tong's eyes lit up and he pointed forward. Off to the side, a Saint King-grade high-rank starship was quietly moored. Its hatch was open and many cultivators were carrying supplies inside. Outside the starship, a burly man stood with his hands crossed behind his back, a pair of eagle-like eyes flashing brilliantly and a dignified expression on his face. All the people transporting supplies involuntarily moved away from him, seemingly afraid of him. When Xue Tong and Yang Kai walked over, this man's eyes instantly locked onto them. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning, feeling like he was being pricked by needles. Master Xian Rui. Xue Tong stepped forward and cupped his fists. Is that him? The burly man called Xian Rui swept his eyes over Yang Kai and snorted, Young Master Shen Tu wants me to take him away. Yes. Xue Tong nodded. He's not from the Chamber of Commerce. Xian Rui looked at him. Xue Tong shook his head, he's a friend of young Master Shen Tu's day. Oh. Xian Rui's eyes flashed, Shen Tu actually has a friend? That's quite rare. You can take him away, but remember, on my starship, you can't act recklessly and must obey the rules, otherwise I'll throw him into the starship territory and let him fend for himself. Don't worry, young master's friend won't cause any trouble, Xue Tong smiled, not caring about his threat. Xian Rui curled his lips disdainfully, if he didn't cause any trouble, why would Shen Tu be so anxious to send him away? Just look at him, he doesn't seem to be an obedient person. Xian Rui shot a meaningful glance towards Yang Kai, as if he had noticed something, but he didn't ask anything, simply snorting, go in. Many thanks. Xue Tong smiled, beckoning to Yang Kai and leading him into the starship. Inside the starship, there were many cultivators running about, and everyone was very busy. Xue Tong didn't ask anything and simply continued to shuttle through the corridor with Yang Kai, eventually finding 2 rooms that were next to each other to settle in. Young Master Yang, if you're not satisfied with this room, I can help you change it, Xue Tong asked for Yang Kai's opinion. Yang Kai stood by the window and looked out at the scenery, shaking his head as he said, no need, this room has a wide view, I can enjoy the scenery when I'm bored. As long as you're satisfied. That Xian Rui, what's his relationship with Shen Tu? Why is he helping Shen Tu? Yang Kai asked. Master Xian Rui. Xue Tong thought for a moment before replying, he should be young Master Shen Tu's uncle. Yang Kai was surprised. Yes. Xue Tong smiled, Master Xian Rui's younger sister is young Master Shen Tu's mother. The President and Master Xian Rui's younger sister have known each other for many years, but in the end, for various reasons, the two were unable to get together. Forget it, there's no need to explain, it's definitely another bad debt. Yang Kai waved his hand. Xue Tong also smiled bitterly, yes, it's a bad debt that can't be sorted out. If young Master Yang has no other instructions, I'll go rest first. After an hour, this starship should set sail. Go. Xue Tong immediately withdrew. Yang Kai stood by the window, looking out at the crowd below, his mood fluctuating as he once again felt a sense of loneliness and desolation. The starship territory was vast, seemingly endless, but here, he was just an outsider. He had no relatives or friends, no familiar affairs, and everything felt strange. Everything here seemed to be far away from him. Wandering here alone, he subconsciously thought of the warmth of his little senior sister, the tenderness of Su Yan, and even the beguiling demon queen Shan Qing Luo and Qiu Yi Meng. Familiar faces flashed through his mind, causing his always strong heart to soften. I wonder if they're still happy and healthy. Have they encountered any difficulties? She wondered if they were also thinking about her. Yang Kai's thoughts flew back and forth, suddenly feeling a bit sour. However, when a figure appeared in front of his eyes, all his thoughts and feelings were disrupted and his eyes couldn't help narrowing as his expression became gloomy. In the huge square, there was a group of 3 people walking towards them. The leader of the group was a handsome young man with fair skin that would make any woman jealous and exclaim in admiration. His black hair draped over his shoulders, making him look elegant and elegant. There was a warm and genial smile on his face that made people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. Wherever he passed, the female cultivator who was transporting supplies stopped and stared at him with infatuation. He was actually walking in the direction of this starship. Shuiyu. Yang Kai quickly left the window, ran out of his room, and went next door, closing the door behind him. Shui Tong seemed to be meditating on his bed, but when he saw Yang Kai suddenly arrive, he couldn't help feeling a bit surprised. "Young Master Yang, is there anything else you need?" Yang Kai stared at him deeply and lowered his voice. "Tell me honestly, did Shen Tu sell me out?" The confusion on Shui Tong's face became even stronger as he frowned. "Young Master Yang, what do you mean by this? Look outside for yourself." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Shui Tong stood up and stared out the window, his eyes narrowing as he muttered, "Young Master Shuiyu. How could he be here?" "You're asking me, but who should I ask?" Yang Kai sneered. "Did Shen Tu tell him something?" Shui Tong's expression became serious. "Young Master Yang, if you think so, then you're looking down on young Master Shen Tu too much. He truly regards you as a friend, how could he sell you out? Moreover, young Master Shuiyu should have left Water Moon Star yesterday. It's because of this that young Master Shen Tu chose to arrange for you to leave today." "Left yesterday?" Yang Kai frowned, his eyes staring intently at Shui Tong, not letting go of any change in his expression. "Yes, young Master Shuiyu was on a mission and should have left yesterday." Shui Tong nodded heavily, "and some people saw him board a nearby starship and leave Water Moon Star. Then how could he appear here? What's more, it just so happened to find this starship." Yang Kai muttered. Shui Tong smiled bitterly. "I don't know, but young Master Yang, young Master Shen Tu absolutely didn't betray you, he wouldn't do such a thing." Yang Kai stared at him intently for a moment before finally saying, "Good, I believe you. Can we disembark now?" "That's too risky, there's a chance he'll see us." Shui Tong quickly waved his hand. "If young Master Shuiyu really wants to board this starship, you'd better stay here and not let him discover you. Hopefully, he's just here to talk to Master Xin Rui." "That's probably not possible." Yang Kai slowly shook his head as he listened carefully. Shui Tong's room was not far above the cabin door, so even if he didn't circulate his strength, he could still hear some of their conversation. From the conversation between Shui Tong and Xin Rui, An Kai knew that Shui Tong had indeed come for this starship and would board it just like him. Yang Kai's mood suddenly became extremely bad. Chapter 1042. "Young Master Shuiyu, as far as I know, you should have left yesterday, how could you appear here today?" Beside the starship, Xin Rui asked suspiciously. Shuiyu smiled lightly. "I had some matters to attend to yesterday so I couldn't leave, so I let the starship leave first. Uncle Xin Rui is going to Emerald Star, so I thought it wouldn't be a problem to hitch a ride on your ship. In any case, you will pass by Rainfall Star, so I decided to leave from there." Xin Rui couldn't help frowning. Shuiyu looked at him and continued to smile. "Uncle Xin Rui shouldn't be inconvenienced, right? You just wanted me to hitch a ride. Is there something on this starship that you can't let me see?" Xin Rui's attitude made him suspicious and he couldn't help glaring at him. Xin Rui laughed. "Young Master Shuiyu must be joking, this starship only has the materials ordered by Raging Flames sect, how could there be anything I can't let you see? Young Master Shuiyu, please." As he spoke, he turned his body to the side. "Many thanks, Uncle Xin Rui." Shuiyu took advantage of this opportunity to lead his two subordinates inside. All the cultivators who saw him bowed respectfully. "Check if there are any materials on this starship that can't be transported out." Shuiyu's smile never faded as he sent a message to his two subordinates with his divine sense. "Does young Master suspect that Xin Rui is smuggling supplies?" One of them replied. "He shouldn't do such a thing, but his attitude makes me a little concerned." There's nothing wrong with being cautious. Subordinate will investigate as soon as possible. The group of 3 shuttled through the hull and soon found an extremely luxurious room to live in. This kind of room had always been only available to those with the highest status. The room Yang Kai and Xue Tong lived in was just an ordinary room for an ordinary cultivator of the Chamber of Commerce. Outside the starship, after Xue Yu and the others walked in, Xian Rui looked up and saw 2 extremely ugly faces standing by the window. He's come in. Yang Kai's face sank as he stared at Xue Tong. Xue Tong's face twitched. He never thought that he would meet Xue Yu at this time, and even board the same starship as them. Young Master Xue Yu wants to go to Rainfall Star, that is a cultivation star under the jurisdiction of my Chamber of Commerce. It will only take about 2 months. Young Master Yang, please endure for a while until young Master Xue Yu leaves, Xue Tong comforted. That's the only way. Yang Kai nodded helplessly. Although he had never met Xue Yu in person, at that time, he could vaguely see Xue Yu's face, so Xue Yu should have remembered his appearance. If he were to appear in front of Xue Yu at this time, he would undoubtedly be throwing himself into a trap. In order to keep the secret of the private exchange of precious materials, he had already killed 2,000 innocent people, so he definitely wouldn't mind killing one more. The 2 people next to Xue Yu were definitely masters he couldn't compete with. Yang Kai felt a huge pressure from them. He knew that Xue Tong was telling the truth and that this was the best way. Young Master Yang, take this thing. After pouring your divine sense into it, you can communicate with me. If you need anything, just use this to notify me, Xue Tong said as he took out a compass-shaped artifact and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and played with it for a while, quickly understanding its function and purpose. Yang Kai had seen this compass-shaped artifact many times before. The people from Purple Star and Sword Union all used it to communicate, but now that he had one, he couldn't help feeling a little curious. Good, then I'll go back first. Yang Kai said, put away the compass-shaped artifact, and walked out. Just now, he had heard the footsteps of Xue Yu's group pass by outside and knew that they had already gone far away, so there was no problem in leaving at this moment. Young Master Yang. Xue Tong suddenly called out from behind. What's the matter? Yang Kai looked back at him. Xue Tong hesitated for a moment before saying, Young Master Shen Tu sincerely wishes to befriend you and will not do anything to harm you. Yang Kai looked at him deeply and gently nodded, I understand. He suspected that Shen Tu had betrayed him because this time's events were too coincidental and anyone would be suspicious. However, from the conversation between Xue Yu and Xian Rui just now, Yang Kai had learned that it was just a misunderstanding. When Shen Tu learned that he had killed 3 cultivators from his Chamber of Commerce, he didn't pursue the matter at all. From this, it could be seen that he really cared about their friendship, otherwise, he would have at least shown some displeasure. But Shen Tu didn't, he didn't care about the deaths of 3 cultivators from his Chamber of Commerce. Returning to his room, Yang Kai closed the door and sat down cross-legged on his bed to cultivate. About an hour later, a humming sound suddenly came from inside the huge starship and the entire starship seemed to sway. The shaking only lasted for a moment before stabilizing. Immediately, the starship slowly rose into the air and turned around, its speed growing faster and faster. After reaching a height of several thousand meters, it suddenly turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the vast star field. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked around, only to see the scenery outside the window rapidly receding and the entirety of Water Moon Star gradually becoming smaller. Passing through the thick clouds, the starship arrived in the starry sky and headed towards Emerald Star. After learning that Xue Yu was also on this starship, Yang Kai had been careful not to leave his room. Even when he was cultivating, he didn't release his strength to avoid attracting Xue Yu's attention. From the information he obtained from Xue Tong, Yang Kai learned that Xue Yu lived in a luxurious wing on another floor, which had nothing to do with the cabin-like rooms on this floor, but Yang Kai still didn't relax his vigilance. After so many years of wandering the outside world, caution was the foundation of his survival. The Saint King grade high-rank starship was extremely fast, several times faster than Yang Kai's star shuttles. Compared with star shuttles of the same grade, a starship would always have the advantage in speed. Although it was massive, the countless spirit arrays engraved inside could provide it with a great boost in speed, and the saint crystals that served as its energy source could provide it with the necessary power. Inside the star field, there were countless asteroids drifting about. These asteroids drifted in an irregular pattern, some were large, some were small, some were scattered, and some were gathered together, forming a massive asteroid sea. When the starship moved through the star field, it would carefully avoid these asteroids to avoid causing any unnecessary damage to the hull. If it couldn't avoid them, the starship's cultivator would move ahead of time to change the trajectory of these asteroids or destroy them directly. Along the way, Yang Kai remained in his room, cultivating and comprehending, from time to time going out to enjoy the enchanting scenery outside to relax his nerves. On this day, he suddenly took out his artifact compass and poured his divine sense into it to establish contact with Xue Tong. "What orders does young Master Yang have?" Xue Tong quickly replied. "The two people following Xueyu, what kind of cultivation do they have?" "One of them is an origin returning realm master, while the other should only be a third-order Saint King." Origin returning realm. Yang Kai was shocked as he understood what kind of position Xueyu had in President Aio's heart. The strongest guard in Shentu's palace was Jiao Long, a third-order Saint King, but Xueyu actually had an origin returning realm master by her side. In President Aio's heart, Xueyu's status was obviously higher than Shentu's. "What about Xueyu herself?" Yang Kai asked. "She broke through to the second-order Saint King realm 10 years ago, I don't know how she is now." Xue Tong's tone was somewhat sad. "Young Master Xueyu's talent is quite outstanding. Among President Aio's sons, her cultivation is the highest, while young Master Shentu can only be ranked second." "Amazing." Yang Kai praised sincerely. "Besides the master by Xueyu's side, there isn't any other origin returning realm cultivator on this starship, right?" "And there really isn't. After all, masters with such strength are not very common. On each cultivation star, there aren't many origin returning realm cultivators. These origin returning realm masters are scattered throughout the territory of each cultivation star, acting as the mainstay of each great force. Generally, they won't bother with trivial matters such as transporting materials. Only when transporting extremely valuable items will an origin returning realm cultivator be dispatched to escort them." Xue Tong explained, pausing for a moment before continuing. "Is young Master Yang worried about the safety of this starship? If that's the case, you can rest assured. The Chamber of Commerce's business is spread throughout the entire territory of the starship and has dealings with various great forces. Even those bandits hiding in Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair won't easily target our Chamber of Commerce's starship. They also have a need for the Chamber of Commerce." Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair were two of the most evil forces in the entire starship territory. Yang Kai had learned a little about them from Shentu before and knew that these two forces hated the entire starship territory. They ran amok throughout the territory of the Starship Alliance, robbing passing star ships, plundering their supplies, and abducting their personnel. Men were treated as slaves while women were slaves. Their methods were extremely cruel. Any starship would avoid these two places as far as possible. In the past, the great forces of the starship territory had joined forces many times to encircle and annihilate them, but these two places were very dangerous and were protected by extremely powerful natural spirit arrays. Every time they were encircled and annihilated, the great forces suffered heavy losses. Although they were able to temporarily suppress Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair's arrogance, it wouldn't be long before these two forces would return to wreak havoc on the starship territory and retaliate even more fiercely. After a few rounds of torment, no one dared to try such a thankless task again. As long as a starship bears the Chamber of Commerce's logo, no one dares to touch it, and no one will touch it. Xue Tong's tone was faintly filled with pride. Understood. Yang Kai nodded. Bored, he chatted with Xue Tong for a while to pass the time before finally severing contact with him. Immersing his divine sense into his knowledge sea, Yang Kai manifested his soul avatar and looked up at the mysterious star chart above his knowledge sea. When he was chatting with Xue Tong just now, Yang Kai had deliberately inquired about Rainfall Star and Emerald Star and learned that these two stars were cultivation stars with good world energy auras. Rainfall Star was Hengluo Chamber of Commerce's home stars while Emerald Star was Raging Flame's home star. Yang Kai began searching for the locations of Emerald Star and Rainfall Star on this chart. Chapter 1043. Yang Kai's divine sense was like a bolt of lightning, shuttling back and forth across the star that adorned his knowledge sea. Soon, according to Xue Tong's introduction, Yang Kai found a cultivation star the size of a silver plate. At this moment, this cultivation star was split in half by sea and half by land, almost the same size as Hengluo Chamber of Commerce's home star, Water Moon Star. This was Rainfall Star. Around Rainfall Star, there was an even larger sun star as well as several smaller moon stars. These moon stars were constantly revolving around Rainfall Star under the influence of the gravitational field while Rainfall Star was also revolving around the Sun Star under the influence of the gravitational field. The two were completely unrelated to each other, yet they were inextricably linked. The territory of this star looked extremely mysterious, and the rules of operation implied the principles of the Great Tao, causing one to be fascinated. Sun stars and moon stars were two types of stars that were bound to exist around a cultivation star. Sun stars emitted sunlight, providing nutrients for the plants and creatures on the cultivation star, while moon stars emitted a holy brilliance, bathing in the cool moonlight, calming one's mind. After finding Rainfall Star, Yang Kai began to try to use his understanding of the star territory to sketch out various safe routes. Soon, he was surprised to find that using his consciousness as a pen and his divine sense as ink to sketch out routes on this star, he was able to improve his understanding and utilization of spiritual energy. This unexpected discovery made him somewhat ecstatic. Yang Kai spared no effort to simulate a star, inscribing each safe route into his star shuttle. Gradually, Yang Kai forgot the passage of time and immersed himself in this mysterious territory. Inscribing and copying star consumed a great deal of spiritual energy, so Yang Kai immersed himself in this process for many days, inscribing countless safe routes from one cultivation star to another. Some star routes were extremely long. Even if he took a starship, it would still take him several years to travel from one cultivation star to another. Some star routes were so close to each other that it would only take him a few months to travel back and forth. Yang Kai's understanding of the star territory grew deeper and deeper, and his understanding and utilization of his conflagrated knowledge sea also grew more proficient. From the inside out, Yang Kai felt as if his soul had been baptized and sublimated. However, Yang Kai didn't know how much of a star territory these stars he had drawn would be able to play, whether or not he would really be able to travel without encountering any dangers. Of these questions would have to be answered in practice. He began to re-examine the route of the warship and compared it to the star chart he had drawn. Soon after, Yang Kai found that the safe of the star route he had researched was exactly the same as the starship's route. He immediately rejoiced, as if he had been inspired, filled with confidence in himself. Yang Kai began to observe the route ahead, wanting to see if there would be any dangers ahead. After this observation, he immediately found something wrong. If this starship continued to sail forward for another day or two, it would enter a cold and silent star territory. There were many asteroids in this vast area, forming a dense sea of asteroids. The surrounding stars were all dim and lifeless, without a trace of aura. These stars were actually all dead stars. Yang Kai told his discovery to Xue Tong through the compass. Xue Tong quickly replied, "Young Master Yang doesn't need to worry, that is a notoriously cold and dead territory, we will indeed pass through there. Is there no problem? Yang Kai confirmed with some concern. There's no problem, every starship from Rainfall Star to Water Moon Star will pass through there, nothing has ever happened. Xue Tong seemed to think that Yang Kai was making a fuss over nothing and secretly laughed. After a pause, Xue Tong suddenly asked in surprise, how does young Master Yang know that we will pass through the cold and dead territory? With his understanding of Yang Kai, it was impossible for Yang Kai to be proficient in this area, so Xue Tong couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Yang Kai didn't explain, instead cutting off the connection with Xue Tong and continuing to concentrate on drawing the of the star, improving his ability to use his spiritual energy. In another luxurious room of the battleship, Xue Yu sat on a comfortable chair, his body and mind relaxed as he held a wine cup in his hand. The cup was filled with blood-red wine, and he gracefully took a sip as he listened to the Origin Returning Realm Old Man's report. Young Master, I have checked all aspects and there is no problem with the materials transported on the starship. It is indeed what Raging Flame ordered, and there is nothing that is not allowed to be transported. Nothing is missing? Xue Yu asked softly. Nothing. I even caught a person and spied on his memories, but I didn't find any problems. Oh. A thoughtful look appeared on Xue Yu's face as his slender fingers casually twirled around his hair, gently playing with it as his brow furrowed slightly. This action of his was purely unintentional, but when it was seen by the other subordinates standing nearby, it caused his body to shake violently as he stared at Xue Yu with an infatuated look in his eyes. His breathing suddenly became heavy as he stared at Xue Yu, his eyes gradually turning red, like a starving wolf staring at a delicious meal. Obvious fluctuations of power pulsed from his body, as if he wanted to rush towards Xue Yu regardless of anything else. Young Master. The Origin Returning Realm Master instantly realized that something was wrong and called out in a low voice. HM. Xue Yu suddenly came back to his senses and saw the ugly state of his other subordinate. His pair of clear eyes couldn't help showing a trace of disgust as he shouted, "Get out!" The Third Order Saint King Cultivator also finally came back to his senses, his face instantly turning red as he wished he could find a hole to crawl into and run away in shame. After he left, the Origin Returning Realm Old Man smiled bitterly, "Young Master, you have to pay more attention, what happened just now wasn't his fault." Xue Yu snorted, his mental fortitude is so poor, next time something happens, don't let him follow me. I know, the old man gently nodded, sighing in his heart. Just now, if it weren't for his profound strength and age, he likely would have fallen for the aura Xue Yu unintentionally emitted. Suddenly, he understood that this monstrous young master was indeed like the rumors said, capable of killing both men and women. What he usually showed was only his attractiveness to women. However, the flirtatious aura he unintentionally revealed was enough to captivate men, making them unable to control themselves. If such a person were to grow up, who would be able to resist his charm? There's no problem with the supplies, then what is Xian Rui hiding? A faint smile appeared on Xue Yu's face as he suddenly said, "Forget it, I don't want to waste my time thinking about this. You can withdraw." Yes. The Origin Returning Realm Old Man respectfully withdrew. The starship's sailing speed suddenly slowed down a lot, as if it was trying to pass through the icy cold territory and avoid the irregular asteroids. Soon, the enchanting scenery outside the window disappeared and was replaced by a dark, cold, and desolate void. The starship seemed to have entered a purgatory abyss. Occasionally, some rays of light would appear, but they would disappear in a flash. Passing through the sea of asteroids, the huge starship moved forward smoothly, unaffected by anything. This route wasn't dangerous, it was just a bit bumpy. Every starship of the Chamber of Commerce had passed through this place countless times, and none of them had ever encountered an accident here. As such, the cultivator on the starship didn't have the slightest worry. However, as the commander and leader of the starship, Xian Rui was constantly paying attention to his surroundings, not daring to relax in the slightest. He knew that the slightest accident could cause unexpected losses. 2 days later, a sea of asteroids appeared in front of the starship again. Xin Roy carefully steered the starship into this sea of asteroids to avoid being hit by the asteroids. When the starship broke into the sea of asteroids, for some reason, Xin Roy suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This feeling made him feel very uncomfortable, as if he was facing the aura of death. The last time he had this feeling was many years ago. At that time, he was being hunted down by an origin returning realm cultivator. It was because of this unique intuition that he was able to survive until today. He trusted his intuition very much. As such, Xin Roy immediately looked out the window to see if there was any danger approaching. Suddenly, he saw a dot of white light in the dark and cold territory of death. This dazzling white light pierced through the darkness like a sharp sword, and like a chain reaction, no less than 20 dots of white light lit up around the starship, scattering around the asteroids like fireflies. Xin Roy's pupils shrank as he shouted, "Leave this place at full speed. It's star-shattering flash. Someone has set up a trap." His roar spread throughout the starship, allowing everyone to hear it clearly. The cultivators in the power room all paled, and in an instant, the starship's speed was raised to the maximum, desperately trying to escape from this place. However, it was too late. As the white light bloomed, it emitted a subtle energy fluctuation. Just as Xin Roy finished speaking, the white light suddenly became as dazzling as the sun. The light shot into the depths of the starry sky, illuminating the entire icy dead zone. Every corner of the icy dead zone was bathed in dazzling light. An earth-shattering energy fluctuation was emitted from the white light. Ripples visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out. More than 20 white lights and more than 20 ripples, layer upon layer, collided with each other. It seemed as if there was no end to it, bringing with it a deathly aura that made people despair. The space in the cold dead territory instantly distorted and collapsed. Countless asteroids were reduced to dust at this moment, disappearing without a trace. Wherever the ripples passed, everything was reduced to nothingness. The Saint King grade high-rank starship had just accelerated when it was swallowed up by these ripples. The hull of the starship, which was so strong that it could travel freely through the star territory, was as fragile as tofu, and like the asteroids, it was reduced to dust, exposing its interior. Each of the Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce cultivator went pale, a look of horror filling their faces, their eyes filled with the horror of death and reluctance to part with life. As the ripples passed through their bodies, no matter how high their cultivation was, they all burst into a bloody mist, not even their bones remaining. Chapter 1044. When Xin Roy's voice sounded, Yang Kai was still immersed in his study of the star field. Sensing that something was wrong from the anxious and panicked roar, Yang Kai immediately withdrew his divine sense. Then, he felt violent energy fluctuations coming from all directions. The intensity of these fluctuations gave him the illusion that he was about to die. The compass vibrated and Xue Tong's voice came from it, "Young Master Yang, hurry." Before he could finish his words, there was no response. The room suddenly collapsed and a piece of material disappeared, exposing Yang Kai's body to the star field. Turning his head to look around, Yang Kai saw a cloud of blood mist exploding and saw one Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce cultivator after another struggling to escape, but none of them could avoid being swallowed by the ripples. The ripples spread across their bodies like the sharpest knife, cutting them into powder. Yang Kai realized that something was wrong and quickly gathered his strength, grabbing towards the void, trying to tear space and escape. But what made him despair was that his successful attempt to tear space did not work this time. The void crack did not form smoothly and the ripples had already affected a large area of the space territory, causing the surrounding space to become chaotic. Yang Kai couldn't tear space. A series of black hole-like cracks appeared around the starship, opening and closing like a fish's mouth, swallowing everything nearby. Yang Kai paled and instantly used his demon god transformation, pushing his strength to its maximum, and without hesitation, he fled in the opposite direction from where the ripples were spreading. The aura of death behind him was like a maggot, chasing after him relentlessly. The bursting space was like the fiercest space weapon, cutting every inch of Yang Kai's skin, causing him to be covered in a golden light. Enduring the pain, Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi to condense one grand heavenly shield after another to protect himself. The silver leaf artifact he hadn't used for a long time was also summoned, transforming into a silver river that wrapped around his body, leaving no room for escape. Asterisk Chi Chi Chi, asterisk the space force continued to cut at Yang Kai, causing the silver light to rapidly fade. This saint-grade high-rank silver leaf artifact quickly lost its spirituality and shattered. This artifact had been directly destroyed. Cracking sounds rang out incessantly as the grand heavenly shield condensed by Yang Kai could not resist the power of the space force, shattering as soon as it was formed, giving Yang Kai no chance to breathe. His whole body was in excruciating pain and Yang Kai almost suspected that he was going to die. His speed had already been raised to the limit. He roared angrily and recklessly shot into the distance, wanting to rush out of here and carve out a path of survival. At that moment, a roar came from the side. "Young master, run. I'll buy you some time." Yang Kai took a moment to glance over and saw an old man come to a halt and open his arms, as if he was hugging something, staring at the ripples approaching from behind with a dignified expression. A strange and inexplicable energy fluctuation spread out from this old man's body as the aura of an origin returning realm master spread out. Using his own strength as a support, this old man forcibly opened a void crack that was about to close and tore it even wider. As the ripples spread out in front of him, this old man put on a look of defiance and remained motionless. The heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power landed on his body, causing him to bleed profusely, his clothes to be torn apart, and his flesh to be torn apart. However, because of this old man's efforts, a large amount of the destructive power was drawn into the void crack. Yang Kai suddenly felt the pressure on him lighten and was overjoyed. Not far from the old man, there was a devilishly handsome young man with his hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were about to split open as he stared at the old man who had sacrificed himself for him. He wanted to save the old man but was powerless to do so. He clenched his teeth and took out a set of armor. The armor was fiery red and dazzling. The armor covered his entire body and made him look valiant and formidable. He and Yang Kai glanced at each other before fleeing in the same direction. "Shui!" Yang Kai cursed in his heart, wishing he could stop right now and strangle this guy to death. The other party's sorrowful eyes lit up, obviously recognizing his identity, but at this critical juncture, he had no time to pay attention to Yang Kai. His fists were clenched together, revealing the helplessness and anger in his heart. Yang Kai glanced back again, imprinting the scene of the old man's body being torn to shreds into the depths of his eyes, hiding this hatred deep in his heart before fleeing without looking back. The old man with an origin returning realm cultivation only managed to delay them for less than 3 breaths of time before the void crack he had forcibly opened was destroyed, and a series of ripples spread outwards without slowing down. Soon, the ripples spread to Yang Kai and Shui Yu's location. Yang Kai felt his entire body sway as if he had been struck by thousands of fists. Every inch of his skin cracked open and his knowledge sea was in turmoil. Soon after, the world spun around him and he lost consciousness. Just before he lost consciousness, he saw the armor on Shui Yu's body being stripped away piece by piece. His clothes were also torn to shreds, revealing his perfect snow-white, flawless body. Yang Kai's pupils dilated at that moment as he felt like he had just seen something incredible. This guy's 2 sets of chest muscles seemed to be a little out of the ordinary, Yang Kai thought to himself for a moment before losing consciousness. Inside the cold and dark star territory, there was nothing but desolation. The asteroid sea that originally existed nearby had been swept away by the explosion. The huge St. King grade high-rank starship was nowhere to be found, the hundreds of cultivator aboard it were nowhere to be seen, and all of its supplies had been lost. It was as if all of this had never existed, leaving behind no trace at all. In the silence, Yang Kai's bloody figure floated quietly across the star territory, seemingly having fallen into a deep sleep, and no one knew when he would wake up. A golden light enveloped him as the powerful restorative power of the demon god Golden Blood once again played its role, causing his flesh and blood to wriggle and heal rapidly, and new flesh and blood began to grow in the places he had lost. Yang Kai's fingers suddenly twitched as he struggled to open his eyes. His gaze was blank, as if he had not yet reacted. The scene before he lost consciousness flashed in front of his eyes as desperate screams and roars echoed in his ears. Yang Kai immediately realized what had happened to him. Quickly getting up, Yang Kai came to an abrupt stop, his body stiff. He felt as if all the bones in his body had been disassembled and his body was covered in scars. Lying down again, Yang Kai used his divine sense to examine his condition. His condition was very bad. He was missing a lot of his flesh and blood, his meridians were severely damaged, and his strength was not circulating smoothly. Currently, he was not even half as strong as he was at his peak. Even with his powerful physique and the demon god Golden Blood flowing through his veins, it would take at least half a month for him to completely recover from such injuries. After sorting out his current situation, Yang Kai took out a saint pill from the demon mystic tome and stuffed it into his mouth to dissolve its medicinal efficacies. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little relieved. At that time, if it weren't for the origin returning realm old man beside Xueyu delaying him, his injuries would have been even more serious and he would most likely have fallen in this disaster. That origin returning realm master had already died, so what could a mere second-order saint like him do? What about Xueyu? Was he dead? Recalling the scene he saw before he lost consciousness, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. Thinking about it carefully, he determined that what he saw was not an illusion. This famous Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce third young master from the Star Territory was actually hiding such a big secret. Yang Kai released his divine sense but did not detect any life nearby. Even if Xueyu was not dead, he was likely in a very bad condition. He had inadvertently seen the other party's secret, and since the other party had intended to kill him before, it was even more impossible for him to give up now. Yang Kai had already regarded Xueyu as his enemy. Xuetong, thinking of another person, Yang Kai quickly took out his compass and poured his divine sense into it, trying to contact Xuetong. But to his disappointment, no matter how he called out, Xuetong did not respond. Before the disaster, Xuetong had used his compass to send a message to Yang Kai to escape, but before he could finish, the connection was cut off. Probably at that time, something had happened to Xuetong. Yang Kai sighed softly and put away his compass, feeling a little sad. Xuetong's fate was likely to be grim. This monster race cultivator was quite good, and if Shen Tu hadn't asked him to take him away, Yang Kai would not have encountered this unexpected disaster. He was really unlucky, who had set up a trap in the asteroid sea to destroy one of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's starships. What kind of trap would have such destructive power? Was it for revenge or was it targeting someone? Yang Kai didn't know. He only remembered that before the disaster, Xian Rui had shouted "star-shattering flash," but he didn't know what that meant. Yang Kai secretly decided to investigate all of this, not only because he had almost died, but also because he needed to give Shen Tu an explanation for Xuetong's death. Suddenly, a suction force pulled Yang Kai's body downwards. Turning his head with difficulty, Yang Kai looked down and found that there was a small dead star a few thousand meters below him. This suction force was formed by the gravitational force emanating from this dead star. Yang Kai let himself fall. 2 hours later, just as Yang Kai was about to hit the ground of this dead star, he circulated his strength to stabilize his body and descended. Looking left and right, this Death Star was indeed worthy of its name. It was deathly still, just like a desolate desert where not even a blade of grass grew. There was no sign of life, and there were only bumpy mountain ranges everywhere. At this moment, Yang Kai was standing next to a huge crater, completely naked. His clothes had been destroyed in the explosion. After this period of recovery, Yang Kai finally felt much better. Just as he was about to take out a set of clothes from the demon mystic tome and put them on, his expression suddenly changed and he released his divine sense. Immediately afterwards, he noticed a wisp of life aura not far away from him. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly rushed over. Chapter 1045. About 1,000 meters away from where Yang Kai was standing, there was a huge crater. At this moment, inside this crater stood a beautiful woman with snow-white skin who was also completely naked. She stood in the crater, gently stroking her forehead, slowly massaging it as she looked around blankly. She was in the same state as Yang Kai just now. Because of the disaster, she was still muddle-headed and didn't understand what had happened. She stood there, her snow-white body blooming with an alluring luster like porcelain. Her breasts were as straight as mountains, full and bouncy. Her beautiful legs were slender and white, and the beauty between them was enough to make any man's blood boil. Streaks of dark red blood spread across her body, giving her a different kind of allure. Her entire body was in extreme pain, and even the slightest movement would cause a stifled moan to emerge from her throat, like the most enchanting notes that echoed between the heavens and earth. Rubbing her forehead, she gradually understood her situation and recalled what had happened before. Her beautiful eyes shrank as a cold, knife-like murderous intent flashed from the depths of her pupils, causing her tender body to tremble slightly. Clenching her teeth, she took a deep breath, her full breasts rippling in an enchanting arc as she calmed herself down. She then wiped her space ring, took out a fragrant pill, and stuffed it into her mouth to restore her injuries and strength. She then took out a pair of snow-white underwear from her space ring. These small underwear were delicate and lovely, almost the size of a palm. She didn't know what material they were made of, but there were many exquisite patterns carved into them. She lifted her foot and bent down, preparing to put on these clothes first. At that moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from above and a piece of gravel slid down from above. Hearing this noise, her beautiful face couldn't help paling as she quickly looked up. She then saw a man standing at the edge of the crater, his eyes wide open as he stared in her direction. His eyes seemed to be blooming with a brilliant light, and his gaze was extremely wanton. Like a knife, his gaze lingered on the most private and secret parts of her body, imprinting everything into his eyes. She instantly remembered this man's face. It was him who had passed by the mountain valley a few days ago, forcing her to give up on that deal. It was because of him that he had spent 2 months searching for him and had killed 2,000 people. It was him who had fled with him when the battleship was destroyed. He was actually naked from head to toe, without any clothes on. His exposed muscles were firm and powerful. That man's majesty was so blatantly exposed, like the trunk of an elephant, tarnishing her pure eyes and piercing into her flawless heart. Then, she realized that she was also not wearing any clothes. At this moment, she was bending her waist, her chest was trembling, and her beautiful legs were slightly raised. Like the most licentious woman trying to please her lover, she took the initiative to display all kinds of beautiful things. She was ashamed and resentful. "You're looking for..." she shouted, but before she could finish her sentence, her face suddenly turned pale and she coughed violently. Dark red blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth as she covered her chest with her small hand and staggered a few steps. Her injuries were much more serious than Yang Kai's. Her 5 viscera and 6 bowels had all been displaced. Although the protection of the fiery red armor made it seem like she didn't have many serious visible injuries, the various internal injuries were the most serious. "Die." She squeezed out these words with difficulty before glaring angrily at Yang Kai, gnashing her teeth, as if she couldn't wait to swallow him alive. No man had ever seen her naked body before, and besides the few closest to her, no one knew her secret. But now, this little character who had popped out of nowhere had seen her naked body. His eyes were filled with a sense of judgment. She couldn't help feeling like she had been blasphemed. "Young Master Shuiyu." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, not caring about his naked body at all. Not only did he not try to cover it up, he even took a step forward to make his figure clearer. Then he said in amazement, "I didn't expect young Master Xueyu to be a woman, this is really a big surprise." The woman at the bottom of the pit was 70 to 80% similar in appearance to the Xueyu he had seen before, but there were many subtle differences. It was these subtle changes that allowed the male Xueyu to be reborn, turning him into a stunningly beautiful woman. Her beauty was difficult to describe with words. Her appearance and body could be described as perfect, without the slightest flaw. It was as if the Creator had gathered all the advantages on her body, every part of her was captivating and intoxicating, unable to extricate themselves. Her pair of beautiful eyes were extremely clear, sparkling and translucent like crystals. There was always a mysterious mist swirling around them, as if it wanted to suck in one's soul, making it impossible for one to break free and willingly work for her, giving her everything they had. Yang Kai had just walked over, and when he saw her for the first time, he couldn't help but tremble, his heart filled with a strong sense of intoxication. He wished he could freeze time and space at that moment so that he could forever watch this woman bend over and put on her clothes. Her entire being was like a dream, the most beautiful dream, and those who were intoxicated by it would never be willing to wake up. Yang Kai had seen many women along the way, many of whom were exceptionally beautiful, but when he compared them carefully, none of them could reach the same height as this woman. None of them were as perfect as her. In all fairness, even Su Yan and his little senior sister were lacking something when compared to her. For a person to be born like this was nothing short of a miracle. This was simply a gift from the Creator. She should have fallen unconscious during the disaster and then been drawn here by the gravitational force of this dead star. Moreover, she should have only woken up a short time ago, otherwise she wouldn't have had time to put on her clothes. She killed 2,000 people just to find his existence, just to keep that little secret. Whether Yang Kai was willing or not, he had become her enemy. But at this moment, Yang Kai didn't know whether he should attack her to protect his own interests or not. After all, no matter what, this woman was still related to Shentu by blood, she was Shentu's older sister. Moreover, Yang Kai was a little reluctant to attack her, secretly feeling that bullying such a beautiful woman was a bit inappropriate. This thought made him vigilant and he quickly stabilized his mind, not allowing himself to be influenced by Xueyu. Xueyu wasn't using any kind of seductive technique, nor was she deliberately using any kind of secret technique to influence his judgment. She simply stood there and glared at him angrily, not bothering to conceal her disgust and murderous intent, but the invisible impact she gave off made Yang Kai's heart soften involuntarily. What a terrible woman! Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Obviously, he knew that she harbored ill intentions towards him and wanted to kill him, but he still couldn't immediately act. This was the first time Yang Kai had encountered such a woman. What do you want to do? Xueyu also seemed to know that her current state was very bad and didn't rush to find trouble with Yang Kai. Instead, a seven-colored divine light suddenly burst from Hui's body and shrouded her, covering her private parts and covering her exposed body, not giving Yang Kai a chance to pry into her private parts. However, it was unknown whether it was because she was too weak, but the rainbow divine light was not too dense. Instead, it was like a translucent veil that covered her body. She had suddenly become even more alluring. This kind of hazy beauty fiercely impacted Yang Kai's mind, giving him a strong visual impact. Compared to when she was completely naked, this scene was even more alluring. Xueyu's expression became uglier and uglier as her suppressed anger and grievance finally erupted. With a wave of her hand, a seven-colored light shot towards Yang Kai, binding him while Yang Kai was still immersed in this hazy beauty. Then, Xueyu pulled Yang Kai in front of her and punched out with her delicate little fist, sending out a shocking energy fluctuation towards Yang Kai's heart. She wanted to kill this man who had spied on her beautiful body and protect the biggest secret of her life. Facing this murderous intent, Yang Kai seemed to be indifferent, his eyes still roaming over Xueyu's body. The two red dots on her chest and the lush green grass between her legs had become a deadly vortex, attracting his attention and making it impossible for him to extricate himself. A look of disgust appeared on Shui Yu's pretty face and the energy fluctuations around her fist became even stronger. Hong. Her delicate fist successfully smashed into Yang Kai's chest and a fierce force penetrated his body, wantonly destroying Yang Kai's internal organs. Yang Kai, who should have immediately died or even exploded, suddenly smiled strangely at Shui Yu, a smile full of ridicule as he opened his arms and hugged her. Shui Yu's face instantly paled and she screamed. She felt her plump breasts being squeezed against a sturdy chest, changing shape. That chest emitted a shocking amount of heat, and the heat rushed into her body like lightning, causing her delicate body to tremble, making it difficult for her to breathe, and unable to think normally. She stretched out her hands and tried to push Yang Kai away, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't muster any strength. The explosion of that punch just now had completely drained her, who was already in a bad state. She patted Yang Kai's shoulder and constantly twisted her tender body, trying to break free from Yang Kai's embrace, but not only did it not have any effect, it only made this scene look ridiculous, like a couple flirting with each other. Don't move! Yang Kai roared, a fierce light flashing in his eyes as he threatened fiercely. Shui Yu ignored him and cursed Yang Kai for being a shameless bastard, a rogue, and a scoundrel as she continued to struggle even harder. Ayo! Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange as a strange sound burst from his throat and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. This constant rubbing of their bodies allowed Yang Kai to fully feel the softness and tenacity of Shui Yu's body and the elasticity of her pair of jade peaks. Yang Kai's eyes were burning hot and he could hardly contain the desire in the depths of his heart, his body immediately reacting as a man should. You! Shui Yu's face was as white as a sheet of paper. She felt as if there was a monster between her legs that was quickly raising its head, becoming as hot and hard as a soldering iron. That monster's head was slowly invading her lower body. Chapter 1046. Kai Yang hugged her tightly, his two arms exerting so much strength that it was as if he wanted to break her tender body in half. Shui Yu's beautiful face changed color. The hot, iron-like thing between her legs was invading her heart. She immediately realized what was going on. Her delicate body started to tremble, and fear and horror appeared in the depths of her beautiful eyes. She couldn't help but clamp her legs together, clamping the monster's head between them, not letting it get close to her pure region. Yang Kai shivered and his expression became even more joyful. Shui Yu's beautiful legs, her skin white and smooth, this kind of clamping brought him unimaginable pleasure, causing his killing intent to stagnate. I'll kill you. Shui Yu had never suffered such humiliation before and screamed hysterically. At this moment, she no longer had the calm and elegant demeanor of Hang Luo Chamber of Commerce's third young master. Instead, she was like a madwoman, her eyes bloodshot as she viciously sent out two palms towards Yang Kai, 7-colored light bursting from her palms. Peng peng, Yang Kai felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his body shaking as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden blood onto Shui Yu's face. Yang Kai's condition was also not good. In order to numb Shui Yu before, he had taken a blow from her in order to approach her, but now that he had been bombarded twice, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight, his expression suddenly becoming sluggish. Under these two palms, the injuries he had just recovered from had become serious once again. Shui Yu seemed to have gone mad as she used all her strength to dig her fingertips into Yang Kai's flesh, tearing off strips of flesh as she opened her mouth again. Biting down on Yang Kai's shoulders and chest, Shui Yu struggled as hard as she could, seemingly wanting to perish together with Yang Kai. Shui Yu was at least a second-order Saint King, and although she was unable to display even 30% of her usual strength because of the disaster, this kind of fight was still somewhat difficult for Yang Kai. In an instant, he was covered in blood and his body was covered in strange bite marks, courting death. Yang Kai roared as he sent out a punch towards Shui Yu's pretty face, not showing the slightest bit of tenderness towards her. This punch landed. Xueyu's head was immediately knocked to the side, her cheeks seemingly swollen from the force of this punch, causing both Yang Kai and Xueyu to fall to the ground. Before they even hit the ground though, Yang Kai suddenly turned her body so that her back was facing him. His hands were still tightly hugging her, restraining her arms to prevent her from scratching and biting his body. Xueyu used strength to resist Yang Kai's hand, constantly, and Yang Kai and she's trying to escape. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong, asterisk the two people's Xueyu. Their fists and feet collided with each other in the tightest of positions, yet they fought as if they were mortal enemies. Dust flew everywhere, and from time to time, one or two rays of light bloomed. But no matter who it was, their bodies gradually became weaker until they were no longer able to move. Panting violently, the two of them maintained a posture where their chests were pressed against each other as they lay in a certain part of the pit. Motionless, both of them were looking up at the cold and dark star field. I don't know when. Yang Kai's two hands had crossed and covered Xueyu's two peaks. The amazing feeling from his palms shook Yang Kai's spirit, as if he could immediately become a dragon and a tiger. When Xueyu was a man, Yang Kai couldn't see that she was so full, but after holding these peaks in his hands, he couldn't help but sigh at this woman's wealth. Yang Kai's hands were quite large, but even so, one palm couldn't cover a jade peak. The small and delicate protrusion rubbed against Yang Kai's palm. The jade peak was hot, soft, and amazingly elastic. Yang Kai couldn't help but use a little more strength and firmly hold it. A charming sound came from Xueyu's throat. Her head was slightly raised, as if she was a little uncomfortable being pinched, but more than that, she was ashamed and angry. Yang Kai didn't care about her and instead felt the stimulation from her smooth back and perky buttocks. Although Xueyu's body was covered in scars and blood, her skin was white and tender, like a newborn baby with an attractive luster. In the rolling just now, Yang Kai fully felt the charm of her plump and perky buttocks. Those two round buttocks were constantly pressing against his vital parts, making Yang Kai excited and unable to calm down for a long time. His high and ferocious head had been clamped between her buttocks. It seemed that as long as Yang Kai moved his body, he could break through that layer of blockade and completely possess this woman. This kind of ambiguous position caused their private parts to be close together. A drop of warm liquid suddenly rolled down Yang Kai's arm and Xueyu began sobbing softly. Are you serious? Yang Kai was speechless. In the middle of a life or death struggle, this woman had actually cried. He didn't know if this was her true feelings or just acting. From childhood to now, no one has ever treated me like this, not even a few people know my true gender. You dared to molest me like this? I'll remember you and make you pay the price. Xueyu said through clenched teeth. We'll talk about that after you survive. Yang Kai grinned, just wait until I recover, then I'll first rape you and then kill you. You can try. Xueyu remained unmoved and continued to argue with Yang Kai, you're not in a good state right now. Before you arrived, I already took a Saint King high-rank pill, it won't be long before I have the strength to escape from you. When that time comes, who knows who will be the one to die. She no longer cried and instead grinned, don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll let you taste all the torture in the world before slowly torturing you to death. Yang Kai blew a breath of hot air into her delicate earlobe, causing Xueyu's complexion to change again. Her tender body couldn't help trembling as she held her breath, afraid that Yang Kai would bring her an even more humiliating experience. Then let's see who can recover first. Yang Kai declared confidently, as if victory was already in his grasp. When it came to recovery ability, he didn't fear anyone. Although Xueyu had taken a Saint King high-rank pill, Yang Kai still had the demon god golden blood, so after a short while, the flesh that had been bitten off by Xueyu began to heal and the condition of his 5 viscera and 6 organs also improved. The two of them no longer spoke and simply hugged each other, their skin touching, like a man and woman in love, enjoying this moment of warmth and tranquility. However, under this surface of warmth and tranquility, murderous intent was surging. Suddenly, a ray of seven-colored light bloomed and Yang Kai howled in pain, his expression changing greatly as he ground his teeth. "Slut, you're actually so insidious." "Ha!" Shuiyu laughed triumphantly, "Against someone like you, what's the point of being insidious? Hurry up and let go of me, otherwise I'll break your dantian and cripple your cultivation, making it impossible for you to cultivate for the rest of your life." One of Shuiyu's jade-white hands wrapped around her waist at this moment and actually pierced into Yang Kai's abdomen, clamping down on Yang Kai's abdomen muscles. Her fingertips pulsed with energy, seemingly capable of invading Yang Kai's dantian and destroying its source of strength. Yang Kai didn't know when she had accumulated this kind of strength, perhaps she had been hiding it from the very beginning. He finally understood that this woman was different from other women. Even if she was subdued like this, she would still try her best to resist and gain the upper hand. "Are you going to let go? I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. After 3 breaths you will." "You, what are you doing?" Shuiyu's calm tone suddenly became chaotic as she screamed in horror, her face pale. "Stop, don't move anymore." While Shuiyu was threatening him, Yang Kai actually didn't retreat but instead moved forward, allowing Shuiyu's little hand to penetrate deeper into his abdomen. However, because of this movement, Yang Kai's erect and ferocious expression gradually pressed against the narrow tunnel between Shuiyu's legs. His erection was almost at the entrance of the corridor. Shuiyu panicked in an instant, not knowing what to do. Yang Kai kept his dantian at his waist as he stuck out his tongue and licked Shuiyu's delicate earlobe. "You bastard!" Shuiyu cursed, her tender body trembling. "Curse all you want, there's a saying that even if you die under a peony, you'll still be a playboy even if you become a ghost. I don't care what you do to my dantian, but if you dare touch me, I'll immediately take away your chastity." Yang Kai chuckled, "In any case, I'm a loner with no ties to the world, unlike young Master Shuiyu who has a high status. TSK, when you get married in the future and your husband discovers that you're not a virgin, things will become interesting. For a small character like me, if I can possess someone like you, it'll be worth it." "Madman! Madman! You're crazy!" Shuiyu's beautiful eyes were filled with panic. She was really frightened by Yang Kai's desperate actions, and the hard thing between her legs made her feel even more helpless, causing her to completely collapse at this moment. This man was more terrifying than the bandits of Galaxy Ridge and more vicious than the villains of Abandoned Lair. "I am crazy, but since things have come to this point, either you die or I die, there's no other way. Before I die, I'll enjoy your taste so I can savor it in the Yellow Springs." Saying so, Yang Kai gradually exerted strength in his waist and began to move forward. He seemed to really have the resolve to die under a peony and didn't care about his own life anymore. "Wait a minute." Shuiyu tightened her tender body and moved forward, trying to keep her tone calm. "I think we can talk about this, right?" "Talk." Yang Kai stopped his aggressive movements and asked with interest, "What do you want to talk about, and what do you want to talk about? There's no great enmity between you and me, there's no need to make things like this, right?" Shuiyu lightly opened her red lips, her beautiful eyes filled with hatred, but for the sake of her chastity, she had no choice but to compromise. "You mean, we can turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk? What's wrong with that?" Shuiyu tilted her head, her snow-white face immediately pressing against Yang Kai's lips. She couldn't help feeling bitter and immediately moved away, cursing this bastard for actually trying to take advantage of her, wishing she could immediately burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Chapter 1047. After listening to Shuiyu's words, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. "Are you so naive? If you think I'm a 3-year-old child, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I've already treated you like this, yet you're still going to swallow your anger and pretend nothing happened. You're the son of Heng Luo Business Association's president, while I'm just a nobody. If I let you live this time, I'm afraid I won't have a good time in the future. I'd rather take you now, have my cultivation crippled, and then be beaten to death than be deceived by your flowery words. Flowery words? Shuiyu shouted, I'm a woman, how can I use flowery words? Isn't this a man's specialty? In any case, I don't believe you, whatever you say is nothing but fart. Yang Kai snorted. Can you not be so unreasonable? Shuiyu laughed angrily, since I proposed this, I will certainly show some sincerity and promise not to settle accounts with you. Yang Kai's expression changed as he stared at her deeply. Speaking of which, both he and Shuiyu were now wary of each other and neither of them could do anything to the other. Shuiyu's cultivation was much higher than his, but her injuries were more serious and her recovery ability was not as good as his, so he was able to maintain a stalemate with her. However, continuing like this was not a solution. In the end, it would only lead to a life and death struggle, which was not something either of them wanted to see. Yang Kai was not willing to give up his cultivation in order to take a woman's chastity, and Shuiyu was even more unwilling to be defiled by someone like Yang Kai. Yang Kai suddenly felt that he should listen to what Shuiyu had to say. Speak, I'm listening. Yang Kai nodded to her, his hands still clenching her jade peaks, unwilling to relax in the slightest. There is no great grievance between you and me. In the final analysis, it's just that you bumped into my transaction in the mountain valley. Yes, because of this you killed more than 2,000 people. Yang Kai sneered, you are such a vicious woman, how could I possibly trust you? Aren't you safe and sound? Shuiyu asked, did you care about any of those 2,000 people? Did it have anything to do with you? No, it didn't. Then shut up. Shuiyu coldly snorted, my proposal, if you let me go, I won't cause you any trouble, but you can't reveal anything about that transaction. And you can't tell anyone about what happened here. Saying so, her face turned red. Just now, she had been fighting with Yang Kai and had completely ignored the humiliation she had suffered, but now that she was discussing conditions with Yang Kai, it seemed that her shame as a woman had been awoken. Shuiyu, quickly dispel the Shuiyu, teet, S-U-T to T to be to Shuiyu, teet, Yu to U is Yu to be to. You die T to you. It's good you know. Shuiyu took a deep breath, her plump breasts bulging in Yang Kai's palm, her beautiful eyes flashing as she helplessly said, I have an artifact refined by a grandmaster from the Chamber of Commerce. It was originally prepared for me in times of danger, but now it's yours to take advantage of. What kind of artifact? Yang Kai asked curiously. Soul chains. Shuiyu grit her teeth and said, this artifact can link our soul brand and life traces together. If either of us dies, the other will die as well. Is this enough of a guarantee? Live and die together. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he grinned strangely, beauty, we aren't that close yet, are we? Although you and I have always treated each other with sincerity, isn't this kind of progress a bit too fast? Moreover, I already have 2 wives, 2 of them. Can't you be serious? Don't be so glib. Don't you know how annoying you are right now? Shuiyu scolded, do you think I'm willing to link my life to yours? You're just a second-order saint cultivator, if you encounter even the slightest danger, you may die. If I really do this, I'll have to protect you at all times in the future. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he carefully sensed her breathing and soul fluctuations. After a while, he asked, should I believe you? I've already made concessions to this extent, if you don't believe me, then we can only fight to the death. That's not the ending you want, is it? You and I both have a bright future ahead of us, both of us have beautiful tomorrows, who would want to die on this dead star? Yang Kai grinned, why do I find that your desire to survive is much stronger than mine? Shuiyu's pretty face sank and she no longer spoke. Let me ask you one more time, can the function of that artifact be removed? I don't want to be tied to you for the rest of my life. Even though Shui Yu's temperament was quite good, she was still almost driven mad by Yang Kai's words. Who is the one who doesn't want to be tied to the other? It's as if I'm the one who's shameless enough to force him to be tied to me, you bastard, should be honored to be tied to me. Shui Yu silently cursed in her heart as she replied, it can be removed, but only if both of us are willing. If either of us refuses, the function of that artifact cannot be removed. Good, Yang Kai smiled, thought for a moment, and said, I believe you. Then we have an agreement, right? We have an agreement. I want to take out that artifact, release me a little, I can't move, Shui Yu said weakly, struggling slightly. Yang Kai's heart trembled as he slowly loosened his grip on her, but he didn't relax his vigilance. Instead, he moved his mouth close to Shui Yu's ear and whispered, don't try to play any tricks, as long as I use a little strength, you'll be mine. I know. Shui Yu grit her teeth and responded bitterly. Hugged by Yang Kai, one of her hands still stuck in Yang Kai's abdomen, Shui Yu brought her other hand to her mouth and poured her divine sense into the space ring. With a flash of light, a chain-like artifact appeared on the ground. This is it. Yang Kai's eyes moved quickly and he quickly grabbed this artifact, causing Shui Yu to miss it. The function of this artifact is quite strange. Why did the Grandmasters of your business association refine this kind of thing for you? As I said, this is something prepared for when I am in danger. If I encounter an enemy I can't defeat, I can use this artifact to connect my life to it. It's a life-saving measure. Yang Kai nodded lightly before pouring his divine sense into this artifact to investigate it, quickly discovering that there were some unknown spirit arrays engraved inside it. There was also a very strange energy inside this artifact that was so strong that Yang Kai couldn't help paling slightly. There was no doubt that this energy was poured into this artifact by a master who had reached the Origin King realm and contained some of their soul's mysteries. Yang Kai immediately understood that it wasn't this artifact that played a role, but rather the divine technique of that Origin King realm master. This artifact was just a carrier that sealed this divine technique. Perceiving this, Yang Kai's heart relaxed and he said, I'm worried about you. Tell me how to activate the power of this artifact. Shui Yu angrily said, how can you be so narrow-minded? Are you still a man? Whether I'm a man or not, do you want to verify it? Yang Kai snorted. No need, Shui Yu was shocked and quickly said, pour your divine sense into it and open the seal. Yang Kai poured his divine sense into this artifact and found that the seal wasn't strong and could be easily broken. The next moment, a shocking spiritual energy fluctuation suddenly spread out from this artifact and a purple halo spread out from it, covering Yang Kai and Shui Yu's bodies. This purple light was pervasive and seeped into Yang Kai and Shui Yu's pores, quickly being absorbed by the two of them. Both of them couldn't help closing their eyes and feeling the effects of this spiritual energy, their bodies trembling slightly as an indescribable feeling arose in their hearts. It was as if they had become a part of each other, as if they were connected by blood. Shui Yu moaned softly. The seductive notes suddenly woke Yang Kai from his stupor. With a strange expression on his face, Yang Kai loosened his grip on Shui Yu's arm, one of his hands still holding onto her thighs, kneading and squeezing them wantonly while his other hand moved down, caressing her waist and reaching her buttocks, feeling the softness and fullness as he gently caressed her skin. Shui Yu's moans became more and more strange as her tender body squirmed, blood dripping from her red lips as a strange red glow appeared on her skin. Yang Kai's rough hands rubbing against her buttocks made her involuntarily feel ashamed. She didn't seem to want to resist and instead took the initiative to cooperate with Yang Kai, allowing him to do as he pleased. Her brow furrowed and her expression became one of struggle and resistance. She then bit the tip of her tongue fiercely, the sharp pain waking her up, and like a frightened rabbit, she jumped out of Yang Kai's arms and glared at Yang Kai from a few dozen meters away, gritting her teeth as she shouted, "Shameless, you still want to take advantage of me? Are you still not satisfied?" Yang Kai licked his lips and rubbed his fingers together, feeling a sense of loss. When Shui Yu jumped away, he couldn't help feeling a deep sense of loss. Why do I feel like you've become much more amiable? And why are you so much less vigilant than before? Is this also the effect of the divine technique sealed in this artifact? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. Yes. Xueyu crossed one hand in front of her chest to cover her breasts while the other covered her lower body to prevent Yang Kai's prying eyes, pursing her lips as she said, "Our soul brand and life auras are connected, so whether you and I are willing or not, we will involuntarily feel a sense of intimacy. In other words, we will treat each other as if we are very important to each other." Is it really so magical? Yang Kai frowned. Also, I don't think you're as annoying as before, Xueyu said somewhat unwillingly. Yang Kai grinned, wanting to laugh but fearing that she would become angry. He held back his laughter with great difficulty. "Turn around, I want to put on my clothes, don't peek." Xueyu shouted. "I've already hugged you and touched you, I know your entire body like the back of my hand, what's wrong with taking a few glances?" Yang Kai sneered disapprovingly. Xueyu squatted down angrily, picked up some gravel from the ground, and threw it at Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately covered his head and fled. Chapter 1048. On the dead star, Yang Kai closed his eyes and meditated, restoring his strength and recovering his injuries. Chi. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps came from in front of him. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai's face lit up. At this moment, Xueyu was standing not far in front of him, wearing a fiery red dress that shone brilliantly. At a glance, it was obvious it was an extraordinary artifact. This dress was woven from some unknown material, but it was soft and clung to her tender body, accentuating her perfect curves and alluring curves, making her look like a dazzling goddess. Her long hair, which had always been scattered over her shoulders, was tied up in a bun with a hairpin that seemed to contain a dense mist. Her delicate arms seemed to be able to squeeze water out of them, making people want to pounce on them and take a bite. She wore 2 jade bracelets on her wrists, and a small part of her beautiful legs were exposed. Her exquisite jewelry set off her noble and elegant temperament. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a look of infatuation as he stared at her in a daze, unable to turn his eyes away. Yang Kai secretly warned himself not to be confused by this woman, but he still couldn't resist her beauty. It seemed that as long as she beckoned, he would be willing to go through water and tread on fire for her. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai finally woke up and bit his tongue secretly to sober up. Xueyu squinted her beautiful eyes and observed Yang Kai triumphantly, seemingly aware of his current state. Her pretty face was filled with a happy smile as a sense of satisfaction filled her. This was the kind of satisfaction a woman felt when she dressed up for the man she loved. After Yang Kai broke free from her aura, Xueyu couldn't help frowning, looking a little surprised and a little disappointed. She turned around, revealing her allure and beauty. Then, she asked with a smile, "How is it?" "Beautiful." Yang Kai praised sincerely. "Thank you." Xueyu smiled even more happily. "You look good without any clothes on." Yang Kai added. Xueyu's pretty face sank. She rolled her eyes at him. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Remember, everything that happened before wasn't real. You're not allowed to tell anyone that I'm a woman. Otherwise, our agreement will be voided. I'll commit suicide first, and then let the soul-linking chains end your life. I know. Yang Kai gently nodded and tilted his head to look at her. He grinned and said, "Why do I feel that you seem to be enjoying yourself right now?" While Xueyu was speaking, she kept looking down at herself, observing the jewelry and clothes she was wearing. The more she looked, the happier and more satisfied she was. "Of course I enjoy it." Xueyu pursed her lips. "From the time I can remember, I was raised as a boy. I've never worn women's clothes since I was young. I've kept these things in my space ring for many years, and now I finally have a chance to use them. Are you happy? Why did President Io raise you as a man?" Why hide the secret of your true gender? He still has other heirs, and even without you, he still has a successor. Is there a need to be so strict with you? Yang Kai fired a barrage of questions, his heart filled with doubts. Shui Yu's expression became solemn as she pondered for a while before faintly saying, "He has his reasons, and I'm used to it." She did not answer directly. Yang Kai did not force her. Thinking about it for a moment, just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed. "Someone is coming this way." Shui Yu was stunned. Looking at him suspiciously, she asked, "How did you know?" "They've entered the range of my divine sense," Yang Kai said solemnly. Shui Yu was even more confused. "Did you release your divine sense? Why can't I feel it?" Her strength was much higher than Yang Kai's, although both of them were in a weakened state at this moment. However, if Yang Kai had really released his divine sense, she would have been able to detect it. But she knew nothing about this. "I also have my own secrets, just trust me," Yang Kai said seriously. Shui Yu nodded without hesitation. "How many people? What's their cultivation?" "There are quite a few of them, several of them Saint Kings. The pressure they give off is even stronger than when you were at your peak." Shui Yu's expression changed as she shouted, "Then didn't they discover you spying on them? Those who appeared in ice-cold death territory at this time must have something to do with the previous trap. Perhaps they were the ones who arranged it and are now looking for survivors to kill them all." "I think so too, but they can't detect my divine sense." Yang Kai shook his head. After studying the true meaning of space on the floating continent, Yang Kai's divine sense was able to break through the shackles of space and leap forward. Unlike other people's spiritual energy, which was continuous, Yang Kai's divine sense was able to break through the shackles of space. This kind of leaping divine sense was very difficult to detect, and even if someone did spy on it, they would not be able to trace it back to Yang Kai unless that person's strength was much, much higher than Yang Kai's. It was for this reason that Shui Yu knew nothing about Yang Kai's divine sense. This dead star is filled with death chi, without the slightest trace of world energy. Once they come here, they will definitely discover our existence. Shui Yu's expression was ugly. "My strength hasn't even been restored to half. If they really find us," she didn't dare imagine what kind of treatment she would encounter. If she was still Shui Yu's third young master, she could still negotiate terms with this unknown enemy, but at the moment, she was just a stunning beauty. What kind of fate awaited a beautiful woman if she was captured? Shui Yu knew better than anyone. It was a fate of eternal damnation, of being defiled and humiliated. "Let's get out of here. Let's avoid them for now." Yang Kai didn't panic, summoning his star shuttle and standing on it, extending his hand towards Shui Yu. "Are you sure you can avoid their detection?" Shui Yu asked in a deep voice. "No, but it's better than waiting for death here." Yang Kai shook his head. Shui Yu bit her red lips and nodded, taking the initiative to step onto Yang Kai's star shuttle. Yang Kai hugged Shui Yu in front of him, resting his head on her shoulder, and with a single thought, the star shuttle turned into a stream of light and flew away from the dead star. "Don't move, although I don't hate you right now, there's still a voice in my heart screaming for me to kill you. Don't let my hatred for you take over." Shui Yu's neck glowed red and her delicate earlobes also became extremely red as she whispered softly. Being hugged by a man like this was the first time she had ever been hugged like this. Previously, when she had faced off against Yang Kai on the dead star, she had been desperately trying to seize the initiative and kill Yang Kai, so she hadn't had much time to feel the changes in her body. But now, through the connection of the soul chains, her body had become extremely sensitive to Yang Kai's touch, and even the hot wind blowing by her ear seemed to make her tender body feel hot. "Do you really not trust me?" Yang Kai laughed. "I'm very honest." "Humph, you're not," Shui Yu said, grabbing Yang Kai's hand that seemed to inadvertently touch her flat belly and gripping it tightly. Yang Kai didn't seem to have any interest in her, his expression gradually becoming serious as he controlled his star shuttle to shuttle back and forth in the cold and dark star field without any pattern. Although Shuiyu didn't dare release her divine sense to investigate, lest she expose the two of them, she also knew that Yang Kai should be avoiding some unknown enemy. She couldn't help becoming curious about Yang Kai's spiritual energy, wondering what kind of fortuitous encounter this little second-order saint had that allowed him to cultivate his spiritual energy to such an extent. Moreover, she didn't know why, but being held in Yang Kai's arms, Shuiyu felt an inexplicable sense of security. It was as if even if there were tens of thousands of pursuers, as long as she hid in this person's arms, she wouldn't be discovered. When this thought appeared in her mind, Shuiyu's heart became chaotic. She knew that this was a side effect of the soul chains, making her subconsciously feel that this man had become more cordial and reliable. A trace of fear appeared in the depths of her heart, fearing that she would sink deeper and deeper into this feeling, making her want to break free from the soul chains as soon as possible. Not daring to say anything else, Shuiyu closed her eyes and focused on restoring her strength. A few moments later, another dead star appeared in front of the two, and Yang Kai controlled his star shuttle to fly straight towards it. This dead star was slightly larger than the previous one, but it was also filled with a death chi, devoid of vitality. The dead star was filled with strong winds and the weather was extremely harsh, the wind blowing up clouds of dust that made it almost impossible to see anything within a 10-meter radius. Yang Kai flew around the dead star for a while before finding a cave-like place and bringing Shuiyu inside, sealing the entrance to prevent any dust from flowing in before taking out some illuminating stones and placing them around the cave. The cave wasn't big or deep, so the two of them hid in the innermost part. Whether it was intentional or not, Shuiyu sat far away from Yang Kai, as if she was afraid he would take advantage of this opportunity to attack her again. Those people aren't searching in this direction, we can hide for a while. Yang Kai took back his divine sense and said to Shuiyu, let's wait for them to approach before we leave. Good, you can decide, Shuiyu nodded. Shuiyu nodded lightly, not objecting, taking out a piece of high-quality saint crystal, holding it in her palm as she began to meditate. While meditating, she secretly paid attention to Yang Kai's movements. She thought that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to bear the loneliness and would try to entangle himself with her. After all, she was the heir of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce's president, her cultivation was profound and her status was respected. On the other hand, Yang Kai was just an unknown little cultivator, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. It was an honor for him to be able to establish a relationship with her, so he definitely wouldn't let go of such an opportunity to be alone with her. He would definitely try to win her over and hold some unrealistic expectations. As such, Shuiyu took the initiative to meditate, making it clear that she didn't want to talk to him. Chapter 1049. Shuiyu had secretly calculated everything in her heart and was preparing to teach Yang Kai what it meant to be a toad wanting to eat swan meat. She was also preparing to take this opportunity to get rid of the knot in her heart and make him realize the gap in status between them so she could draw a clear line between them. Everything was ready, all she needed was one final push. She was waiting for Yang Kai to take the initiative to answer. But after waiting for a long time, things didn't progress as she had imagined. She couldn't help opening her beautiful eyes and turning to look at Yang Kai, her expression immediately becoming strange. This man, who had previously taken advantage of her and touched her all over, was now sitting there calmly, holding a piece of Saint Crystal in his hand as he circulated his secret art to absorb the energy from it to restore his strength. He was actually meditating and cultivating. A strong sense of frustration rose in Shuiyu's heart, causing her to grit her teeth as she glared at Yang Kai hatefully. She took the initiative to speak, trying to make her voice sound calm. There are some things I don't understand, can you explain them to me? Yang Kai opened his eyes and stared at her deeply for a moment before suddenly grinning, I also have some things I don't understand. I'll ask first. Shuiyu shouted. Then you ask first. Yang Kai was extremely generous, not bothering with her on this issue. Shuiyu was startled for a moment before asking, what's your name, and where are you from? She still didn't know Yang Kai's name, but thinking back to all the previous encounters, she suddenly felt like she had suffered a big loss. Yang Kai. You probably don't know where I was born, it's a low-level world. I was the first person to escape from that world and successfully enter star territory. Yang Kai replied honestly. A low-level world? Xueyu looked at him in surprise before asking with interest, then what is the strongest person on that world? Third Order Saint. I think there was a Saint King Realm cultivator before, but he fell before he could enter star territory, but that was several thousand years ago. Only a Third Order Saint, it really is a low-level world. And, after I came here, I learned that above the Saint Realm is the Saint King Realm, above the Saint King Realm is the Origin Returning Realm, the Origin King Realm. You're really ignorant and ignorant. Xueyu covered her mouth and giggled, teasing him, but short General Liba, it's quite difficult for you to reach this point. You must have suffered a lot along the way, right? She seemed to be concerned about Yang Kai. After she finished speaking, she realized that it was inappropriate, and the smile on her face suddenly disappeared. I'm all right. I just accidentally barged in, say no more. I don't care about that. Xueyu interrupted him with a cold face, let me ask you, why couldn't I find you on Water Moon Star before? Where were you hiding? Did someone provide you with some help? Oh, I live in Shintu's palace, you probably didn't go there to look for me, Yang Kai replied casually, not feeling the slightest sense of betraying Shintu's day. Shintu. Xueyu muttered under her breath before suddenly smiling sweetly, so it was him who made trouble for me. Humph, after a few days of not being taught a lesson, he actually dared to oppose me. Just wait until I return, I'll show him what he's made of. She had a vicious expression on her face, her silver teeth clenched as if she wanted to tear Shintu to pieces. Was he also the one who arranged for you to board the starship? Xueyu continued to ask. Yes, he thought you had left Water Moon Star the day before yesterday, but he didn't expect that you hadn't left at all. As soon as I boarded the starship, you followed me. Beauty, don't you think this is fate? He looked at Xueyu with a grin. Who has fate with you? Xueyu glared at Yang Kai in a flirtatious manner, causing his heart to skip a beat. Involuntarily, the scene of him rolling around on the dead star with her suddenly appeared in his mind, as well as her soft and supple body, causing his gaze towards Xueyu to suddenly change. What are you thinking about? Xueyu's face suddenly flushed red, as if she could see through Yang Kai's dirty thoughts. Under Yang Kai's aggressive gaze, she quickly changed the subject. What's wrong with your spiritual energy? I've been paying special attention to it these past few days, but why does your spiritual energy give me a very strange and erratic feeling? What are the mysteries of your divine sense? This is because I'm proficient in. Yang Kai didn't even think about it before opening his mouth to answer, but halfway through his words, his expression suddenly changed as he frowned. Isn't the power of these soul chains too strong? I don't seem to be on guard against you. Whatever she asked, he was actually willing to answer, causing Yang Kai to feel a sense of foreboding, not daring to show the slightest bit of carelessness. Seeing Yang Kai actually wake up, Xueyu couldn't help muttering under her breath, seemingly cursing him, her pretty face filled with annoyance. She had been so close to understanding the mysteries of Yang Kai's divine sense, but now she had failed at the last moment. The soul chains are a divine technique cultivated by a senior elder of the Chamber of Commerce. Of course its power is incredible, but you were actually able to resist it, which surprised me a little. Xueyu looked at him in amazement. Are you planning to take this opportunity to force me to confess everything? Yang Kai sneered. Of course. Think about what you've done to me. Of course I want to find out everything about you. If you give yourself to me, even without the power of the soul chains, I'll be honest with you. In your dreams. Xueyu snorted, feeling ashamed of Yang Kai's shameless rascals. Good, now it's my turn to ask you. Yang Kai smiled gently, not giving Xueyu time to think before asking, what method did you use to disguise yourself as a man? I know there are some artifacts that can change one's appearance, but you even changed your body shape, isn't that a bit too exaggerated? The male surname Shuiyu and the female surname Shuiyu were somewhat similar in appearance, but their physiques were as different as heaven and earth, especially those perky round buttocks and full breasts. Kai Yang really couldn't understand how she managed to hide them. It's also the effect of an artifact. Shuiyu replied reluctantly, one of our Chamber of Commerce's grandmasters specially refined an artifact for me, it's unique. But in that disaster, that artifact was damaged, so I can only maintain my current appearance. That's good. I also think it's good. Shuiyu responded with a smile, she seemed to like her cross-dressing self very much. What's your current cultivation? Yang Kai asked again. Shuiyu frowned, not wanting to answer, but still saying, Third Order Saint King. I only broke through a year ago, this is a secret, don't reveal it. Yang Kai put on a serious expression, quickly calculating with his fingers, doesn't that mean you're a minor realm higher than me? Shuiyu giggled, do you realize the gap between us now? If I hadn't been seriously injured before, I would have been able to pinch a little character like you to death with a single finger, how could I allow you to act so recklessly? How old are you this year? Yang Kai looked at her curiously. Shuiyu's pretty face sank as she grit her teeth and spat, none of your damn business. Didn't anyone teach you not to ask a woman's age? Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. There's one more thing I find very strange. Shuiyu's expression suddenly became serious, in that disaster, I relied on an origin-grade artifact armor to survive, but even so, I almost lost my life. You're only a second-order saint, how did you survive? I was just lucky. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, suddenly remembering that when the disaster happened, Shuiyu did summon a fiery red artifact armor, but that artifact armor had been peeled off piece by piece. I don't think you were just lucky. Shuiyu stared at Yang Kai thoughtfully, I caused a lot of damage to your body before, but now it seems that those injuries have all healed. Also, the blood in your body is golden and contains a powerful vitality and resilience. Just how many secrets do you have? Shuiyu stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, her pretty face filled with curiosity. In her opinion, in that kind of disaster, even she had almost died, so there was no reason for someone like Yang Kai to survive. My resilience are really strong, which is probably the biggest reason I was able to survive. Yang Kai smiled lightly and changed the subject, do you know what happened this time? I don't. Shuiyu shook her head, a trace of sadness appearing on her face, I don't know if that trap was set for the Chamber of Commerce or me, but what I'm certain of is that someone from the inside colluded with outsiders. No matter who it is, I will investigate everything and make them pay with blood. Saying so, a cold light flashed across Shuiyu's beautiful eyes as her murderous intent surged. It was as if she had become a completely different person, a ruthless, cruel, and cold-blooded Shuiyu third young master who, in order to find Yang Kai, didn't hesitate to kill 2,000 cultivators. Moreover, the star-shattering flash arranged in that trap is a weapon developed by our Chamber of Commerce and has never been sold to the outside world. As long as we trace this source, I think the truth will soon come to light, Shuiyu sneered softly. Yang Kai grinned, secretly worrying about the person behind the scenes. It was easy to imagine that once Shuiyu was free, this matter would definitely set off a bloody storm. It was very likely that the entire Hengluo Chamber of Commerce would be shaken. As they spoke inside the cave, the two of them didn't feel the passage of time. As their understanding of each other deepened, whether it was Yang Kai or Shuiyu, both of them felt that the other party had become much closer. Her wounds had not yet healed, and she still had to worry about the enemy outside searching for her. Shuiyu didn't have the abnormal resilience of Yang Kai, so after talking for a while, she felt tired and fell asleep leaning against the mountain wall. After an unknown amount of time, Shuiyu suddenly heard Yang Kai call out to her softly. She quickly straightened up and frowned as she stared at Yang Kai who was right in front of her. Turning her head to look at the big hand on her shoulder, she couldn't help but ask, why are you hugging me? Yang Kai glanced at her and said, it was you who leaned over. I. Shueyu blushed, not knowing how to explain. It's time to go, they're heading towards this dead star, if we don't leave now, we'll be discovered. Yang Kai said hurriedly, standing up first, pushing aside the obstacles at the entrance of the cave, summoning his star shuttle and beckoning to Shueyu. Shueyu rushed over angrily and stood on the star shuttle, snorting, "Next time, even if I lean over, don't hug me, that wasn't my intention." "Good. From now on, I won't care if you live or die," Yang Kai simply replied. Chapter 1050. For nearly 2 months, Yang Kai and Shueyu had been hiding on various dead stars in the ice-cold dead territory. Regardless of who had set the trap to blow up Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's starship, Yang Kai was deeply aware of their cautiousness. There were constantly cultivators wandering around the ice-cold dead territory, looking for something, and it wasn't until a few days ago that they gradually stopped and withdrew. It took them 2 months to confirm that no one had survived the disaster. "I feel like this time it seems to be directed at me." "On a dead star," Shueyu said thoughtfully. "I think so too." Yang Kai nodded in agreement. At the beginning, neither of them understood whether the trap was directed at Shueyu or the Chamber of Commerce's starship, but now, both of them had the same conjecture. That trap was directed at Shueyu. It was to bury her in it. "Oh." Shueyu looked at Yang Kai with a smile, as if she was considering him. "Why do you think so? Tell me your reasoning and let's see if it is the same as mine." Yang Kai didn't keep her in suspense and said, "Time, they spent too much time searching for survivors. There were no important people or materials on that starship, so if it was a trap set for the Chamber of Commerce, they wouldn't have taken so long to find it. For them to be so cautious and search for 2 months in a row, it can only prove that they are very afraid, of someone who may retaliate against them. So this time, the matter should be directed at you, the Chamber of Commerce's warship was just implicated." Saying so, Yang Kai stared at Shueyu with scorching eyes. Shueyu's beautiful eyes lit up as her red lips squirmed. "Your thoughts are very clear, I underestimated you." Yang Kai's conjecture was basically the same as hers. She was surprised to find that Yang Kai was actually a diamond in the rough. Smiling lightly, she asked, "If one day the soul chains between us are unlocked and I don't want to kill you, would you like to stay by my side? Are you trying to win me over?" Yang Kai looked at her strangely. "You could say that, but it's very likely that I'll kill you the moment the soul chains are released." Shueyu said those words in a soft voice. She had a smile on her face and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. "Forget it, I won't be controlled by you. If that day really comes, I'll kill you before you do anything." "What arrogance!" Shueyu curled her lips. "I want to see what ability you have to kill me." "You'll see when the time comes." Yang Kai crawled out of his hiding place, turned his head, bent down, and extended his hand in an inviting gesture. "But shouldn't we leave this damned place now?" Shueyu pursed her lips and smiled, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she also stepped out, placing her jade-white hand into Yang Kai's palm, allowing him to summon his star shuttle and carry her forward. After 2 months, no matter who it was, all of their injuries had healed, and Shueyu had returned to the peak of the Third-Order Saint King realm. However, she was still willing to share the same star shuttle as Yang Kai. She enjoyed the feeling of being cared for. She had to remind herself over and over again that this was a side effect brought about by the soul chains. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have any feelings for such a man, but at this moment, any care he showed her was enough to warm her body and mind. The star shuttle flew off like a bolt of lightning, and a short time later, the pair flew away from the dead star. Inside the star field, Yang Kai stopped and asked, "Where should we go now, back to Water Moon Star?" "No, the journey back is too far. The ice-cold dead territory is about a month and a half's journey from Water Moon Star, so it would take at least 3 months to return by star shuttle. Let's go to Rainfall Star. Rainfall Star is closer to here, and I originally wanted to go there anyway, but now that I'm in this state, it's a bit troublesome. Good. Yang Kai didn't object. In any case, he was just going with the flow and didn't have any particular destination in mind. Let me think about where Rainfall Star is first. In this damn ice-cold dead territory, there isn't even a trace of starlight, so it's impossible for me to tell the direction. Shui Yu's brow furrowed as she glanced around, trying to balance her sense of direction. While she was complaining, Yang Kai had already steered his star shuttle in a certain direction. Do you know the way? Shui Yu called out worriedly, if you don't, it's easy to get lost in the star field. My star shuttle just happens to have a star that leads to Rainfall Star, Yang Kai smiled lightly. That's great, Shui Yu rejoiced, letting go of the worry in her heart. The star in Yang Kai's star shuttle was something he had personally carved into it. It was the best route he had found from the huge star above his knowledge sea, so now was a good time to verify it. What are you going to do on Rainfall Star? As they flew, Yang Kai couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. My father sent me there to deal with some matters, Shui Yu replied casually. What matter is so important that it actually requires you to go in person? Don't ask so many questions. Shui Yu's pretty face became bitter. I wanted to tell you, but you should know that this is a secret of the Chamber of Commerce and can't be easily divulged. Please don't make things difficult for me, okay? She actually began to plead in a soft voice. Fine, I won't ask. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he felt a bit overwhelmed. He had to admit that once a woman like Shui Yu acted coquettishly, she was absolutely unstoppable. Kai Yang had thoroughly experienced her charms. These days when he was with her, he was trembling with fear, as if he was walking on thin ice. Every day, he had to constantly remind himself, lest he accidentally fall under her pomegranate skirt. It was also because of this that he was able to maintain enough clarity of mind and not be completely enslaved by the soul chains. Yang Kai believed that Shui Yu was also struggling to cope with the power of the soul chains, but the two of them had a tacit understanding and refused to talk about it. It seemed that because of what had just happened, Shui Yu felt a little guilty, so after flying for a while, she suddenly asked, what attribute do you cultivate? Is it yang or fire? That day when she had been entangled with Yang Kai, she had gained some understanding of Yang Kai's strength, but she wasn't clear about the specifics. Why do you ask? Yang Kai was a little vigilant. I was thinking that if you are willing, I can help you find a master to teach you how to cultivate, how to use your strength, and how to understand the true essence of your strength, Shui Yu said sincerely. On the road of cultivation, having someone to teach you is completely different from having no one to teach you. Since you are the first person from your continent to enter territory, there shouldn't be anyone who can teach you this kind of knowledge before, right? Find a master. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. There are many foreign masters in the Chamber of Commerce who are proficient in the true essence of various strengths. It won't be difficult to find a master who matches your strength. Don't look down on me, I also have several masters who can teach me. Forget it, there probably isn't anyone who can teach me, Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. Don't be in a hurry to refuse, this won't do you any harm. There really isn't anyone who can teach me, my strength is a bit special. Special? How special? This time it was Shui Yu's turn to be surprised. Yang Kai frowned, but in order to interrupt her strange thoughts, he could only reach out and summon a mass of demonic flame. The raging pitch-black flames emitted a different kind of charm. It was like a blooming black rose that wanted to devour one's soul. It seemed like it could even burn everything in the world. Shui Yu's eyes flashed with a strange light as she froze. She carefully sensed the mysteries contained in this mass of demonic flame and couldn't help calling out in alarm, how could there be such a contradictory strength? That ball of demonic flames alternated between hot and cold, yang and evil coexisted. All kinds of contradictions were perfectly combined together, mutually reinforcing each other and helping each other's arrogance. It had already completely evolved into a unique, one-in-a-million type of power. Shui Yu had never seen such a strange strength before. She found it difficult to imagine how a cultivator could resolve or resist such a strength if it invaded the body of a cultivator. She couldn't think of a good solution. From the depths of her beautiful eyes, a trace of panic, shock, and joy appeared. She was shocked by the uniqueness of this demonic flame, but also excited by Yang Kai's great potential. This man was now just a second-order saint cultivator, so his unique strength probably wouldn't be able to play much of a role, but if he could be cultivated into a Saint King realm or even an origin returning realm master, the role this demonic flame could play was simply unimaginable. His strength attribute gave him a natural advantage that others could not hope to reach. Once he was allowed to grow, it would be difficult for him to find an opponent in the same realm. Unless his opponent also cultivated a very special strength. Is there anyone in your Chamber of Commerce who possesses this kind of strength like me? Yang Kai asked. No. Xueyu shook her head honestly, dismissing the idea of hiring a master for him, but her beautiful eyes flashed a different light as she called out, Yang Kai, how about we discuss something? Discuss what? When the day comes that we break the soul chains, I won't do you any harm. Everything that happened before will be written off. Moreover, I will provide you with the best cultivation environment and the best resources to help you increase your strength, allowing you to grow at the fastest speed possible. So good. Yang Kai's face didn't even twitch as he grinned meaningfully. Tell me, what are your conditions? How about you follow me? Nothing. Yang Kai shook his head. I said, I won't be controlled by you. Being controlled and following are two different things, Xueyu cried out. You can't understand it that way. To me, it's the same thing. At most, I can give you a chance to pursue me. Xueyu's face flushed red as she bit her thin lip, seemingly making a great concession. Yang Kai's strength was so special that she really wanted to win him over. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? Xueyu's face was still red as she became angry. Your identity to the outside world is Xueyu's third young master. If I don't pursue you, I'm afraid no one in this world will pursue you, right? Do you have to be so lonely? You bastard. Xueyu cursed. Chapter 1051. Flying his star shuttle through the star field, with a stunning beauty like Xueyu by his side, Yang Kai didn't feel the slightest boredom. On the contrary, he actually enjoyed the journey. Xueyu seemed to have experienced a completely different life. For a long time, she had maintained the identity of Xueyu's third young master in front of others, living in the image of a man. She had lived like this for countless years, and only a few people in Hengluo Chamber of Commerce knew her true gender. She had never been able to show her true face. This time, a series of coincidences allowed her to put aside all disguises and use her womanly side to get along with Yang Kai. Because of the soul chains, she didn't have much vigilance towards Yang Kai, feeling that this man was very kind and intimate, as if he was a very important part of her life. Xueyu was in a very good mood, and her already beautiful face became even more radiant. Her pretty face was always filled with an intoxicating charm. Time flew by, and after more than a month of shuttling through the star field, the two of them finally arrived at a colorful star, Rainfall Star. Yang Kai had thought that this star had such a name because of its drizzling rain, but it wasn't until he saw it in the star field that he realized Rainfall Star was not what he had imagined it to be. This star wasn't very big, only about a third the size of Water Moon Star, but it was filled with vibrant vitality. The colorful light that enveloped the entire stars gave it a dreamy glow. The brilliance of a huge nearby sun star was refracted by this colorful light. This made Rainfall Star appear even more enchanting. Xueyu's beautiful eyes obviously showed a look of fascination as she stared at Rainfall Star in a daze. Even Yang Kai couldn't help marveling at the beauty of these stars. When my strength is enough, I will become the star master of Rainfall Star and bring these stars under my control. Xueyu exclaimed, setting a grand goal for herself. Then you'll have to work hard, at least have the ability to defeat the current star master. Yang Kai smiled, not taking her words seriously, thinking she was just acting like a young girl. Shui Yu's eyes suddenly narrowed into crescents as she covered her mouth and giggled. Rainfall Star doesn't have a star master. I know you come from a low-level world. But don't pretend you know what you don't. No star master. Yang Kai heard this and was stunned. Why is there no star master? Does your Chamber of Commerce have masters? Yang Kai knew that Yang Kai's stars, and although there weren't many masters at this level, every great force, great star had at least one or two masters. Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce was a famous force in the star field. It was impossible for there to be no Origin King Realm masters. Yang's masters star master. Their strength was enough to serve as Rainfall Star's star masters. But how should he put it? Becoming a star lord of a cultivation star wasn't something that could be accomplished just by being strong enough. Instead, he needed to imprint his life imprint into the cultivation star's star source. This process is accompanied by great danger, and even Origin Kings may suffer a backlash from the star's source and lose their life. Yang Kai couldn't help paling. Shui Yu continued to explain patiently, there aren't many Origin Kings, and some of them would rather live in seclusion than take the risk of integrating with a star's source. Moreover, once one becomes the star master of a cultivation star, it is tantamount to entrusting one's life to that cultivation star. If one day the cultivation star suffers a drastic change or is destroyed, the star master will die as well. Similar things have happened before, and because of the destruction of a cultivation star, the star master perished. Like you and me, if one dies, all die. Yang Kai exclaimed. More or less, but this kind of involvement is only one-sided, so in star territory, there are some cultivation stars without a star master, and Rainfall Star is one of them. Then why do you still want to become a star master? Yang Kai looked at her strangely. Shui Yu smiled and said, although there are many inconveniences, there are also great benefits after becoming a star master. Otherwise, why would any master be willing to become the star master of a cultivation star? Everything has its pros and cons, it all depends on how one thinks. She seemed to be very open-minded, and Yang Kai also felt this was the case, unable to help thinking back to the floating continent he had encountered before. At that time, under Guizu's coercion, while searching for a way to leave, his divine sense strands inadvertently broke into the deepest part of the floating continent, and there, he felt an extremely powerful energy. This energy nourished his soul and divine sense strands, causing them, which were about to dry up, to become rich and powerful in an instant. That mass of energy was somewhat similar to the star source of stars, but unfortunately, even after asking Guizu about it in a roundabout way, Yang Kai hadn't been able to obtain any concrete information. Now that he was talking to Shui Yu about this, Yang Kai was vaguely certain that it was the star source of stars. Do you know how to fuse with the star source of stars? Yang Kai asked. Why are you asking about this? Shui Yu glanced at him in surprise. Just asking, Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, pretending not to care too much. Shui Yu's expression was suspicious, obviously not trusting him, but she didn't ask any more questions and instead revealed some of the information she knew. She felt that even if she didn't say anything, Yang Kai would figure out these things one day, so it didn't matter if she told him. Yang Kai secretly committed her words to memory while maintaining a calm expression on his face, preparing to return to the floating continent when he had time in the future to confirm whether his guess was correct or not. If that mass of energy was really the star source of stars, he could try to fuse with it. After all, if he could succeed, he would obtain huge benefits. As they spoke, the two of them passed through the thick clouds and arrived above Rainfall Star. Let's go that way. Shui Yu pointed to the area with the richest world energy aura. Our Chamber of Commerce's branch is located there. Yang Kai gently nodded and silently flew off with her on his back. A few hours later, a series of rolling mountains appeared in front of the pair's eyes. Among these mountains, countless palaces stood quietly. In the center of the mountain range, there was a large square. In the square, there were warships flying in and out, transporting resources. Most of these starships were branded with Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's logo, but some were from other great forces that were here to purchase goods. Yang Kai wasn't surprised by this and simply followed Shui Yu's instructions as they flew through the mountains. Shui Yu seemed to have been here before and was quite familiar with the terrain. Following her guidance, the two of them soon arrived in front of a large hall. Shui Yu jumped off her star shuttle briskly, beckoned to Yang Kai, and walked straight into the hall. At the entrance of the hall, there were several martial artists dressed as guards. They wore majestic armors and held silver spears in their hands. Their expressions were solemn. When they saw Shui Yu, the eyes of these guards obviously lit up, all of them involuntarily puffing out their chests and acting mature and reliable. Shui Yu's mouth curled into a grin, seemingly very satisfied with this scene. She had never had the opportunity to conquer strange men with her feminine side before, so the performance of these guards greatly satisfied her vanity. "Lady, please stop, what business do you have?" One of the guards stepped forward and blocked Shui Yu's path, putting on a businesslike appearance. "I want to see Branch President Holly Ka." Shui Yu flipped her delicate jade hand and summoned out a token. The guard stared at it for a moment before his expression became solemn as he exclaimed, "So it's the master from the home star." The moment he saw this token, the way he addressed Shui Yu immediately changed, no longer daring to intentionally or unintentionally show off his masculinity because this token was the highest level of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's token, something only the honorable masters of the home star were qualified to possess. This kind of status was not something a little guard like him could hope to achieve. "Branch President Holly Ka has been waiting for a long time, please come in, master." The guard quickly stepped aside and made way. Shui Yu nodded with satisfaction and motioned to Yang Kai before walking in together. The expressions of the several guards were as solemn as ever, with a trace of respect for Shui Yu, but at the same time, there was some doubt in their eyes. They didn't know why Yang Kai was following behind this female master. This little brat's cultivation was about the same as theirs, so obviously he could only be a guard, but this master's attitude towards him seemed to be quite easygoing. What kind of dog shit luck did this little brat have? How could he have such good fortune to follow behind such a master? The several guards couldn't help cursing in their hearts. They had seen Yang Kai and Shui Yu arrive together on the same star shuttle, looking so intimate that they couldn't help wishing they could take their place. Inside the hall, Yang Kai and Shui Yu had just walked in when they heard angry reprimands coming from the other side. A short time later, several cultivators ran out, each one looking more distressed than the last. Shui Yu pursed her lips and smiled before softly explaining, "The temper of the branch president here is not very good. He will often beat and scold his subordinates, so his popularity is very poor. Don't speak nonsense so he won't cause trouble." "I know, I won't say anything," Yang Kai nodded. The main reason he had come to Rainfall Star this time was to accompany Shui Yu. He didn't know the specific reason and wasn't prepared to intervene. "Who are you? Don't you know it's not a good habit to talk about people behind their backs?" A cold snort came from inside, clearly very displeased. Shui Yu couldn't help spitting out her tongue, her entire temperament changing, becoming resolute and decisive as she stepped inside. Yang Kai followed closely behind. Inside, there was an old man in a purple robe sitting upright on a chair, coldly looking in their direction. His expression was calm and dignified, like a mountain. Just sitting there, he was like a mountain peak, an invisible aura and pressure spreading out from his body. Yang Kai had only taken a few steps when he felt as if his feet had been filled with 10,000 kilograms of force, making it difficult for him to move. Shui Yu's brisk pace seemed to have suddenly become sluggish, her brow furrowing slightly as she struggled to move her tender body. Because of Shui Yu's words just now, Branch President Holly Ka obviously didn't like the two of them and deliberately wanted to embarrass them. Chapter 1052. Inside the hall, Kai Yang struggled to even move, the pressure weighing down on him like a mountain. His forehead was dripping with sweat, and his muscles were twitching uncontrollably as he resisted the pressure coming from all directions, silently cursing in his heart. This woman Xueyu had always been aloof and no one dared to be rude to her. She obviously didn't know what it meant to cause trouble with words, causing Yang Kai to be implicated as well. Feeling the aura deliberately released by Holly Ka, Xueyu's beautiful eyes flashed a cold light. At her waist, a jade pendant flashed and summoned a number of strange beasts. These strange beasts roared silently as they formed a sole defensive barrier around Xueyu, blocking the impact of Holly Ka's attacks. A series of ripples spread out and the sound of something breaking rang out. Xueyu's originally labored steps suddenly relaxed as she raised her head slightly and walked forward briskly. Even Yang Kai, who had been unable to move, was no longer under the pressure he had just experienced. It seemed that under the defensive barrier formed by these strange beasts, Holly Ka's momentum was instantly disintegrated. Yang Kai suddenly became relaxed and couldn't help glancing over at Xueyu's slender waist, secretly thinking that this was the heiress of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's president, so she was wearing an extremely high-grade artifact. An origin-grade soul-type artifact. Holly Ka, who was sitting in his chair and staring over coldly, couldn't help frowning slightly, retracting the momentum he had been releasing as a slightly surprised expression appeared on his face. Not just anyone could possess such a high-grade soul-type artifact. Holly Ka immediately realized that Xueyu's origins were extraordinary, but before he could figure out her identity and purpose, he didn't dare act rashly again. Glancing over at Yang Kai again, Holly Ka didn't put him in his heart, instead turning to Xueyu and asking, "What is this girl's name?" Xueyu smiled sweetly and said, "Xue'er." Yang Kai's mouth couldn't help twitching as he quietly stood behind her, pretending to be her guard. "Lady Xue'er." Holly Ka gently nodded, then, "What business do you have with me?" Xueyu didn't answer. She took out the token from before and handed it over. Holly Ka took it, his expression changing greatly as he finally stood up from his chair and cupped his fists. "So it is young Master Xueyu's people. Young Lady Xue'er, please forgive this old man's eyes for failing to see just now, please forgive him." With that said, he respectfully handed the token back to Yang Kai. "You're too polite, branch president." Snow Moon accepted the gift, looked around, and then walked to a chair and sat down. Holly Ka stood in place with a puzzled expression, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Sister Xue'er, when will young Master Xueyu arrive?" "He won't be able to come," Xueyu said with a smile, "he has some things to deal with, so he can't leave for the time being." "Young Master Xueyu can't come?" Holly Ka froze for a moment before hesitating, "Then this matter, he said that I'll be in charge of everything here. The branch leader only needs to cooperate with me," Xueyu said in an overbearing and bossy manner. "You'll be in charge?" Holly Ka couldn't help frowning, looking at Xueyu with some distrust. "This old man is being nosy, Sister Xue'er, to young Master Xueyu, what is your relationship?" Xueyu smiled and said flirtatiously, "He handed over such an important matter to me, who do you think I am to him?" Holly Ka couldn't help showing a look of understanding, his expression suddenly becoming ambiguous as he stared at Xueyu. He couldn't help sighing in his heart, thinking that young Master Xueyu had finally become like an ordinary man and was attracted to a woman. He had never heard of young Master Xueyu being interested in a woman before. Even if she was a woman whose beauty could cause the downfall of a nation, he wouldn't spare her more than a few glances. Many of the older generation in the Chamber of Commerce were worried about young Master Xueyu, wondering if he had some kind of physical or psychological problem. Now it seemed that he simply hadn't met a woman to his liking. But, why did this Sister Xue'er look so similar to young Master Xueyu? This girl couldn't be the fruit of President Aio's womanizing outside, right? If that was the case, then the true relationship between her and young Master Xueyu was. All kinds of thoughts flashed across Holly Ka's mind, causing him to shiver, his expression becoming more and more awkward. "Sister Xue'er, about the ancient." Holly Ka was about to give her a detailed report on the progress of the matter but was interrupted by Shuiyu. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I just arrived here and am tired, so I'll rest for the night. It won't be too late to deal with this matter tomorrow. Holly Ka thought about it for a moment before nodding. Very well, I'll have someone lead Sister Shui to rest. Saying so, Holly Ka called out, and a short time later, the guards outside the door came in and Holly Ka gave them a few instructions before bowing and escorting Shuiyu out. Yang Kai remained silent as he followed behind Shuiyu, a thoughtful look on his face. Although Holly Ka hadn't finished speaking just now, he did hear the word ancient, which made him a little curious. He didn't know what had happened on this cultivation star that involved the ancient era and required Shuiyu to personally come here to deal with it. However, no matter what it was, it couldn't be a trivial matter. Shuiyu didn't let Holly Ka continue, obviously not wanting Yang Kai to hear this secret. She felt a sense of familiarity with Yang Kai, but in the end, this was the Chamber of Commerce's secrets and couldn't be divulged at will. Yang Kai was well aware of all this, but he didn't point it out. Following the guard through the mountain range, it wasn't long before they arrived at a beautiful place. This place was far from the noisy center of the branch, making it a good place to rest. This was an independent loft, exquisite but not lacking in grandeur. Outside the loft, there was a small bridge over flowing water and a natural hot spring for bathing. When Shuiyu arrived here, her eyes lit up, as if she suddenly remembered that she hadn't bathed in a long time. These past few months, she and Yang Kai had been flying through the star territory, hiding on the dust-covered dead stars. Even though the two of them had good cultivations, they were still covered in dust. Seeing this natural hot spring, Shuiyu's tender body couldn't help feeling a little itchy. After the guard left, Shuiyu walked around the loft, rubbing her palms together as she smiled. This Holly Ka really knows how to handle things, arranging such a good place for me. I didn't think he was so clever before. Yang Kai curled his lips. If you continue to live in this appearance, you will discover many things you couldn't before. Hearing this, Shuiyu thought about it seriously and agreed, you're right, one identity, one life, it's really wonderful. But unfortunately, I can't live in this appearance forever. Once I'm done here, I'll return to Water Moon Star and restore my identity as Shuiyu's third young master. As long as she could find the Grandmaster who had refined this artifact and help Shuiyu refine an artifact that could conceal her identity, she would be able to return to her previous life. Enough. Shuiyu seemed to suddenly become a little dispirited, twirling around elegantly. I'm going to take a bath and wash away the dust of this journey. You're not allowed to peek, if I find out you're plotting something. Saying so, Shuiyu clenched her fists and waved them fiercely at Yang Kai before walking towards the natural hot spring outside. Arriving at the hot spring, Shuiyu gently undressed while secretly keeping an eye on Yang Kai's movements. According to her observations during this period of time, she discovered that Kai Yang was not an honest person. He was definitely capable of doing things like secretly peeping on others. As such, she decided to warn him in advance. However, to her surprise, even after she had submerged her soft and plump body into the steaming hot spring water, Yang Kai didn't move at all, seemingly standing in place without moving. Shuiyu was a little surprised, thinking that she had misjudged Yang Kai and had misunderstood his surname, thinking that he was really an honest man. Just as she was thinking this though, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared above the hot spring and immediately fell straight down. Before he even entered the hot spring, he had already taken off all his clothes. Put on, the hot spring water splashed everywhere, and the already misty hot spring became even more misty, making it impossible to see anything. Yang Kai. Shuiyu grit her teeth and shouted murderously. Yang Kai leaned against the stone wall on the other side of the hot spring and said casually, I also want to wash away the dust of this journey, and I didn't peek. He looked towards the direction of Shuiyu. Shuiyu was extremely annoyed, cursing this shameless rogue as she submerged herself into the hot spring water. Her perfect body was shrouded in a faint seven-colored glow in the white mist, making it impossible for anyone to see her clearly, but this only served to make their hearts itch even more. They couldn't help wanting to get closer and see just how beautiful her body was hidden in the mist and light. You and I are only one step away from being intimate, what's there to be shy about bathing together? Yang Kai spat disdainfully, unable to understand what this woman was thinking. Don't say it. Shui Yu shouted, shooting a water arrow over, but Yang Kai's head missed. If you talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth off. I'm not talking nonsense, I'm telling the truth. Yang Kai smiled strangely. Shui Yu didn't answer, only the sound of bubbles blowing could be heard. Yang Kai no longer tried to provoke her and simply enjoyed the warmth of the hot spring. After a while, Shui Yu suddenly said, tomorrow, I'll be going out with branch president Holly Ka to deal with some matters, so I won't be able to take you with me. I know. Your strength is too low, so you may be in danger if you go, so, you don't need to explain it to me. Yang Kai shook his head, I know my limits and won't inquire about secrets I shouldn't know. Some things, the less one knows, the safer they are. As long as you understand, Shui Yu smiled faintly. I'm going to rest. Yang Kai stood up, circulated his Saint Chi to dry himself, put on some clothes, and walked towards the loft. Looking at Yang Kai's back through the mist, Shui Yu couldn't help feeling an impulse to tell Yang Kai everything. This made her beautiful face pale as she felt that the influence of the soul chains on her was becoming more and more serious. Chapter 1053. The next day, early in the morning. The first ray of sunlight emerged from behind the mountain range. As the sunlight passed through the mountain range, it seemed to be magnified infinitely. Although it was only a single ray, it was as dazzling as gold. Bathed in this morning's light, the beautiful mountain range glowed with a dazzling golden light, inspiring awe. Countless cultivators looked up towards the mountain peak with solemn expressions. An awe-inspiring aura overflowed from the huge mountain, making the undulating mountain range look like a divine dragon crawling on the ground. On the second floor of the loft, Yang Kai opened his eyes from meditation and released his divine sense, quickly discovering that Shui Yu was no longer here. Instead, there was another strange life aura waiting outside. Yang Kai turned his head to look outside and found that it was a cultivator dressed as a guard. The cultivation fluctuations coming from this cultivator's body were slightly higher than his own, so he should be a third-order saint. This man stood there in boredom, looking a little impatient and displeased, as if he had been given a task he didn't like. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai jumped down from the second floor and landed in front of the man, asking casually, "Friend, do you need something?" The man heard the movement and turned around, cupped his fists reluctantly, and asked, "Are you the guard of Master Shui?" "Yes," Yang Kai gently nodded. Master Shui said that today she will be working with Holly Ka to deal with some matters and may need some time. She said you are unfamiliar with this place and asked me to entertain you. Entertain me? Yang Kai raised his brow. My rainfall star has many places to have fun, I promise you I won't let you down. As he spoke, he looked Yang Kai up and down, really unable to understand why this young man was Shui's guard. Why didn't he stay by his master's side to protect her? Instead, he asked the beautiful Master Shui to take care of his feelings. Why? If all guards could receive such treatment, it would be too fortunate. He was also a guard but had never encountered such a good thing before. He felt indignant and wanted nothing more than to follow Shui, master, and serve her faithfully. Listening to him, Yang Kai suddenly understood that Shui Yu was afraid that he would be lonely, so he wanted him to find something to do. After pondering for a moment, he smiled and shook his head. "Friend, thank you for your kindness, but I don't like lively places, so I don't want to have fun." The man looked at Yang Kai with a strange look, as if he hadn't expected him to be so serious. Nodding slightly, he said, "There are also places that are not noisy. By the way, the branch is holding a large-scale auction these days. There will be many rare treasures. If this friend is interested, you can go take a look. Auction. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Yes, about half of the items are provided by the Chamber of Commerce. There are also many foreign cultivators who will take out the rare treasures he obtained from his adventures and let the Chamber of Commerce auction them on his behalf. This kind of grand event is held once every few years, and sometimes some very rare treasures will appear. That's quite interesting. Yang Kai showed a joyful expression. He had never participated in this kind of event before. When he was in Tongxian realm, he had heard about it many times and knew that it was an important way for cultivators to purchase rare treasures. Rainfall Stars auction is held for many days each time. At the auction, only Saint crystals are accepted, but after the auction, there will be a private trade fair. This trade fair depends on one's personal preferences. You can trade Saint crystals or barter. The man saw that Yang Kai seemed to be interested in this and couldn't help explaining a few more words before asking, "Does this friend want to take a look?" He could tell that Yang Kai didn't seem to have seen much of the world, but since he was valued by Master Shui, he had to treat him with respect. "How many Saint crystals do I need to prepare to participate?" Yang Kai asked. The man smiled and said casually, 500,000, otherwise you may not even be eligible to participate. 500,000. Yang Kai's brow twitched slightly. Yang Kai had collected a lot of Saint crystals from Purple Star and Sword Union on the floating continent, but it wasn't a lot. On top of that, after purchasing the Star Shuttle and ores, Yang Kai only had a few hundred Saint crystals left. 500,000 was a number that he couldn't afford no matter what. It was undoubtedly a huge sum of money for him right now. Yang Kai had a lot of Origin Grade and even Origin King Grade spirit grasses and spirit medicines. If these things were to be sold, each of them would be worth a lot, but Yang Kai was an alchemist himself, so these herbs could provide him with great help in his alchemic Tao, so he wasn't prepared to sell them. "Friend, what do you think?" the man urged impatiently. He had been ordered to bring Yang Kai to have some fun, but Yang Kai was actually thinking too much, making him very unhappy. "Forget it, I won't go," Yang Kai waved his hand. Yang Kai waved his hand. Going to the auction alone was too boring, and he had nothing urgent to buy right now. "Then friend, please help yourself," the man no longer spoke to Yang Kai, cupped his fist slightly, and left directly. Bathed in the warm sunshine, one would feel warm all over, especially for someone like Yang Kai who had cultivated a young attribute secret art or martial skill. Sunlight would always give people a warm feeling. Standing in front of the loft, Yang Kai's hundreds of millions of pores opened up and thousands of rays of sunlight turned into fluorescent light that penetrated into his limbs, flesh, and bones. Yang Kai was in a good mood and his mind had also opened up a lot. Although he had refused the cultivator's hospitality, Yang Kai still wanted to go out for a walk. He didn't know when Shuiyu would return, so there was no point in him staying here. On top of that, he couldn't wait to find a way to safely lift the soul chains. As long as he and Shuiyu were willing, the soul chains could be unlocked at any time, but that wasn't a guarantee. Yang Kai had never thought that he and Shuiyu could really get along well. That was all an illusion created by the soul chains. He had to make sure that after unlocking the soul chains, Shuiyu wouldn't act against him, otherwise, once the shackles disappeared, Shuiyu would most likely immediately attack him. Yang Kai had no choice but to guard against this and had been secretly thinking hard, but he couldn't come up with a good solution. Summoning his star shuttle, Yang Kai flew off. Like a meteor, Yang Kai shuttled through the clouds, drifting with the wind without a specific destination, his divine scent spreading out infinitely as he flew. The last time Yang Kai was on Water Moon Star, he had spent 2 months circling around it, firstly to familiarize himself with the structure and customs of the cultivation stars in its territory, and secondly to hold out a glimmer of hope that he could find Su Yan. This time, coming to a different cultivation star, Yang Kai also wanted to try his luck. Rainfall Star wasn't big, much smaller than Water Moon Star. It took Yang Kai only 20 days to travel across the entire rainfall star, but he didn't find Su Yan's aura. Yang Kai wasn't too disappointed. After all, the star territory was too vast, and there were countless cultivation stars. Even if Su Yan had come here with ice sex people, he certainly wouldn't know which star she was residing on, so it wasn't something he could find in a short time. Yang Kai stopped at the top of a mountain and looked down. Suddenly, his gaze was attracted by a huge mountain valley in the distance. This mountain valley covered a large area and seemed to have been expanded by someone. The mountain valley shouldn't have been so big, but someone had used a divine technique to naturally expand it. At this moment, this mountain valley covered an area of about 100 kilometers. In the very center of this mountain valley, there was a palace, and around this palace were several acres of exquisitely tended medicine fields. These medicine fields were filled with a variety of spirit grasses and spirit medicines, each of them colorful and brilliant. Kai Yang stood at the top of the mountain and looked down. He felt that there should be a large array arranged around the medicine field. The surrounding world energy was constantly flowing into the mountain valley, causing the entire mountain valley to be shrouded in clouds and mist. The world energy was extraordinary. Even though he was far away, Kai Yang could still smell the medicinal fragrance that made him feel relaxed and happy. Inside this mountain valley, there must be an alchemist. Kai Yang concluded in his heart. Yang Kai set off to fly over, intending to visit this alchemist to pass the time, but just as he flew over the mountain valley, he suddenly felt a sense of disharmony. This feeling came from the corner of his eyes. Pausing, Yang Kai once again stared seriously at the medicine fields, comparing them with what he had just seen. Then, his eyes narrowed, and he immediately understood where the discordant feeling came from. The medicine fields scattered throughout the mountain valley were obviously different from what he had just seen at the top of the mountain. There seemed to be some subtle changes between the rows. Yang Kai observed more carefully, releasing his divine sense to perceive the peculiarities of these medicine fields. Soon, Yang Kai was surprised to discover that beneath these medicine fields, there was a very special force flowing, one that seemed to conform to some principles, causing him to be shocked. It was this strange force that changed the distance between the herb fields, causing each herb field to change its structure according to a complicated pattern. As the structure of the herb fields changed, the world energy that flowed into the herb fields seemed to be more easily absorbed by the spirit grasses and spirit herbs, causing the spirit grasses and spirit herbs to thrive. Yang Kai's body shook as his attention was drawn to these exquisite and extraordinary medicine fields. Stopping mid-air, he released his divine sense to perceive the hidden mysteries of one of these medicine fields. Inside the palace, there was a short, crazy-looking old man. This old man was busy in front of a series of large and small pill furnaces, each of which was filled with a mixture of different herbs. This old man was not young and his hair and beard were all white. Apparently due to years of exhaustion, his eyes were sunken and his skin was wrinkled. There was not much flesh on his body. Only his eyes were filled with excitement. Almost all of his attention was devoted to the dozens of pill furnaces of various sizes, constantly sending rare herbs flying out of his space ring and into the pill furnaces. He was busy with dozens of pill furnaces, refining dozens of different pills at the same time without making the slightest mistake. Chapter 1054. When Yang Kai broke into the mountain valley, he was instantly noticed by the old man who was in the middle of performing alchemy. The old man couldn't help frowning as a terrifying aura surged from his thin body. The mountain valley he was in was a restricted area on Rainfall Star, no one was allowed to approach it, and no one dared to. But today, this old man's peace had been disturbed by a little brat who didn't know his limits. The old man was furious and didn't want to give up, wanting to take Yang Kai's life directly and use Yang Kai's death to warn others of the consequences of disturbing his peace while he was performing alchemy. A nobody like Yang Kai wasn't worthy of his attention. But just as he was about to begin, one of the pill furnaces placed around him suddenly made a strange noise. The old man's expression couldn't help becoming bitter as he quickly poured his Saint Chi into the pill furnace to stabilize the chaotic medicinal liquid inside, muttering to himself, "Pills are difficult to refine. Fine, fine, I'll let you play around for a while, I can't let you ruin my furnace of pills. Damn it, pills are really difficult to refine." Muttering to himself, Yang Kai continued to form a series of hand seals as he poured his Saint Chi into the various pill furnaces. The space ring on his hand continued to glow as Yang Kai placed the herbs he had prepared in advance into the pill furnaces one after another. The quantity, heat, and timing of each of these herbs were all meticulously calculated. More and more pill furnaces began to make noises, but the old man's expression was still indifferent, not showing the slightest sign of nervousness, his movements actually becoming faster and faster. An hour later, the old man's sunken eyes flashed with a brilliant light. All of the pill furnaces began to hum at the same time, and a series of crisp sounds came from within. A thick pill fragrance wafted through the air. With a wave of his hand, the old man opened several dozen large and small pill furnaces and poured out pills of various sizes and colors, all of which were filled with rich aura, into the nearby jade bottles like raindrops. Ding ding dang dang, a pleasant sound rang out as the 3 jade bottles were filled to the brim. The old man wasn't tired in the slightest. On the contrary, he seemed quite excited. He rubbed his withered hands and rushed to the jade bottles. He picked them up and carefully examined the pills that had just come out of the furnace. Nothing, nothing, still nothing. Every time the old man checked a pill, he would mutter to himself. The look of expectation on his face gradually disappeared, and he became more and more disappointed. Even after he finished inspecting the nearly 40 pills in the 3 jade bottles, he still couldn't find what he was looking for. As if he had received a huge blow, a disheartened look appeared on the old man's face as he sighed heavily. Alchemy is really difficult to refine, why are there no pill veins? Could it be that this old man's method of winning by quantity is wrong? That can't be. As he spoke, he casually threw these jade bottles to the side, as if he had thrown away something worthless. He didn't even look at them. In the corner of the room, there were a large number of jade bottles piled up, at least 100 of them. Each bottle was filled with pills, and the grade of each bottle was no lower than Saint King grade. There were even some origin grade pills. The old man sat down sadly, thinking about the gains and losses of his alchemy, trying to find the root cause of his failure to refine pill veins. While thinking, he scratched his head, causing his already dense white hair to become even thinner. He sat in place for 3 days and 3 nights, like a dead man, not moving at all. Only his eyes were gloomy and filled with contemplation. Suddenly, a subtle energy fluctuation came from the medicine field outside, interrupting his thoughts. The old man raised his head unhappily and stared towards the medicine field. Only then did he remember that an uninvited guest had come to his place 3 days ago, but he hadn't had time to deal with him at that time, so he had completely forgotten about him. He hasn't left yet. The old man showed a look of surprise as he quietly released his divine sense to investigate the situation. In the next moment, he let out a light sigh, as if he had discovered something extremely interesting and began to pay attention to Yang Kai's movements. Inside the medicine field, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, his divine sense spreading out like a tide. Strand after strand of thought went deep into every inch of the herbal field, prying into the wonders of these herbal fields. These herbal fields were not casually cultivated. Every row of them contained the mysteries of spirit arrays. Every herbal field was a different spirit array. With the help of the spirit arrays, they gathered the world energy and promoted the growth of the spirit grasses and spirit herbs in the herbal fields, shortening their lifespan. If a single herb was planted here for 50 years, it would have a medicinal age of 100 years or more. Yang Kai didn't know who had arranged this, but it should have been the master of the palace, the alchemist hidden inside. Fully immersing himself in the medicine field, Yang Kai began deciphering the hidden spirit arrays, completely forgetting himself. Yang Kai had learned many spirit arrays from the true alchemic way, and on Tongxian realm, these spirit arrays had been of great help to him in alchemy. However, the true alchemic way was only a product of Tongxian realm. Inside Star's territory, there were also unique spirit arrays belonging to Star's territory. Both of them had their advantages and disadvantages. Yang Kai studied the hidden spirit arrays in the medicine field while comparing them with the ones he had mastered. Removing the wheat from the chaff, the harvest was huge. Seeing this scene, the old man in the palace suddenly understood what Yang Kai was doing. Thinking about it for a moment, he restrained the murderous intent in his heart and chuckled, "Fine, you can do as you please. You're a promising talent." He remembered the hardships he had gone through to learn alchemy in the past. In order to learn different spirit arrays, he had traveled thousands of mountains and rivers to visit famous masters. Often, he would be ridiculed, rejected at the door, and swept out the door was a common occurrence. Those outstanding alchemists all regarded the spirit arrays they had mastered as treasures and would not easily teach them to outsiders. Even if they were teaching their own apprentices, many of them would not be willing to teach them, let alone someone like Yang Kai who had come here to learn. When he was Yang Kai's age, he was also obsessed with alchemy, vowing to walk his own path in the alchemic way and impress the world. But now, he knew that he had been wrong. Alchemy was not to change the world's opinion of him, it was his lifelong pursuit. Yang Kai's serious concentration reminded him of the past, and his original intention to kill Yang Kai suddenly changed, no longer paying attention to him, allowing him to spy on the various mysteries of the medicine field. Time passed by, and the old man in the palace began to perform alchemy. As usual, several dozen pill furnaces were activated at the same time, and herbs were thrown in one after another. Outside the palace, Yang Kai was like an old monk in meditation, a thick layer of dust covering his body as he eagerly studied the spirit arrays. One old and one young, neither of them had anything to do with each other, each of them busy, each immersed in their own thoughts. Every once in a while, after the old man finished performing alchemy, he would observe Yang Kai, only to find that he was still sitting there. He couldn't help admiring this little brat's patience and perseverance. Young people were full of vigor, and few could do anything without any distractions. It was really good that this little brat could be so focused. Yang Kai could also sense that the owner of the palace would sweep over him with his divine sense from time to time, but since the other party didn't drive him away, he could only continue to sit in place. Yang Kai was planning to wait until he finished studying the spirit arrays here before paying a visit to express his gratitude. He didn't intend to steal the spirit arrays here, he was just doing it on a whim. His peaceful life continued. On this day, Yang Kai was studying the spirit arrays hidden in one of the medicine fields, comparing them with what he had learned before, when a sense of alarm suddenly rose in his heart and a sense of panic rose from the depths of his heart. Yang Kai immediately opened his eyes and swept his surroundings with his divine sense. Soon, he frowned because he didn't sense any danger approaching at all. Within a radius of a few hundred kilometers, apart from him, there was only the master of the palace. There wasn't even a single bird. Yang Kai thought he was having some kind of illusion, but just as he was about to calm down and continue studying, the sense of uneasiness grew even stronger. It was as if his life was being threatened and he was about to die. Yang Kai suddenly got up, his expression calm. At his level of strength, his senses were quite keen, so this kind of uneasiness and alarm could not have arisen for no reason. There could only be two reasons for this feeling. Either there was a master lying in ambush, waiting for an opportunity to take his life, or for some other reason, his safety was being threatened. The former was unlikely. Although Yang Kai didn't know what the cultivation of the owner of the palace was, he could conclude that the other party was a master. If there really was a master lying in ambush, it was impossible for the owner of the palace not to notice. Moreover, Yang Kai felt that there shouldn't be anyone targeting him. After all, he hadn't formed any grudges with anyone during this time, so there shouldn't be anyone targeting him for no reason. The only one he had a grudge with was Shuiyu, but because of the soul chains, she had developed a sense of intimacy with him, so it was impossible for her to act against him. Thinking of Shui Yu and the soul chains, Yang Kai's expression changed as a guess appeared in his mind. Could something have happened to Shui Yu? Because of the soul chains, the two of them were connected as one, so if Shui Yu's life was at stake, it was very likely that his feelings would be affected. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he felt it was possible and didn't dare to stay any longer, immediately summoning his star shuttle and flying towards the Hangluo Chamber of Commerce branch. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. He had thought that Shui Yu's strength wasn't low, and with Holly Ka, an origin returning realm master accompanying her, there shouldn't be any problems, so Yang Kai had been handling his own affairs with peace of mind, but now that something like this had happened, he was extremely annoyed. Is he leaving? Inside the palace, the old man glanced in the direction Yang Kai left and slowly shook his head, no longer paying him any attention. For him, the arrival of Yang Kai was just a small stone thrown into his unchanging and peaceful life. The ripples it caused couldn't affect him in the slightest, so whether Yang Kai stayed or left, he didn't care. The old man continued to focus on the several dozen pill furnaces around him, constantly forming hand seals and injecting his Saint Qi into them to control the temperature of each furnace. Chapter 1055. Yang Kai pushed his strength without reservation, pushing the speed of his Saint King grade high-rank star shuttle to its limit. The uneasiness and sense of crisis in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Half a day later, Yang Kai arrived at the mountain range where the branch was located and went directly to the loft arranged by Holly Ka. From a distance, Yang Kai released his divine sense and found that the loft was the same as when he left, with no trace of anyone having been here. Shui Yu was also not here. Immediately turning around, Yang Kai flew towards the branch. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at the palace where he had met Holly Ka. Several guards who were guarding the gate of the palace saw him rushing over and couldn't help frowning, wondering what had happened to make him so nervous. They had met Yang Kai last time and knew that this young man had come with Shui Master from the home star and was one of her personal guards. However, his strength was somewhat low, causing these guards to look down on him, secretly thinking that those from the home star were nothing special. Has Branch President Holly Ka returned? Yang Kai landed in front of them and didn't speak any nonsense, asking directly. What business do you have with Master Holly Ka? One of the guards asked instead of answering. Has he returned? Yang Kai roared, his expression fierce, as if he was about to swallow someone whole. The guard froze up and couldn't help feeling a trace of fear as he shook his head subconsciously. Do you know where he went? Yang Kai asked again. The guard who had just shaken his head seemed to have become angry out of shame and coldly snorted, Who do you think you are to ask about the master's whereabouts? Who do you think you are? Even if this guard was from the home star, he was just a second-order saint, so his tone and attitude were really unpleasant. Yang Kai glanced over at this guard and secretly felt that asking them was a waste of effort. These people's status wasn't high, so they shouldn't know too many secrets. Without saying a word, Yang Kai turned around and flew off towards another palace. In that palace, there was the aura of an expert who was at the return to Void Realm. He should know something. *CK, this kid. The guards couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. They stared at Yang Kai's back hatefully. If it weren't for the fact that he was from the main planet, they definitely wouldn't have let Yang Kai off so easily. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at the palace not far away. He landed and walked directly to the guards at the entrance, saying, I want to see the master inside. What's the matter? One of the guards asked. Something must have happened to Branch President Holly Ka. The guard's expression changed. He sized up Yang Kai and asked in disbelief, How did you know? Master Holly Ka is an origin returning realm master, one of the top masters on Rainfall Star. What could possibly cause him to? Can you go in and report? Yang Kai impatiently interrupted him. Let him in. A loud and clear voice suddenly rang out from inside. The commotion here had clearly been transmitted inside, and the experts inside had sensed it. As soon as these words were spoken, before the guard could respond, Yang Kai rushed into the palace like a gust of wind. Similar to Hali Ka's palace, inside this palace, a middle-aged man was sitting on a chair, handling the branch's affairs. Seeing Yang Kai rush in, this middle-aged man couldn't help looking up at him and asking, "Are you the guard who followed Master Xue from the main star?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "I am the branch's Lin Mu Feng." The middle-aged man coldly snorted, "I don't care if you're from the main star or which master you're following, I am the one in charge here." Yang Kai didn't say a word. "Why do you say something must have happened to Hali Ka?" Lin Mu Feng was very satisfied with Yang Kai's cooperative attitude and asked, "As far as I know, you aren't qualified to participate in this secret operation. Since you didn't participate, how did you know?" Yang Kai frowned, a flash of inspiration appearing in his mind as he took out a compass-like artifact. "Master Xue sent me a message saying they have encountered great danger." "What kind of danger?" Lin Mu Feng paled slightly, somewhat believing Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai shook his head, "I can't contact Master Xue right now, you can try contacting branch president Hali Ka and ask him." Lin Mu Feng pondered for a moment before taking out a compass-like artifact and pouring his divine sense into it, trying to contact Hali Ka. A moment later, his expression became dignified as he muttered, "Sure enough, something has happened." Not receiving any response, he immediately knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. "Come with me." Lin Mu Feng beckoned to Yang Kai and hurried out. Outside the palace, Lin Mu Feng summoned his star shuttle directly and flew off in a certain direction, Yang Kai following closely behind. While flying, Lin Mu Feng took out his compass-like artifact and constantly communicated with someone, issuing various orders. A moment later, from all directions, streaks of light flashed and quickly gathered. These people were all cultivators from Hengluo Chamber of Commerce who had been summoned by Lin Mu Feng. They gathered around Lin Mu Feng and followed him as he flew forward. They didn't ask what had happened. Yang Kai secretly observed and was slightly surprised. Many of these cultivators were Saint King Realm Masters, the number of Saint Realm cultivators was small, and there were even a few Origin returning Realm Masters. "Mu Feng, what happened? Why did you call us here in such a hurry?" A middle-aged woman approached Lin Mu Feng and asked. "Hali Ka and the others seem to have had an accident, no matter how I called out, I couldn't get a response." Lin Mu Feng said anxiously. The middle-aged woman's face changed as she exclaimed, "Is there really some kind of danger in those ancient ruins?" "I don't know. When we found those ruins, we reported them to the home star and didn't dare investigate them privately. This time, Master Xue came here to investigate the ruins, so it wouldn't be surprising if there really was some kind of danger." "What about Master Xue?" the middle-aged woman asked again. "She's with Hali Ka." Lin Mu Feng's face was extremely ugly, glancing towards the middle-aged woman for a moment before whispering, "She seems to be Xue Yu's third young master's woman." The middle-aged woman's face suddenly went pale as she quickly realized that the problem was more serious than she had thought. If it were someone else, and they had an accident because of this unknown danger, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, branch president Hali Ka was also involved, something the branch didn't want to see happen. But if Master Xue was young Master Xue Yu's woman, things would be different. No one dared to bear the wrath of young Master Xue Yu. If things went wrong, the entire branch would be purged. When that time came, rivers of blood would flow and countless people would die. No one could bear such a responsibility. Everyone knew that Xue Yu's third young master was ruthless and merciless. While the two were talking, Yang Kai remained silent. They didn't try to conceal anything, so Yang Kai naturally heard about the ancient ruins and understood why Xue Yu had come to Rainfall Star this time. If it were any other time, Yang Kai would definitely be interested in the ancient ruins, but right now, his mind wasn't on it at all. The more they flew, the more uneasy Yang Kai felt. He didn't know what had happened to Xue Yu, but what he was certain of was that Xue Yu wasn't dead. Because the two of them were connected, if Xueyu died, Yang Kai would also die. Yang Kai secretly decided that this time, no matter what, he had to unlock the soul chains. Regardless of whether Xueyu would find trouble with him afterwards, this feeling of not being able to control his own life was terrible. After flying forward for a long time, Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman suddenly descended. Down below, there should be a mine that produced some unknown ores. The ground was filled with large holes, many of which were so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. A group of several dozen people all landed on the edge of the largest hole. A nearby Chamber of Commerce cultivator immediately greeted them and cupped his fists, "Master Lin, Master Qi." Lin Mufeng nodded lightly and asked, "What happened here?" The cultivator was stunned by this question and was puzzled. Nothing happened, he didn't seem to understand the situation. Lin Mufeng shook his head and no longer asked, taking out his compass artifact and trying to summon Hali Ka, but he still couldn't get a response. "Branch President Master, did something happen?" The cultivator finally saw something wrong from Lin Mufeng's expression and asked in surprise. Lin Mufeng nodded, "Probably, I'll take some people down to have a look, wait for me to contact them." Saying so, he prepared to fly down, but at that moment, the middle-aged woman surnamed Qi suddenly exclaimed, "Someone's coming up." Lin Mufeng's expression became serious as he quickly released his divine sense. At the same time, Yang Kai was also investigating the situation. Inside the hole, there were several fluctuating life auras that were rapidly rising. Judging from their life auras, they should have encountered some danger and suffered some injuries. One of them was even gasping for breath, his flames of life flickering, as if he was about to die. "It's Hali Ka!" The middle-aged woman shouted as she noticed Hali Ka's aura. Lin Mufeng's face lit up as he waited silently. A moment later, several blue lights shot out from the hole, as if there was some kind of danger chasing after them, shooting into the sky. Without exception, these blue lights all flickered. Obviously the star shuttles had been damaged inside and had become unstable. More than a dozen cultivators from the Chamber of Commerce who had followed Lin Mufeng rushed up and caught their companions. One of them was covered in a cold aura that curled up like a cloud of smoke. A Chamber of Commerce cultivator caught him. In an instant, this cultivator's entire body trembled violently as a cold aura visible to the naked eye spread across his body. In just a moment, this cultivator's entire body stiffened, unable to move. The two cultivators seemed to have been frozen together as they fell from the sky. Hong, with a muffled bang, their flesh shattered like ice, and the two cultivators died at the same time. "Don't get close to them." A roar rang out as Hali Ka fell from the sky with difficulty, his face pale. Hearing his shout, the cultivators from the Chamber of Commerce who were preparing to rescue their companions all stopped, not daring to approach. Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman stared at Hali Ka, and after seeing his current state, both of their eyes shrank as a chill ran down their spines. Yang Kai also saw Hali Ka's state and his expression became dignified. Chapter 1056. To be able to become a branch president of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, Hali Ka's strength was at least at the third-order origin returning realm, the strongest cultivator below the origin king realm. Even so, Hali Ka was in an extremely difficult situation at the moment. His left arm had been frozen into ice, and no matter how hard he pushed his strength, he was unable to dissolve the coldness in his arm. Instead, this cold seemed to have a mind of its own and was spreading to other parts of his body, soon surpassing his shoulder. Hali Ka's eyes bulged as a trace of panic and determination flashed across his eyes. Suddenly, he pushed his strength and roared. With a deafening roar, Hali Ka's frozen arm was suddenly cut off and blood gushed out like a fountain from his severed arm. Hali Ka's face suddenly went pale as he staggered back. He had actually cut off his own arm. Yang Kai's pupils shrank as he was shocked by Hali Ka's decisiveness, but also by the cold energy he had just sensed. Being able to force a third-order origin returning realm master to cut off his own life to save his own, no matter what this cold energy was, it definitely possessed shocking lethality and was not something Hali Ka could resist. Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman hurriedly rushed up to stop Hali Ka's bleeding while stuffing a large number of healing pills into his mouth. The other cultivators who had escaped with Hali Ka saw the branch president's actions and could only grit their teeth, pull out their weapons, and cut off their frozen bodies. In an instant, severed limbs flew out and blood flowed freely, causing several of these cultivators to howl in pain. Hali Ka sat cross-legged on the ground and silently circulated his secret art to stabilize his injuries, gasping for breath as a look of lingering fear appeared on his face. What was that? Lin Mufeng asked nervously. Profound Yin sunflower water. Hali Ka grit his teeth and replied. Profound Yin sunflower water. The middle-aged woman screamed, it was actually profound Yin sunflower water. There was actually such a treasure in those ancient ruins. Even Lin Mufeng couldn't help feeling excited as he showed a look of fascination. Profound Yin sunflower water was an Origin King grade supreme treasure. Any cultivator, as long as they could successfully refine a drop of profound Yin sunflower water, their strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. If his strength was slightly lower, he could even directly skip a realm. Hangluo Chamber of Commerce was focused on business, so its research on the world's treasures was unmatched by any other great force. Lin Mufeng, the middle-aged woman, and the others naturally knew the great value of profound Yin sunflower water. If they could safely collect the profound Yin sunflower water from the ancient ruins, it would definitely be a great merit. Perhaps they could even be transferred to the home star, Water Moon Star, where they could enjoy a better cultivation environment and receive better treatment. However, this kind of thing was extremely rare. It had extremely harsh requirements for the environment in which it was produced, and it took tens of thousands of years to produce. Hangluo Chamber of Commerce had several cultivation stars under its jurisdiction, countless medicine stars and/or stars, and countless cultivators, but even after collecting for so many years, Hangluo Chamber of Commerce had never seen a supreme treasure like profound Yin sunflower water. So when Hali Ka mentioned the words profound Yin sunflower water, whether it was Lin Mufeng or the middle-aged woman, both of their eyes couldn't help shining with excitement. How could there be profound Yin sunflower water under this mine? Lin Mufeng still couldn't believe it. Perhaps it was owned by some great sage in ancient times and was eventually left here. We found it in a space ring that was about to be destroyed when the profound Yin sunflower water suddenly erupted and destroyed the space ring, causing everyone to be stunned. Hali Ka quickly explained, his face turning blue as he recalled the previous encounter, a look of relief appearing on his face. If he hadn't reacted quickly, this time he would have lost more than just an arm and likely died without a burial. Where's Master Shui? Yang Kai came up and asked with a calm face. Hali Ka looked up and sighed sadly. Yang Kai's face became even uglier. She was the one who was holding the space ring, so when the profound Yin sunflower water exploded, she bore the brunt of it. Hali Ka sighed heavily and didn't say anything else. He was certain that Master Shui was dead. After all, she was just a third-order Saint King, and even he, a third-order origin returning realm master, could not resist the cold erosion of the profound Yin sunflower water, so how could Master Shui survive after being drenched in it? She would likely be dead by now. Yang Kai coldly snorted, do you have a map of the way down? What do you want to do? Lin Mufeng looked at him in surprise. She's not dead. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly. Do you want to save her? The middle-aged woman immediately understood Yang Kai's intentions and slowly shook her head, trying to persuade him, young man, don't be impulsive, after being drenched by the profound Yin sunflower water, there is no possibility of her surviving. If you go down there, you will only be throwing away your life in vain. Hali Ka also said, there are many barriers down there, and with your low strength, you won't be able to penetrate them. If she's alive, I want to see her, if she's dead, I want to see her corpse. Yang Kai said with a straight face. The several people in charge of the branch all stared at him and couldn't help showing a look of appreciation. Yang Kai's identity to the outside world was that of a guard of Xueyu, so they only thought that Yang Kai was so eager to save his master that he insisted on going down regardless of the danger. Such a guard, even if his strength was low, wouldn't be a big problem. The most important thing for a guard was loyalty. All of them suddenly felt a sense of awe. The ring on Holly Ka's hand flashed and a sketch appeared in his hand, tossing it over to Yang Kai. This is something we drew up this time to avoid getting lost. If it comes in handy, take it. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and caught it, glancing over it briefly before flying off without saying a word. In the blink of an eye, he fell into the mine. He's a pretty good little guard. The middle-aged woman gently nodded as she stared in the direction Yang Kai disappeared and said regretfully, I'm afraid he won't have a chance to come back alive. He had no choice but to go. Lin Mufeng said indifferently, Master Xue is third young master's woman, if she dies, as a guard, this young man will definitely die. Reminded by him, the middle-aged woman's beautiful face couldn't help turning pale, the excitement brought about by the profound Yin sunflower water disappearing. Only now did she remember how to bear the wrath of the third young master, causing her to feel a little uneasy. I hope we can make up for our mistakes, Holly Ka sighed. Holly Ka sighed heavily. He no longer had any extravagant hopes of being promoted or transferred to the home star. Although discovering the profound Yin sunflower water was a great merit, the third young master's woman had lost her life because of it. Who knew if the third young master would be furious? The best result was to make up for their mistakes, and the third young master would not pursue this matter, allowing them to remain in the branch and maintain their status quo. Old Ha, you rest first, Lin Mufeng comforted, if there's anything else, we can discuss it later. That's all we can do, Holly Ka nodded, closing his eyes to refine the medicinal efficacies. Inside the mine, Yang Kai descended all the way down. It was impossible to tell how deep this mine was, so it took Yang Kai about a cup of tea's worth of time to reach the surface. Looking up, there was only a faint light coming from above while the mine below was completely dark. There were numerous corridors leading to the underground. This was originally a mining area that produced some not-so-precious ores, but the cultivator of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce had mined this underground area until it was a mess. The ancient ruins were discovered during this mining process, so the branch's people didn't dare to investigate at will and immediately sealed off the area before reporting the news to the home star. Xueyu had come here this time to deal with the matter of the ancient ruins. She had been very careful along the way, exploring the depths of the ancient ruins under the leadership of Holly Ka, gaining a lot, but who could have known that a space ring would bring danger? Too much time had passed and the space ring had become a little unstable, so when Xueyu's divine sense probed it to check her harvest, the space ring suddenly broke and the contents inside burst open, drenching her with the profound Yin sunflower water stored inside. Immediately, she fell unconscious and a large number of the Hangluo Chamber of Commerce cultivators who were scattered around her were instantly killed. Only Holly Ka and a few other cultivators who were relatively far away managed to escape this disaster and quickly fled. Yang Kai memorized the sketch in his mind before expanding his divine sense and shuttling through the corridors of the mine. Half an hour later, he finally arrived at the location of the ancient ruins. He felt a lot of subtle energy fluctuations in front of him and immediately knew that what Holly Ka said was true. The ancient ruins were filled with spirit arrays and were extremely dangerous. When they had explored this place before, they had tried to avoid these spirit arrays as much as possible, only destroying or cracking the ones they couldn't avoid. Yang Kai was anxious to save his people, so how could he have the time to crack these spirit arrays one by one? His divine sense broke through the blockade of space and penetrated deep into the ancient ruins to investigate the situation inside. After confirming and locking onto a certain location, Yang Kai tore space open. When he reappeared, he was already standing somewhere inside the ancient ruins. Continuing to investigate the route on the sketch given to him by Holly Ka, Yang Kai tore space again. A dozen times in a row, Yang Kai penetrated deeper into the ancient ruins and suddenly noticed a faint life aura, like a candle flickering in the wind and rain, in danger of being extinguished at any moment. Shui Yu. She was 1,000 meters away from where he was, but because of some obstacles, Yang Kai couldn't see her specific situation. The only thing he was certain of was that she was not dead. Yang Kai took a deep breath, calmed the anxiety in his heart, sat down cross-legged, and threw a pill into his mouth to supplement the spiritual energy he had consumed. Half an hour later, Yang Kai got up, tore space for the last time, and entered the void crack. 1,000 meters away, Yang Kai appeared leisurely. At a glance, he saw Shui Yu lying on the ground, covered in frost. Sleeping, she gave off a unique charm, like a sleeping beauty that could captivate one's soul. From her body, a 7-colored glow bloomed, making her look like a dazzling goddess. This glow was constantly fighting with the frost covering her body, not allowing it to take away Shui Yu's last bit of vitality, maintaining a strange equilibrium. However, as time passed, this glow seemed to gradually dim. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of artifact this woman was wearing, or what kind of secret art she cultivated, but it was able to keep her alive for the time being. However, if this continued, in less than half a day, the multicolored light would disappear and Shui Yu would die. Yang Kai would also suffer. Chapter 1057. Inside the ancient ruins, Yang Kai stood not far from Shui Yu and stared at her silently, his mood complicated. He and this woman were supposed to be enemies, but because of the soul chains, their lives were connected. Now that Shui Yu's life was hanging by a thread, whether Yang Kai was willing or not, he had to find a way to save her. Only if Shui Yu survived could he live. Yang Kai didn't rush to act because there were drops of gem-like liquid floating around Shui Yu, each of which exuded a terrifying power that made Yang Kai's heart tremble. When his divine sense approached them, even his threads of divine sense were frozen. Profound sunflower water. Yang Kai immediately understood that this liquid was the profound sunflower water that Holly Ka had mentioned, but he hadn't expected it to be so strange. Yang Kai quietly counted about 50 drops of profound sunflower water suspended in the air, some space between them, but they still surrounded Shui Yu in an airtight manner. Trying to get Shui Yu out of this profound sunflower water would be extremely difficult. Yang Kai waved his hand and summoned a strong wind to push these profound sunflower water away, but to his surprise, these drops of profound sunflower water remained motionless. They seemed to weigh more than 1,000 kilograms. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he increased his strength, finally managing to move the profound sunflower water a little distance away, allowing Shui Yu to safely emerge. Arriving in front of Shui Yu, Yang Kai stared at her helplessly. He didn't know how to get this woman out of here. The scene of the Hangluo Chamber of Commerce cultivator rescuing his companions was still fresh in Yang Kai's mind. When that icy chill had spread, even a Saint King Realm cultivator had been unable to resist and had been directly frozen into an ice sculpture before falling to the ground and shattering into pieces. Yang Kai didn't dare to touch Shui Yu's body casually. Circulating his strength, Yang Kai summoned a mass of black demonic flame and slowly approached Shui Yu, wanting to see if his demonic flame could isolate the transmission of this icy chill. Contradictory energy fluctuations came from the strange and inexplicable demonic flames, and as they approached, the burning demonic flames seemed to have encountered a nemesis. The intensity of the flames shrank and their power instantly weakened. Yang Kai's face became dignified and he had no choice but to increase the output of his Saint Chi. The weakened demonic flames soared again as Yang Kai sealed them onto Shui Yu's white arm. In an instant, a violent clash of energy erupted, and the cold chi on Shui Yu's body rapidly spread, freezing the burning demonic flames in an instant. An icy chill spread through the demonic flames directly towards Yang Kai, causing him to pale and frantically push his Saint Chi. The frozen demonic flames emitted whistling sounds as they once again became monstrous, fighting against the cold that could freeze all things. Yang Kai's body trembled. He had never experienced such hardship before. This was the first time he had to use all of his strength to fight against an icy power. As time passed, the cold of the profoundine sunflower water was sometimes suppressed by the demonic flames while at other times it spread to Yang Kai's arm. The two sides were evenly matched. Although Yang Kai's strength was low, this demonic flame was a fusion of two completely different types of energy. It was mysterious and unpredictable, and as long as Yang Kai's realm was high enough, it could incinerate all things in the world. It had great potential for growth. But at this moment, the demonic flames seemed to be no match for the profoundine sunflower water. After only a moment, Yang Kai was completely defeated. The icy cold aura spread all over his body, causing his body and mind to become stiff and stagnant. Yang Kai quickly immersed himself in this and called out to the demon mystic tome, "Help me." He had no choice but to ask the divine tree for help. The divine tree was a young attribute divine tree and was also the nemesis of ice. "Okay." The divine tree immediately replied. The next moment, an incredible amount of young attribute energy suddenly burst out from the demon mystic tome and merged with Yang Kai's demonic flames to dispel the icy aura around him. The cold of the profoundine sunflower water was quickly suppressed. Yang Kai's demonic flames directly wrapped around Xueyu's tender body while at the same time, the young attribute energy bursting out from the divine tree also wrapped around Xueyu. Using these two methods, the frost on Xueyu's body quickly melted and her pale face gradually became rosy. Her cold body gradually became warm and a faint heartbeat came from her full breasts. Yang Kai's face lit up with joy and he spared no effort to cooperate with the divine tree. Half an hour later, the frost on Xueyu's body disappeared and it was only at this moment that the seven-colored light blooming from her body gradually dimmed. She seemed to have reached the end of her life. Using his divine sense to investigate her body, Yang Kai found that her situation was a little strange. Although the danger of the profoundine sunflower water had been resolved, she was still hovering between life and death, unconscious. Yang Kai unceremoniously invaded her knowledge sea, only to find that it was completely cold, like a world of ice. The seawater was frozen, and Xueyu's soul avatar was nowhere to be seen. Only her weak aura remained, and no matter how Yang Kai called out to her, there was no response. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, not knowing what had gone wrong, so he could only withdraw from her knowledge sea for the time being. "I have to rest for a while, I won't be able to help you for the time being," the divine tree said before falling silent. This time, it seemed to have paid a great price, so great that it had no choice but to enter a state of deep sleep. Not only had the divine tree consumed a great deal of its energy, but Yang Kai had also consumed a lot of his Saint Qi. If it weren't for his special physique and his inexhaustible supply of Saint Qi, it would have been impossible for him to disperse the profoundine sunflower water from Xueyu's body. Squatting down, Yang Kai picked her up, stretched out his hand, and tore space open before diving in. He didn't care about the profoundine sunflower water floating in the air at all. Although it was an extremely rare treasure, Yang Kai really wasn't in the mood to collect it, nor did he know how to collect it. Above the mine, Hali Ka, after half a day of recovery, finally looked much better. The few cultivators from the Chamber of Commerce who had escaped with him had also barely escaped with their lives, but all of them had lost arms and legs. The most miserable of all had lost both of his arms. He was a Saint King realm cultivator, but without his arms, he would no longer have room to improve on the martial Tao. When he thought of this, his eyes became infinitely gloomy, without a trace of light. The other members of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce also wore gloomy expressions, their brows furrowed. The exploration of the ancient ruins had caused this branch to suffer heavy losses, and the third young master's woman had even died inside. This responsibility was not small, and as the branch's head, Hali Ka was inevitably punished. "Old Ha, let's go back first. After we go back, we'll discuss how to report what happened here to the home star." Lin Mu Feng walked up and helped Hali Ka up from the ground. Hali Ka nodded dejectedly, not having much spirit left in him. What about the profound sunflower water? The middle-aged woman asked. Lin Mufeng thought about it for a moment before replying, seal off this place for the time being. After we go back and read the ancient records, we'll bring people here to collect it. Lin Mufeng also didn't know how to collect the profound sunflower water. That's all we can do. The middle-aged woman sighed slightly. Lin Mufeng immediately began making arrangements, leaving behind 2 origin-returning realm masters and a dozen saint kings to guard this place. A short time later, everything had been arranged. Just as the group was about to return home, the middle-aged woman suddenly turned her head in the direction of the mine and let out a light sigh. The next moment, everyone turned their heads and stared in that direction in surprise. A figure suddenly rushed out from inside the mine. It was none other than the little second-order Saint Realm Guard from before. At this moment, he was holding Snow Master in his arms, a gloomy expression upon his face as he gently floated down from midair. There was not the slightest trace of injury on his body. Ha Li Ka, Lin Mufeng, and the others' eyes bulged as a look of disbelief appeared on their faces. When Yang Kai insisted on going down just now, all of them had thought that this young man would definitely not return. After all, his strength was too low and the barriers in the ruins were more than enough to kill him. Those barriers were not something a Saint Realm cultivator could break and avoid. But the facts were far beyond their expectations. Not only did Yang Kai not die, but he had also returned safely and even rescued Snow Master. How had he done this? The 3 of them were shocked. How is Snow Master? Ha Li Ka immediately calmed down and asked eagerly. She's not dead. Yang Kai shook his head. Hearing him say this, no matter who it was, all 3 of them felt their spirits shake as a sense of relief filled their hearts. What they were most worried about was that the 3rd young master of Shuiyu would be infuriated by what had happened. He would blame them for what had happened and kill them. Since that woman hadn't died, their biggest worry was gone. For a moment, all 3 of them stared at Yang Kai with eyes full of gratitude. This little guard had not only saved Shuiyu's 3rd young master's woman, but also the 3 of them. But she's still unconscious, I don't know what happened to her, Yang Kai added. Ha Li Ka and the other 3's faces stiffened as they all rushed over and swept Shuiyu's body with their divine senses, their expressions gradually becoming dignified. They also noticed that something was wrong with Shuiyu and didn't know what to do for a while. Let's go back first. Lin Mufeng shouted, no one is allowed to reveal what happened here today, anyone who disobeys will be killed. Saying so, he turned to Yang Kai again, considered his words carefully, and said politely, little brother, Master Snow's injury, can you not inform the home star for the time being? We will find a way to wake her up. He was really afraid that Yang Kai would report what had happened here to the home star. Once Shuiyu learned of the situation here, they would not be able to escape punishment. What they didn't know was that this Snow Master was Shuiyu herself. If they had known, they would likely have had no choice but to commit suicide. Yang Kai didn't say anything and simply nodded lightly, as long as you can save her, I can conceal this matter for the time being. He also knew what the other party was worried about. Lin Mufeng smiled happily and cupped his fists, little brother is too kind, many thanks. Ha Li Ka and the middle-aged woman also gave Yang Kai a grateful look, their thanks not needing to be said. Let's go back, I'll gather the best alchemists on Rainfall Star to investigate Master Snow's condition, Lin Mufeng called out to everyone before flying off in the direction of the branch. Chapter 1058. Inside the loft in the mountain range, Ha Li Ka's severed arm was still bleeding. Together with Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman, they stood quietly outside the loft, their faces filled with anxiety. Yang Kai stood not far from them, his expression indifferent, motionless. No one knew what he was thinking. A moment later, a dozen people suddenly poured out of the loft. There were men and women, old and young, but without exception, all of them wore a symbol on their chests that symbolized their status as alchemists. This symbol was the symbol of a furnace, one that was common throughout the entire star territory. The rank of an alchemist was determined by the number of legs they had. The symbols worn on the chests of these alchemists indicated that the minimum number of legs they had was 8. This was the symbol of a Saint King Great Alchemist. There were even 2 old men who wore 9-legged pill furnaces, the symbol of Origin Great Alchemist status. Origin Great Alchemists had a very high status in the Hangluo star field. Throughout the entire star territory, there were not many Origin Great Alchemists. There were only 3 or 5 Origin King Great Alchemists, all of whom were divided among the most powerful forces. Hangluo Chamber of Commerce was a great force, but it only had 1 Origin King Great Alchemist on the home star. The dozen or so people who walked out of the loft were the most senior and most skilled alchemists on Rainfall Star. Ha Li Ka and Lin Mu Feng had invited these people to diagnose Shui Yu's injuries and see if they could find a way to save her. Normally, these alchemists were scattered in different locations on Rainfall Star, each of them having their own territory where they cultivated herbs and refined pills for the Chamber of Commerce to sell to the outside world. The Chamber of Commerce provided them with protection and certain resources. Their relationship with the Chamber of Commerce was one of cooperation, not subordinates, so even Ha Li Ka and Lin Mu Feng treated them with respect, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Normally, no one dared to disturb them, but for the safety of Shui Yu's third young master's woman, they had invited these people to gather together. When the dozen or so people walked out, Ha Li Ka and the others were shocked and quickly stepped forward to greet them. Lin Mu Feng cupped his fists and asked, "Everyone, how are Master Shui's injuries? Is there any way to resolve them?" The dozen or so people looked at each other in dismay, as if they found it difficult to speak. Seeing their expressions, Ha Li Ka and Lin Mu Feng couldn't help feeling their hearts sink as they realized the situation was far from good. "What is the situation?" Ha Li Ka asked anxiously. Everyone turned their gazes towards one of the people wearing the 9-footed cauldron symbol. That old man with white hair and beard had no choice but to open his mouth and say, "To Master, this old one will speak frankly. We have investigated for a long time, but we still do not know why that Snow Master fell into a coma. We only know that she was invaded by a wave of icy cold energy. Her body's functions have already been completely frozen. She does not have her own consciousness, and we are unable to ask her anything." Ha Li Ka listened quietly. The old man continued, "If you don't tell us what happened to this Snow Master, how are we going to save her? We also don't know what kind of pill to refine to save her." "That's right. At the very least, we have to tell her the reason and what happened to her." Another Origin Grade Alchemist echoed, "This way, we can prescribe the right medicine and refine a pill to awaken her." Ha Li Ka suddenly wore a look of embarrassment. The profound Yin sunflower water was a matter of great importance. It was a cultivation treasure that would make anyone jealous. Once news of it leaked out, it was very likely to attract the covetous eyes of many masters. Before they could figure out a way to obtain it, Ha Li Ka didn't dare to mention the profound Yin sunflower water. However, doing so would delay the diagnosis of Snow Master by the dozen or so alchemists, causing them to feel quite conflicted and couldn't help turning their eyes to Lin Mu Feng, asking for his opinion. Lin Mu Feng shook his head without a trace. Ha Li Ka wore a difficult expression and said, "Everyone, it's not that we want to conceal anything, but this matter is too important for us to speak about casually." Hearing the meaning of his words, the dozen or so alchemists also realized that there were some things they couldn't ask about and didn't continue to insist. The old man frowned for a moment before saying, "If that's the case, then please forgive us for being powerless. Everyone, can't we try again?" Ha Li Ka asked anxiously, "You are the best alchemists on Rainfall Star, if even you can't do anything, then Master Snow, whether Master Snow died or not had nothing to do with him. What he was worried about was that if something happened to Master Snow, it would provoke young Master Shui Yu's crazy wrath, something he couldn't bear. The dozen or so alchemists all shook their heads, indicating that they really couldn't do anything. Holly Ka, Lin Mu Feng, and the others couldn't help looking helpless, smiling bitterly at each other. At that moment, one of the Saint King grade alchemists said, "Sir Holly Ka said that we are the best alchemists on Rainfall Star, that is too flattering. We also know that there is another person whose alchemy skills and understanding of pharmacology are far superior to ours. If you can ask him to come and take a look, perhaps he will be able to discover something and possibly find a solution to this problem." Hearing this, the old man who had spoken before couldn't help raising his brow, seemingly also thinking of such a person, nodding, and, if it's him, it may be possible. The others immediately agreed, all of them sincerely acknowledging that this person was the #1 alchemist on Rainfall Star. Alchemists were a group of very arrogant alchemists. Among alchemists of the same rank, no one would admit that they were better than them. They would always feel that they were the best alchemist of their level and that besides them, everyone else was trash, even the pills they refined were trash. For more than a dozen alchemists to agree in unison, there was only one explanation: the alchemist who had spoken was a higher rank than them, an Origin King grade alchemist. Holly Ka and the others also brightened, but soon their expressions became bitter as they muttered, "Inviting him here will be difficult. Even if we went to pay him a visit, I'm afraid we would be swept out the door." Lin Mu Feng sniffled and said, 5 years ago, when this Lin went to visit that person, because I disturbed his peace, he chased me for half a month. In the end, I had to wait for that person's anger to subside before the matter was resolved. I don't want to be chased by him again." When he mentioned this past, the group of people couldn't help laughing, as if they all knew something about it. "Who was that person?" Yang Kai asked. When these people were talking just now, Yang Kai had been silent, coldly watching Holly Ka and Lin Mu Feng conceal the truth of the matter, listening to the dozen or so alchemists praising that person. Only now did he take the initiative to speak. The dozen or so alchemists all turned their eyes to him but didn't answer. In their opinion, Yang Kai was just a little Saint Realm brat who wasn't qualified to ask anything, so they disdained answering Yang Kai's question. Holly Ka, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment before saying, he was a very powerful alchemist who lived on Rainfall Star, but he didn't belong to any great force. Didn't belong to Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai was surprised. Holly Ka shook his head. Living on Rainfall Star but not under the jurisdiction of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, there could only be one explanation: Hengluo Chamber of Commerce didn't dare offend him easily. However, the Chamber of Commerce has made some agreements with him. We will provide him with herbs for alchemy and give him a territory of 3,000 kilometers. All pills refined from these herbs will belong to our Chamber of Commerce. Free labor. Yang Kai's brow rose, wondering what kind of game this alchemy grandmaster was playing. Since his alchemy skills were so good, there was no need for him to spend so much effort to refine pills and then provide them to Hengluo Chamber of Commerce for free. He could have just established his own sect and recruited disciples to raise his own status. You can't say that. Although we don't know what that person wants, we try our best to meet his requirements. However, he does refine a lot of pills. Every 3 months, we will send people to deliver spirit grasses and spirit medicines to him and collect the pills he refined. Each time, there will be no less than 200 bottles, the highest being 500 bottles. 500 bottles. Each bottle contained 10 pills, that was 5,000 pills. Refining 5,000 pills in 3 months, this number caused all the alchemists present to tremble and feel ashamed of their inferiority. All of them were alchemists hired by Hengluo Chamber of Commerce at a high price, but even if they did not eat or sleep for 3 months, it would still be impossible for them to produce 500 bottles of alchemy, not even a third of that, unless they were refining low-end pills. Where is he? Yang Kai asked again. Does little brother want to go find him? Holly Ka immediately understood his intentions. Is that all we can do now? Yang Kai glanced at him. Holly Ka hesitated for a moment before nodding. Good, I'll take you there. Although he was extremely unwilling in his heart, Holly Ka had no choice but to bite the bullet. Yang Kai nodded, turned around, and rushed into the loft, carrying the unconscious Shuiyu out, exchanging a glance with Holly Ka before flying out together. Staring at their disappearing backs, Lin Mufeng pursed his lips and sighed, I hope old Ha won't be chased by that person for half a month like me. The middle-aged woman also wore a worried look, secretly feeling that this matter was really tricky. As they flew, Holly Ka briefly explained the mysterious and eccentric alchemist to Yang Kai. Only then did Yang Kai learn that this man called himself Zhong Ao and seemed to have arrived on Rainfall Star nearly 100 years ago and had lived here ever since. He had reached various agreements with Hangluo Chamber of Commerce and his status was even higher than that of the dozen or so alchemists. He asked us for a 3,000-kilometer territory and built his own residence in a mountain valley. Inside that mountain valley, he has carved out many medicine fields and planted many rare herbs. What he hates most is being disturbed while he is performing alchemy, so no one approaches that mountain valley. Even when people from our Chamber of Commerce deliver herbs to him, they strictly abide by his instructions and only arrive at a certain time. Holly Ka was afraid that Yang Kai was young and impetuous, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, and would rashly offend Zhong Ao, so along the way, Holly Ka explained Zhong Ao's unique status and temperament to him in detail. The more Yang Kai listened, the stranger his expression became. He felt like he had been to Zhong Ao's residence before. Half a day later, Holly Ka suddenly pointed to the front and said, Do you see that mountain valley? That's where Grandmaster Zhong Ao lives. Yang Kai looked forward and couldn't help laughing. That mountain valley was clearly the place where he had studied the spirit arrays before. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.